Slave Narratives. By United States Work Projects Administration. HW, DIST 5X Slave Number 63, Whitley, 1-22-36 Driscoll X Slave Jenny Kendricks. Date stamp, May 8, 1937. Jenny Kendricks, the oldest of 7 children, was born in Shirham, Georgia in 1855. Her parents were Martha and Henry Bell. She says that the first thing she remembers is being whipped by her mother. Jenny Kendrick's grandmother and her 10 children lived on this plantation. The grandmother had been brought to Georgia from Virginia. She used to tell me how the slave dealers brought her and a group of other children along much the same as they would a herd of cattle, said the ex-slave. When they reached a town, all of them had to dance through the streets and act lively so that the chances for selling them would be greater. When asked to tell about Mr. Moore, her owner, and his family, Jenny Kendrick stated that although her master owned and operated a large plantation, he was not considered a wealthy man. He owned only 2 other slaves besides her immediate family, and these were men. In Mr. Moore's family were his mother, his wife, and 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. This family lived very comfortably in a 2-storied weatherboard house. With the exception of our grandmother, who cooked for the owner's family and slaves, and assisted her mistress with housework, all the slaves worked in the fields where they cultivated cotton and the corn, as well as the other produce grown there. Every morning at sunrise they had to get up and go to the fields where they worked until it was too dark to see. At noon each day they were permitted to come to the kitchen, located just a short distance in the rear of the master's house, where they were served dinner. During the course of the day's work the women shared all the men's work except plowing. All of them picked cotton when it was time to gather the crops. Some nights they were required to spin and to help Mrs. Moore, who did all of the weaving. They used to do their own personal work, at night also. Jenny Kendrick says she remembers how her mother and the older girls would go to the spring at night where they washed their clothes and then left them to dry on the surrounding bushes. As a little girl, Jenny Kendrick spent all of her time in the master's house where she played with the young white children. Sometimes she and Mrs. Moore's youngest child, a little boy, would fight because it appeared to one that the other was receiving more attention from Mrs. Moore than the other. As she grew older she was kept in the house as a playmate to the Moore children, so she never had to work in the field a single day. She stated that they all wore good clothing and that all of it was made on the plantation with one exception. The servants spun the thread and Mrs. Moore and her daughters did all of the weaving as well as the making of the dresses that were worn on this particular plantation. The way they made this cloth, she continued, was to wind a certain amount of thread known as a cut onto a reel. When a certain number of cuts were reached they were placed on the loom. This cloth was colored with a dye made from the bark of trees or with a dye that was made from the indigo berry cultivated on the plantation. The dresses that the women wore on working days were made of striped or checked materials, while those worn on Sunday were usually white. She does not know what the men wore on work days as she never came in contact with them. Stockings for all were knitted on the place. The shoes, which were the one exception mentioned above, were made by one Bill Jacobs, an elderly white man who made the shoes for all the plantations in the community. The grown people wore heavy shoes called brogans, while those worn by the children were not so heavy and were called peakers because of their narrow appearance. For Sunday wear, all had shoes bought for this purpose. Mr. Moore's mother was a tailoress, and at times, when the men were able to get the necessary material, she made their suits. There was always enough feed for everybody on the Moore plantation. Mrs. Moore once told Jenny's mother to always see that her children had sufficient to eat so that they would not have to steal and would therefore grow up to be honorable. As the grandmother did all of the cooking, none of the other servants ever had to cook, not even on Sundays or other holidays such as the 4th of July. There was no stove in this plantation kitchen. All the cooking was done at the large fireplace where there were a number of hooks called pot racks. The pots, in which the cooking was done, hung from these hooks directly over the fire. The meals served during the week consisted of vegetables, salt bacon, corn bread, pot liquor, and milk. On Sunday they were served milk, biscuits, vegetables, and sometimes chicken. Jenny Kendricks ate all of her meals in the master's house, and says that her food was even better. She was also permitted to go to the kitchen to get food at any time during the day. Sometimes, when the boys went hunting, everyone was given roast possum and other small game. The 2 male slaves were often permitted to accompany them but were not allowed to handle the guns. None of the slaves had individual gardens of their own, as food sufficient for their needs was raised in the master's garden. The houses that they lived in were one-room structures made of heavy plank instead of logs, with plainer, floors. At one end of this one-roomed cabin there was a large chimney and fireplace made of rocks, mud, and dirt. In addition to the one door, there was a window at the back. Only one family could live in a cabin as the space was so limited. The furnishings of each cabin consisted of a bed and 1 or 2 chairs. The beds were well constructed, a great deal better than some of the beds the ex-slaves saw during these days. Regarding mattresses, she said, "We took some tick and stuffed it with cotton and corn husks, which had been torn into small pieces, and when we got through sewing it looked like a mattress that was bought in a store." Light was furnished by lightwood torches and sometimes by the homemade tallow candles. The hot tallow was poured into a candle mold, which was then dipped into a pan of cold water. When the tallow had hardened, the finished product was removed. Whenever there was sickness, a doctor was always called. As a child, Gussie was rather sickly, and a doctor was always called to attend to her. In addition to the doctor's prescriptions, there was heart leaf tea and a warm remedy of garlic tea prepared by her grandmother. If any of the slaves ever pretended sickness to avoid work, she knows nothing about it. As a general rule, slaves were not permitted to learn to read or write, but the younger Moore children tried to teach her to spell, read, and write. When she used to stand around Mrs. Moore when she was sewing, she appeared to be interested, and so she was taught to sew. Every Sunday afternoon they were all permitted to go to town, where a colored pastor preached to them. This same minister performed all marriages after the candidates had secured the permission of the master. There was only one time when Mr. Moore found it necessary to sell any of his slaves. On this occasion he had to sell 2. He saw that they were sold to another kind master. The whipping on most plantations were administered by the H.W. overseers, and in some cases punishment was rather severe. There was no overseer on this plantation. Only one of Mr. Moore's sons told the field hands what to do. When this son went to war, it became necessary to hire an overseer. Once he attempted to whip one of the women, but when she refused to allow him to whip her, he never tried to whip any of the others. Jenny Kendrick's husband, who was also a slave, once told her his master was so mean that he often whipped his slaves until blood ran in their shoes. There was a group of men, known as the patrollers, whose duty it was to see that slaves were not allowed to leave their individual plantations without passes which, they were supposed to receive from their masters. "A heap of them got whippings for being caught off without these passes," she stated, adding that sometimes a few of them were fortunate enough to escape from the patrollers. She knew of one boy who, after having outrun the patrollers, proceeded to make fun of them after he was safe behind his master's fence. Another man whom the patrollers had pursued any number of times, but who had always managed to escape, was finally caught one day and told to pray before he was given his whipping. As he obeyed, he noticed that he was not being closely observed, whereupon he made a break that resulted in his escape from them again. The treatment on some of the other plantations was so severe that slaves often ran away. Jenny Kendricks told of one man, H.W., who was being crossed out, lashed H.W., and who ran away but was finally caught. When his master brought him back, he was locked in a room until he could be punished. When the master finally came to administer the whipping, Lash had cut his own throat in a last effort to secure his freedom. He was not successful. His life was saved by quick action on the part of his master. Some time later, after rough handling, Lash finally killed his master, H.W., and was burned at the stake for this crime. Other slaves were more successful at escape, some being able to remain away for as long as 3 years at a time. At nights, they slipped to the plantation where they stole hogs and other food. Their shelters were usually caves, sometimes holes dug in the ground. Whenever they were caught, they were severely whipped. A slave might secure his freedom without running away. This is true in the case of Jenny Kendrick's grandfather who, after hiring his time out for a number of years, was able to save enough money with which to purchase himself from his master. Jenny Kendricks remembers very little of the talk between her master and mistress concerning the war. She does remember being taken to see the Confederate soldiers drill a short distance from the house. She says, "Although it was very pretty, course I didn't know what was causing this or what the results would be." Mr. Moore's oldest sons went to war, H.W., but he, himself did not enlist until the war was nearly over. She was told that the Yankee soldiers burned all the gin houses and took all livestock that they saw while on the march, but no soldiers passed near their plantation. After the war ended and all the slaves had been set free, some did not know it, H.W., as they were not told by their masters. H.W., a number of them, were tricked into signing contracts which bound them to their masters for several years longer. As for herself and her grandmother, they remained on the Moore property where her grandmother finally died. Her mother moved away when freedom was declared and started working for someone else. It was about this time that Mr. Moore began to prosper, he and his brother Marvin gone into business together. According to Jenny Kendricks, she has lived to reach such a ripe old age because she has always been obedient, and because she has always been a firm believer in God. H.W. Dist 1 ex-slave number 62, ex-slave interview, Emmeline Kilpatrick, age 74, born a slave on the plantation of Judge William Watson Moore, White Plains, Greene County, Georgia by Sarah H. Hall, Athens, Georgia, date stamp, May 8, 1937. One morning in October, as I finished planting hyacinth bulbs on my cemetery lot, I saw an old Negro woman approaching. She was Emmeline Kilpatrick, born in 1863, on my grandfather's plantation. "Morning, Miss Sarah," she began. "I seed you out higher in de graveyard, and I come right erlong fair ter get you ter read yo' Aunt Willie's birthday, often her tombstone, and put it in right and fair me." "I don't mind doing that for you, Emmeline," I replied. "But why do you want to know my aunt's birthday?" "Well," answered the old ex-slave, "I can't rightly tell my age no other way. My mammy, she told me, I was bound the same night easy Miss Willie was, and Mammy always told me ef I ever want to know how old I is, jes' ask my white folks how old Miss Willie is." When I had penciled the birth date on a scrap of paper torn from my notebook, and she had tucked it carefully away in a pocket in her clean blue check gingham apron, Emmeline began to talk of the old days on my grandfather's farm. "Miss Sarah, I sho did love yo' Aunt Willie. We was chillens growin' up tergether on Moss Billy's place. You mought not know it, but black chillens gets grown heap faster dan white chillens, and whilst us played round de yard, and orchards, and pastures out dar, I was s'posed ter take care of Miss Willie and not let her get hurt, and nothin' happened to her. My mammy say dat when Moss Billy come home from de war, he call all his niggers tergether and tell 'em dey is free, and don't belong to nobody no mo. He say dat any you dat want to, kin go way and live war day locks, and do lack day wanter. Howsomever, he do say ef anybody wants to stay wid him, and live right on in de same cabins, dey kin do it, ef dey promise him ter be good niggers and mind him lack dey aluz done. Most all de niggers stayed wid Moss Billy, 'ceppin' two of the brash, good fair nothings." Standing there in the cemetery, as I listened to old Emmeline tell of the old days, I could see cotton being loaded on freight cars at the depot. I asked Emmeline to tell what she could remember of the days when we had no railroad to haul the cotton to market. "Well," she said, "for dis higher railroad was made, dey hauled de cotton ter de Pint," she meant Union Point, "and sold it dar. De Pint's jes' 'bout 12 miles from higher. Fo dey had a railroad Thursday de Pint, Moss Billy used to haul his cotton clear down ter Jules to sell it. My mammy say dat long fo de war he used to wait twell all de cotton was picked in de fall, and den he would have it all loaded on his wagons. Not long fo sundown he would start de wagons off, wid yo' Uncle Anderson bossin' 'em, on de all-night long ride towards Jules. 'Bout fo in de morning Moss Billy and yo' grandma, Miss Margie, you de start off in de Surrey, driving de bays, and fo dem wagons get ter Jules Moss Billy done cotch up wid 'em. He drive ahead and lead 'em on ter de cotton mill in Jules, whar he sell all his cotton. Den him and Miss Margie, Dey go ter de mill sto and buy white sugar and other things dey don't raise on de plantation, and load 'em on de wagons and start back home. But Emmeline, I interrupted. Sherman's army passed through Jules and burned the houses and destroyed the property there. How did the people market their cotton then? Emmeline scratched her head. I 'members somethin' 'bout dat, she declared. Yassum, I sure does 'member my mammy sayin' dat folks said when de Federals was bunyin' up everything 'bout Jules, dey was settin' fire ter de mill, when de boss uv dem soldiers look up and see her sign up over her upstairs window. Hit was de Masons' sign up day, cause dat was de Masons' lodge hall up over de mill. De soldier boss, he meks de other soldiers put out de fire. He say him er Mason hisself and he ain't gwine see nobody burn up er Masonic hall. Dey kinder tears up some uv de fixins er de mill wooks, but dey das sent burn down de mill house cause he ain't let 'em do nothin' ter de Masonic hall. Yar knows, Miss Sarah, I was jest 'bout 2 years old when dat happen, but I ain't heerd nuffin' 'bout no time when dey did en take cotton ter Jules every year 'twell de railroad come higher. Did you ax me who mod my ma and pa? Why, Moss Billy did, coz he did. He was Jedge Moore, Moss Billy was, and he won't gwine hev no fulliesman mongst his niggers. Afo de war and durin' de war, de niggers went ter de same church whar der white folks went. Only de niggers, dey set en de gallery. Moss Billy made all his niggers wook mighty hard, but he show tuck good keer uvm. Miss Margie aluz made 'em send fair her when de chillens was bound in de slave cabins. My mammy, she say, I see 'bout de unliest slave baby Miss Margie died and look after de bonnin', on dat plantation. When any nigger on dat farm was sick, Moss Billy see dat he had medicine and lookin' at her, and ef he was bad sick Moss Billy had de white folks doctor come see 'bout him. Did us hev shoes? Yas, ma'am, us had shoes. Dat was all old Pegleg was good fare, jest to mek shoes, and fix shoes atter day was 'bout to give out. Pegleg made de everyday shoes for Moss Billy's own chillens, 'cept now and den Moss Billy fetched 'em home some sto bought shoes fun Jules. Yassum, us show was skeered of ghosts. Dem days when de war won't long gone, niggers show was skirt of graveyards. Mose every nigger kep a rabbit foot, cause ghosties won't gwine botherin' nobody dat head or left hind foot from her graveyard rabbit. Dem days dar was Mose alluz woods round de graveyards, and it easy ter catch a rabbit az he loped outer a graveyard. Lawsy, Miss Sarah, dose days I show wouldn't er been standin' higher in no graveyard talkin' ter anybody, eben in wide open daytime. And you ax was dey anything else was skirt uv? Yassum, us alluz did get mighty oneasy ef er scritch owl hollered et night. Pappy Udy hop right outer his bed and stick de fire shovel and de coals. Ethan he did dat rat quick, and look over his left shoulder whilst de shovel gittin' hot, den maybe no nigger gwine die dat week on dat plantation. And us nebber did lack ter find er haw's tail hair and de haw's trough, cause us was show ter meet er snake efo long. Yassum, us had chawms fair heaper things. Us got 'em fum er ol' Injun Oman dat lived cross de crick. Her sold us chawms to mek de men's lack us, and chawms dat would get er boy baby, another kind er chawms effen your wander gal baby. Miss Margie alluz scold 'bout de chawms, and mek us shame ter wear 'em, 'cept she don't mind ef us wear asserfidity chawms ter keep off fevers, and she don't say nuffin when my mammy wear a nutmeg on a wool string round her neck ter keep off de rheumatiz. And is you got to get on home now, Miss Sarah? Lemme tote dat hoe and trowel to your car farrier. You're gwine ter take me home in your car wid yer, so easy I can weed your flower jardin fo night? Yassum, I sure will be proud ter do it fair de black dress you will loss yer. I'll gwine ter get every speck of grass outer yo flowers, cause and you jest lack yo grandma, my Miss Margie. H.W. DIST 6X Slave Number 65, J.R. Jones Francis Kimbrough, ex-slave place of birth, on Kimbrough Plantation, Harris County, near Catawba, Georgia. Date of birth, about 1854. Present residence, 1639-5 Th Avenue, Columbus, Georgia. Interviewed, August 7, 1936. Date stamp, May 8. Aunt Frances. Story reveals that her young Marster was Dr. Jesse Kimbrough, a man who died when she was about 18 years of age. But a few weeks later, while working in the field one day, she saw Mas Jesse's ghost leaning against a pine, watchin' us free niggers wuckin'. When she was about 22 years of age, a jealous nigger oman tricked her. The spell, cast by this bad oman, affected the victim's left arm and hand. Both became numb and gave her great misery. A peculiar feature of this visitation of the conjurer's spite was, if a friend or any one massaged or even touched the sufferer's afflicted arm or hand, that person was also similarly stricken the following day, always recovering, however, on the second day. Finally, Aunt Frances got in touch with a hoodoo doctor, a man who lived in Muskogee County, about 25 miles distant from her. This man paid the patient one visit, then gave her absent treatment for several weeks, at the end of which time she recovered the full use of her arm and hand. Neither ever gave her any trouble again. For her old time, white folks, Aunt Frances entertains an almost worshipful memory. Also, in her old age, she reflects the superstitious type of her race. Being so young when freedom was declared, emancipation did not have as much significance for Aunt Frances as it did for the older colored people. In truth, she had no true conception of what it was all about, until several years later. But she does know that she had better food and clothes before the slaves were freed than she had in the years immediately following. She is deeply religious, as most ex-slaves are, but, as typical of the majority of aged Negroes, associates, hants, and superstition with her religion. H.W. Dist 6 ex-slave number 64, Mary A. Crawford research worker Charlie King, ex-slave interviewed 435 East Taylor Street, Griffin, Georgia, September 16, 1936. Charlie was born in Sandtown, now Woodbury, Meriwether County, Georgia, 85 or 6 years ago. He does not know his exact age because his age got burned up when the house in which his parents lived was burned to the ground. The old man's parents, Ned and King Tr., were slaves of crossed out Mr. John King, who owned a big plantation near Sandtown, Tr. Also about 200 slaves, crossed out. Tr. HW corrections are too faint to read. Charlie's parents were married by the broomstick ceremony. The master and mistress were present at the wedding. The broom was laid down on the floor, the couple held each other's hands and stepped backward over it, then the master told the crowd that the couple were man and wife. This marriage lasted for over 50 years and they always treated each other right. Charlie said that all the niggers on old master's place had to work, even chillin' over 7 or 8 years of age. The first work that Charlie remembered was toting corn for his mother to drap and sweeping the yards up at the big house. He also recalls that many times when he was in the yard at the big house, Ol' Miss would call him in and give him a buttered biscuit. The master and mistress always named the Negro babies and usually gave them Bible names. When the Negroes were sick, Ol' Master and Ol' Miss did the doctoring, sometimes giving them salts or oil, and if H.W., a Negro, refused it, they used the raw hide. Whup! When a member of a Negro family died, the master permitted all the Negroes to stop work and go to the funeral. The slave was buried in the slave graveyard. Sometimes a white minister read the Bible service, but usually a Negro preacher, H.W., officiated. The Negroes on this plantation had to work from sunup till sundown, except Saturday and Sunday. Those were free. The master blew on a big conch shell every morning at 4 o'clock, and when the first long blast was heard the lights gin to twinkle in every nigger cabin. Charlie, chuckling, recalled that Old Master blowed that shell so it could have been heard for 5 miles. Some of the niggers went to feed the mules and horses, some to milk the cows, some to cook the breakfast in the big house, some to chop the wood, while others were busy cleaning up the big house. When asked if he believed in signs, Charlie replied, "I sho does for dis reason. Once just befo' my baby brother died, Ol' Screech Owl, he done come and set up in the big oak tree right at the doah by de bed, and fo' the next 12 hours passed, my brother was dead." Screech Owls always holler round the house before death. The slaves always had plenty to eat and wear, and therefore did not know what it was to be hungry. The master planted many acres of cotton, corn, wheat, peas, and all kinds of garden things. Every nigger family was required to raise plenty of sweet potatoes, the master giving them a patch. My old master trained his smartest niggers to do certain kinds of work. My mother was a good weaver, and she wove all the cloth for her own family, and bossed the weaving of all the other weavers on the plantation. Charlie and all of his 10 brothers and sisters helped to card and spin the cotton for the looms. Sometimes they worked all night, Charlie often going to sleep while carding, when his mother would crack him on the head with the carder handle and wake him up. Each child had a night for carding and spinning, so they all would get a chance to sleep. Every Saturday night the Negroes had a breakdown, often dancing all night long. About 12 o'clock they had a big supper, everybody bringing a box of all kinds of good things to eat, and putting it on a long table. On Sunday, all the darkies had to go to church. Sometimes the master had a house on his plantation for preaching, and sometimes the slaves had to go 10 or 12 miles to preaching. When they went so far the slaves could use old master's mules and wagons. Charlie recalls very well when the Yankees came through. The first thing they did when they reached old master's place was to break open the smokehouse and throw the best hams and shoulders out to the darkies. But as soon as the Yankees passed, the white folks made the niggers take all day hadn't eat up. Back to the smokehouse. Yes, miss, we had plenty of liquor. Old master always kept kegs of it in the cellar and big Jimmy Johns full in the house, and every Saturday night he'd give us darkies a dram. But nobody neva seed no drunk nigger like dey does now. Charlie's mother used to give her chillin', burnt whiskey, every morning, to start the day off. This burnt whiskey gave them long life. Another thing that Charlie recalls about the Yankees coming through was that they took the saddles off their old sore-back horses, turned them loose, and caught some of master's fine hosses, threw the saddles over them and rode away. Charlie said though, old Marster whooped when it was necessary, but he was not unmerciful, like some of the other old marsters were, but the patrollers would show lay it on if they caught a nigger off his home plantation without a pass. The passes were written statements or permits signed by the darkie's owner, or the plantation overseer. Charlie is very feeble and unable to work. The Griffin Relief Association (TR) furnishes him his sustenance, crossed out, sees to him, or possibly supports him, written in Plantation Life as viewed by ex-slave Nicey Kinney, age 86, RFD No. 3, Athens, Georgia, written by Miss Grace McCune, Athens, edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Athens, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Res. 6 and 7, Augusta, Georgia, September 28, 1938. A narrow path under large water oaks led through a well-kept yard where a profusion of summer flowers surrounded Nicey Kinney's 2-story frame house. The porch floor and a large portion of the roof had rotted down, and even the old stone chimney at one end of the structure seemed to sag. The middle-aged mulatto woman who answered the door shook her head when asked if she was Nicey Kinney. "No, ma'am," she protested. "But dat's my mother, and she's sick in bed. She gets mighty lonesome lyin' dar in de bed, and she sho does love to talk. Us would be mighty proud if you would come in and see her." Nicey was propped up in bed and, although the heat of the September day was oppressive, the sick woman wore a black shoulder cape over her thick flannel nightgown. Heavy quilts and blankets were piled close about her thin form, and the window at the side of her bed was tightly closed. Not a lock of her hair escaped the nightcap that enveloped her head. The daughter removed an empty food tray and announced, "Mammy, dis lady's come to see you, and I spects you is gwine to lack her fine, 'cause she wants to hear 'bout dem old days dat you loves so good to tell about." Nicey smiled. "I see so glad you come to see me," she said, "'cause I gets so lonesome, just got to stay here in dis bed, day in and day out. I see done wore out wid all the hard work I see had to do, and now I see a aged oman, done played out and sufferin' wid de high blood pressure. But I kin talk, and I does love to bring back dem good old days afore de war." Newspapers had been pasted on the walls of Nicey's room. In one corner an enclosed staircase was cut off from the room by a door at the head of the third step. The space underneath the stair was in use as a closet. The marble-topped bureau, 2 double beds, a couple of small tables, and some old chairs were all of a period prior to the current century. A pot of peas was perched on a pair of fire-dogs, over the coals of a wood fire in the open fireplace. On a bed of red coals a thick iron pan held a large pone of cornbread, and the tantalizing aroma of coffee drew attention to a steaming coffee pot on a trivet in one corner of the hearth. Nicey's daughter turned the bread over and said, "Missy, I just bet you ain't never seed nobody cookin' dis way. Us has got a stove back in de kitchen, but our somepin' teat seems to taste better fixed dis way. It brings back dem old days when us was chillin' and all of us was at home wid Mammy." Nicey grinned. "Missy," she said, "Annie, dat's dis gal of mine here, laughs at the way I locks dem old ways of livin', but she's just as bad 'bout 'em as I is, 'specially 'bout dat sort of cookin'. Somepin' teat cooked in dat old black pot is sho good." Mas Gerald Sharp and his wife, Miss Annie, owned us, and child, dey was grand folks. Der old home was way up in Jackson County twixt Athens and Jefferson. Dat big old plantation run plumb back down to de Oconee River. Yes, ma'am, all dem rich river bottoms was Mas Gerald's. Mammy's name was Cieline and she belonged to Mas Gerald, but Mas hadn't David owned my daddy, his name was Finis. De David place warn't but 'bout a mile from our plantation and daddy was load to stay wid his family most every night. He was alluz wid us on Sundays. Mas Gerald didn't have no slaves but my mammy and her chillun, and he was sho mighty good to us. Mas Gerald had a nice 4-room house wid a hall all the way through it. It even had 2 big old fireplaces on one chimbley. No, ma'am, it weren't a rock chimbley, dat chimbley was made out of homemade bricks. Marster's family had dere cooking done in a open fireplace like everybody else for a long time and den just 'fore de big war he bought a stove. Yes, ma'am, Mas Gerald bought a cook stove and us felt plumb rich 'cause there warn't many folks dat had stoves back in dem days. Mammy lived in de old kitchen close by de big house till der got to be too many of us. Den Mas Gerald built us a house just a little piece off from de big house. It was just a log house, but Marster had all dem cracks chinked tight wid red mud, and he even had one of dem Franklin back chimbleys built to keep our little cabin nice and warm. Why, child, ain't you never seed none of dem old chimbleys? Dere back sloped out in de middle to throw out de heat into de room and keep too much of it from gwine straight up de flue. Our beds in our cabin was corded just like dem up at de big house, but us slept on straw ticks and, let me tell you, dey sho slept good at a hard days as wook. De bestest water dat ever was come from a spring right nigh our cabin, and us had long-handled gourds to drink it out of. Some of dem gourds hung by dis spring all de time and dere was alluz 1 or 2 of em hangin' by dis side of our old cedar water bucket. Sho, us had a cedar bucket, and it had brass hoops on it. Dat was some job to keep dem hoops scrubbed with sand to make 'em bright and shiny, and dey had to be clean and pretty all de time or Mammy would get right in behind us wid a switch. Mas Gerald raised all dem long-handled gourds dat us used 'stid of de tin dippers folks has now, but dem warn't de onliest kinds of gourds he growed on his place. Dere was gourds mos' as big as water buckets, and dey had short handles dat was bent whilst de gourds was green, so us could hang em on a limb of a tree in de shade to keep water cool for us when us was wookin' in de field durin' hot weather. I never done much field wook till the war come on, 'cause Miss Des was larning me to be a housemaid. Mas Gerald and Miss Annie never had no chillun 'cause she warn't no bearin' 'em on, but dey was both mighty fond of little folks. On Sunday mornin's Mammy used to fix us all up nice and clean and take us up to de big house for Mas Gerald to play wid. Dey was good Christian folks, and tuck de mostest pains to larn us chillun how to live right. Marster used to low as how he had done paid $500 for Cieline, but he sho wouldn't sell her for no price. Everything us needed was raised on dat plantation 'cept cotton. Nary a stalk of cotton was growed dar, but just the same our clothes was made out of cloth dat Miss Tess and my mammy wove out of thread us chillun spun, and Miss Tess tuck a heap of pains makin' up our dresses. Durin' de war everybody had to wear homespun, but dere didn't nobody have no better or prettier dresses den ours, 'cause Miss Des knowed more'n anybody 'bout dyeing cloth. When time come to make up a batch of clothes, Miss Des would say, "Cieline, hold me get up my things for dyeing," and us would fetch dogwood bark, sumac, poison ivy, and sweet gum bark. That poison ivy made the best black of anything us ever tried, and Miss Des could dye the prettiest sort of purple with sweet gum bark. Cow brass was used to keep de colors from fadin', and she knowed so well how to handle it dat you could wash cloth what she had dyed all day long, and it wouldn't fade a speck. Marster was too old to go to de war, so he had to stay home, and he show seed dat us done our wook raisins something to eat. He had us plant all our cleared ground, and I show has done some hard wook down in dem old bottom lands, plowin', hoein', pullin' corn and fodder, and I see even cut cordwood and split rails. Dem was hard times and everybody had to wook. Sometimes Moss Gerald would be away a week at a time when he went to court at Jefferson, and the very last thing he said 'fore he drive off always was, "Cieline, you and de chillun take good care of Miss Des." He most always fetched us new shoes when he come back, 'cause he never kept no shoemaker man on our place, and all our shoes was store-bought. Dey was just brogans with brass toes, but us felt powerful dressed up when us got 'em on, 'specially when dey was new and de brass was bright and shiny. There was 9 of us chillun, 4 boys and 5 gals. Us gals had plain cotton dresses made with long sleeves, and us wore big sunbonnets. What would gals say now if dey had to wear dem sort of clothes and do wook lak what us done? Little boys didn't wear nothin' but long shirts in summertime, but come winter everybody had good warm clothes made out of wool off of Moss Gerald's own sheep, and boys, even little tiny boys, had breeches in winter. Did you ever see folks shear sheep, child? Well, it was a sight in dem days. Marster would tie a sheep on de scaffold, what he had done built for dat job, and den he would have me set on de sheep's head whilst he cut off de wool. He sent it to de factory to have it carded into bats, and us chillun spun de thread at home, and Mammy and Miss Des wove it into cloth for our winter clothes. Nobody warn't fixed up better on church days dan Marster's niggers, and he was sho proud of dat. Us went to church with our white folks 'cause there warn't no colored churches dem days. None of de churches round our part of de country had meetin' every Sunday, so us went to 3 different meetin' houses. On de fust Sunday us went to Captain Crick Baptist Church, to Sandy Crick Presbyterian Church on second Sundays, and on third Sundays meetin' was at Antioch Methodist Church where Marster and Miss Des was members. Dey put me under de watchcure of der church when I was a mighty little gal, 'cause my white folks sho believed in de church and in livin' for God. De larning dat dem 2 good old folks gimme is done stayed right with me all through life, so far, and I aims to live by it to de end. I didn't show 'nuff jine up with no church till I was done growed up and had left Moss Gerald. Den I jined de Cedar Grove Baptist Church and was baptized dar, and dar's whar I belongs yit. Marster was too old to wook when dey sot us free, so for a long time us just stayed dar and run his place for him. I never seed none of dem Yankee sojers but one time. Marster was off in Jefferson, and while I was down at de wash place I seed 'bout 12 men come ridin' over de hill. I was sho skeered, and when I run and told Miss Des, she made us all come inside her house and lock all de doors. Dem Yankee men's just rode on through our yard down to de river and stayed dar a little while. Den dey turned around and rid back through our yard and on down de big road, and us never seed 'em no more. Soon atter dey was sot free niggers started up churches of dey own, and it was some sight to see and hear 'em on meetin' days. Dey would go in big crowds, and sometimes dey would go to meetin's a fur piece off. Dey was all fixed up in der Sunday clothes, and dey walked barfoots with der shoes across der shoulders to keep 'em from gittin' dirty. Just 'fore dey got to de church dey stopped and put on der shoes, and den dey was ready to git together to hear de preacher. Folks don't know nothin' 'bout hard times now, 'specially young folks. Dey is on de gravy train and don't know it, but dey is headed straight for struction and perdition. Dey's gwine to land in dat burnin' fire if dey don't mind what dey's about. Just trust in de Lord, honey, and cast your troubles on him and he'll stay wid you, but if you turns your back on him, den you is lost, plumb gone, just as sho as shelled corn. When us left Moss Gerald and moved nigh Athens, he got a old nigger named Egypt, what had a big family, to live on his place and do all the work. Old Marster didn't last long after us was gone. One night he had done let his farm hands have a big corn shuckin' and had seed dat day had plenty of supper and liquor to go wid it, and, as was the custom dem days, some of dem niggers got old Marster up on dere shoulders and toted him up to de big house, singin' as dey went along. He was just as gay as dey was, and joked de boys. When dey put him down on de big house porch he told old Mrs. he didn't want no supper 'cept a little coffee and bread, and he strangled on de fust bite. Mrs. sont for de doctor but he was too nigh gone, and it warn't long 'fore he had done gone into de glory of de next world. He was 'bout 95 years old when he died, and he had sho been a good man. One of my nieces and her husband went dar atter Mas Gerald died and tuck care of Mrs. till she went home to glory too. Mammy followed old Mrs. to glory in 'bout 3 years. Us was livin' on de Johnson place den, and it warn't long 'fore me and George Kinney got married. A white preacher married us, but us didn't have no weddin' celebration. Us moved to de Joe Langford place in Oconee County, but didn't stay dar but 1 year. Den us moved cross de crick into Clark County, and atter us farmed dar 9 years, us moved on to dis here place whar us has been ever since. Plain old farmin' is the most us has ever done, but George used to make some mighty nice cheers to sell to de white folks. He made 'em out of hickory what he seasoned just right, and put rye split bottoms in 'em. Dem cheers lasted a lifetime. When dey got dirty you just washed 'em good and sot 'em in de sun to dry and dey was good as new. George made and sold a lot of rugs and mats dat he made out of plaited shucks. Most everybody kep a shuck footmat for dere front doors. Dem sun hats made out of shucks and bulrushes was mighty fine to wear in de field when de sun was hot. Not long atter all 10 of our chillun was borned, George died out and left me wid dem 5 boys and 5 gals. Some old witch man conjured me into marrying Jordan Jackson. Dat's the blessed truth, honey. A fortune teller is done told me how it was done. I didn't want to have nothin' to do with Jordan 'cause I knowed he was just a no-count old drinkin' man dat just wanted my land and stuff. When he couldn't get me to pay him no heed hisself, he went to a old conjure man and got him to put a spell on me. Honey, didn't you know dey could do dat back in dem days? I knows dey could, 'cause I never would a run round with no nigger and married him if I hadn't been witched by dat conjure business. De good Lord sho punishes folks for dere sins on dis earth, and dat old man what put dat spell on me died and went down to burnin' hell, and it warn't long den 'fore de spell left me. Right den I showed dat no count Jordan Jackson dat I was a good oman, a powerful sight above him, and dat he warn't gwine to get none of dis land what my chillun's daddy had done left 'em. When I just stood right up to him and showed him he warn't gwine to outwhack me, he up and left me, and I don't even use his name no more 'cause I don't want it in my business no way at all. Jordan's done paid his debt now since he died and went down in dat big old burnin' hell long wid de old witch man dat conjured me for him. Yes, honey, de Lord done put it on record dat dere is sho a burnin' place for torment, and didn't my Marster and Mrs. larn me de same thing? I sho does thank 'em to dis day for de pains dey tuck wid de little nigger gal dat growed up to be me, tryin' to show her de right road to travel. Oh, if I could just see 'em one more time, but dey can look down from de glory land and see dat I see still tryin' to follow de road dat leads to whar dey is, and when I gets to dat good and better world I just knows de good Lord will let dis aged oman be wid her dear Marster and Mrs. all through de time to come. Trust God, honey, and He will lead you home to glory. I see sho enjoyed talkin' to you, and I thanks you for comin'. I see gwine to ax him to take good care of you and let you come back to cheer up old Nicey again. Plantation Life as viewed by an ex-slave Julia Larkin, age 76, 693 Meek Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Miss Grace McCune, Athens. Edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Athens, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7, Augusta, Georgia. Julia's small 3-room cottage is a servant house at the rear of a white family's residence. A gate through an old-fashioned picket fence led into a spacious yard where dense shade from tall pecan trees was particularly inviting after a long walk in the sweltering heat. An aged mulatto woman was seated on the narrow porch. Her straight white hair was arranged in braids, and her faded print dress and enormous checked apron were clean and carefully patched. A pair of dark-colored tennis shoes completed her costume. She arose, tall and erect, to greet her visitor. "Yes, dis here's Julia Larkin," she said with a friendly smile. "Come right in, Chilly, and set here and rest on my nice cool porch. I knows you's tired plumb out. You shouldn't be out walking round in dis hot sun, it ain't good for you. It'll make you have brain fever 'fore you knows it." When asked for the story of her life, Julia replied, "Lordy, Chilly, did you do all dis walkin', hot as it is today, just to hear dis old nigger talk? Well, just let me tell you, dem days back yonder 'fore de war was the happiest time of my whole life. I don't know much 'bout slavery, 'cause I was just a little gal when de war ended. I was born in war times on Mas Peyton Sales plantation, way off down in Lincoln County. My ma was borned and bred right dar on dat same place. Marster bought my daddy and his mammy from Captain Lamar's, and dey tuck de name of Sales atter dey come to live on his place. Mammy's name was Betsy Sales and daddy was named Samuel. Dey was married soon atter Marster fetched daddy dar. Der ain't no tellin' how big Marster's old plantation was. His house set right on top of a high hill. His plantation road circled round dat hill 2 or 3 times gettin' from de big road to de top of de hill. There was a great deep well in de yard whar dey got de water for de big house. Marster's room was upstairs and had steps on de outside dat come down into de yard. On one side of his house was a fine apple orchard, so big dat it went all de way down de hill to de big road. On the other side of the house was a large garden where us raised everything in the way of good vegetables. There was beans, corn, peas, turnips, collards, taters, and onions. Why, they had a big patch of nothin' but onions. Us did love onions. There was always plenty of good meat in Marster's big old smokehouse dat stood close by the well. Marster, he believed in raisin' heaps of meat. He had cows, hogs, goats, and sheep, not to mention his chickens and turkeys. All the cloth for slaves' clothes was made at home. Mammy was one of the cooks up at the big house, and she made cloth too. Daddy was the shoe man. He made the shoes for all the folks on the plantation. The log cabins what the slaves lived in was off a piece from the big house. Dem cabins had rock chimblies, put together with red mud. There warn't no glass in the windows and doors of dem cabins, just plain old homemade wooden shutters and doors. Julia laughed as she told of their beds. Us called them 4-posters, and that's what they was, but they was just plain old pine posties what one of the men on the plantation made up. 2 posties at the head and 2 at the foot with pine rails betwixt them was the way they made dem beds. There warn't no estio-bought steel springs dem days, not even for the white folks. But dem old cord springs went a long ways towards making the beds comfortable and they hoped to hold the bed together. The 4-poster beds the white folks slept on was corded too, but their posties weren't made out of pine. They used oak and walnut and sometimes real mahogany, and they carved them up pretty. Some of dem big old posties to the white folks' beds was 6 inches thick. Slaves all eat up at the big house in dat long old kitchen. I can just see dat kitchen now. It warn't built onto the big house, 'cept it was at the end of a big porch dat went from it to the big house. A great big fireplace was most all the way cross one end of dat kitchen, and it had racks and cranes for the pots and pans and ovens, but just let me tell you, our Marster had a cookstove too. Yes, it was a real show 'nuff iron cookstove. No, it warn't exactly like the stoves us uses now. It was just a long, low stove, without much legs, just flat on top with eyes to cook on. The oven was at the bottom. Mammy and Grandma Mary was mighty proud of dat stove, 'cause there warn't nobody else round dar what had a cookstove, so us was just plumb rich folks. Slaves didn't come to the house for dinner when dey was wookin' a fur piece off in de fields. It was Santam, and dat was what kilt one of my brothers. Whilst it was hot, the cooks would set the bucket of dinner on his head and tell him to run to the field wid it 'fore it got cold. He died with brain fever, and the doctor said it was from tottin' all dem hot vittles on his head. Poor Brudder John, he showed died out, and ever since then I been skeered of gettin' too hot on top of the head. There was 12 of Mammy's chillun in all, countin' little Peter who died out when he was a baby. The other boys was John, Tramer, Samuel, George, and Scott. The only one of my brothers left now is George, leastwise I reckon he's livin' yet. The last count I had of him he was in Chicago, and he must be 'bout 100 years old now. The gals was me and Mary, Merica, Hannah, Betsy, and Emma. For Grandma Mary got too old to do all the cookin', Mammy wooked in de field. Mammy said she always woke up early, and she could hear Marster when he started gettin' up. She would hurry and get out 'fore he had time to call him. Sometimes she cotch her hoss and rid to the field ahead of de others, 'cause Marster never laket for nobody to be late in de mornin'. One time he got atter one of his young slaves out in de field, and told him he was a good mind to have him whupped. Dat night de young nigger was tellin' a old slave 'bout it, and de old man just laughed, and said, "When Marster pesters me dat way I just rise up and cuss him out." Dat young fellow sighed he would try it out, and de next time Marster got atter him dey had a rookers what I ain't never gwine to forgit. Us was all out in de yard at de big house, skeered to get a good breath when us heerd Marster tell him to do some'n, 'cause us knowed what he was manin' to do. He didn't go right ahead and mind Marster like he had allus been used to doin'. Marster called to him again, and den dat fool nigger cut loose and he evermore did cuss Marster out. Lordy chilly, Marster just fairly tucked de hide off dat nigger's back. When he tried to talk to dat old slave 'bout it de old man laughed, and said, "Shucks, I allus waits till I gets to de field to cuss Marster so he won't hear me." Marster didn't have but 2 boys and one of em got kilt in de war. Dat sholy did hurt our good old Marster, but dat was de onliest defense de war made on our place. When it was over and dey said us was free, all de slaves stayed right on wid de Marster. Dat was all dey knowed to do. Marster told them dey could stay on just as long as dey wanted to, and dey was right dar on dat hill till Marster had done died out and gone to glory. Us chillun thought hog killin' time was de best time of all de year. Us would hang round de pots war day was rindin' up de lard and all day us eat dem good old brown skin cracklin's and ash roasted taters. Marster allus kilt from 50 to 60 hogs at a time. It tuck dat much meat to feed all the folks dat had to eat from his kitchen. Little chillun never had nothin' much to do 'cept eat and sleep and play, but now, just let me tell you for show, dere warn't no runnin' round nights like dey does now. Not long 'fore sundown dey give every slave chilly a wooden bowl of buttermilk and cornpone and a wooden spoon to eat it with. Us knowed us had to finish eatin' in time to be in bed by de time it got dark. Our homespun dresses had plain waisties with long skirts gathered on to 'em. In hot weather chillun wore just one piece, dat was a plain slip, but in cold weather us had plenty of good warm clothes. Dey wove cotton and wool together to make warm cloth for our winter clothes and made shoes for us to wear in winter too. Marster evermore did believe in taking good care of his niggers. I can recollect dat 'fore dere was any churches right in our neighborhood, slaves would walk 8 and 10 miles to church. Dey would get up way 'fore dawn on meetin' day, so as to get dar on time. Us wouldn't wear our shoes on dem long walks, but just went barfoots till us got nearly to de meetin' house. I just can 'member dat, for chillun warn't load to try to walk dat for a piece, but us could get up early in de mornin' and see de grown folks start off. Dey was dressed in dere best Sunday go-to-meetin' clothes and dere shoes, all shined up, was tied together and hung over dere shoulders to keep 'em from gettin' dust on 'em. HW in margin, Sunday clothing, men folks had on plain homespun shirts and jeans pants. De jeans what dere pants was made out of was homespun too. Some of de Omans wore homespun dresses, but most of 'em had a calico dress what was saved special for Sunday meetin' wear. Omans wore 2 or 3 petticoats all ruffled and starched till one or dem underskirts would stand by itself. Dey went barfoots with dere shoes hung over dere shoulders, just like de men's, and ev'y Oman pinned up her dress and ev'y one of her petticoats, but one to keep 'em from gettin' muddy. Dresses and underskirts was made long enough to touch de ground dem days. Dey allus went off singin', and us chillun would be wishin' for de time when us would be old enough to wear long dresses with starched petticoats and go to meetin'. Us chillun tried our best to stay wake till dey got home so us could hear 'em talk 'bout de preachin' and singin' and testifyin' for de Lord, and us allus asked how many had done Jean de church dat day. Long 'fore I was old enough to make dat trip on foot, dey built a Baptist church nearby. It was the white folks' church, but dey let dere own niggers join dar too, and how us chillun did love to play round it. No'm, us never broke out no windows or hurt nothin' playin' dar. Us warn't never load to throw no rocks when us was on de church grounds. De church was up on top of a high hill, and at de bottom of dat hill was de creek where de white folks had a fine pool for baptizin'. Dey had wooden steps to go down into it, and a long wooden trough leadin' from de creek to fill up de pool whenever dere was baptizin' to be done. Dey had real sermons in dat church, and folks come from miles around to see dem baptizins. White folks was baptized fust and den de niggers. When de time come for to baptize dem niggers, you could hear 'em singin' and shoutin' a long ways off. It just don't seem lak folks has the same sort of 'ligion now dey had dem days, 'specially when somebody dies. Den de neighbors all went to de house where de corpse was and sung and prayed wid de fambly. De coffins had to be made atter folks was done dead. Dey measured de corpse and made de coffin accordingly. Most of 'em was made out of plain pine wood, lined with black calico, and sometimes dey painted 'em black on de outside. Dey didn't have no bombers on de plantation, so dey couldn't keep dead folks out long. Dey had to bury 'em de very next day atter dey died. Dey put de corpse in one wagon and de fambly rode in another, but all de other folks walked to de graveyard. When dey put de coffin in de grave, dey didn't have no separate box to place it in, but dey did lay planks cross de top of it 'fore de dirt was put in. De preacher said a prayer and de folks sung harps from de tomb . Maybe several months later dey would have de funeral preached some Sunday. Us had all sorts of big doin's at harvest time. Dere was corn shuckin's, lagrolin's, syrup makin's, and cotton pickin's. Dey took time about from one big plantation to another. Every place wore dey was goin' to celebrate took time off to cook up a lot of tasty eatments, specially to barbecue plenty of good meat. De marsters at dem defunt places allus see dat dere was plenty of liquor passed round, and when de wook was done and de niggers eat all dey wanted, dey danced and played most all night. What us chillun liked most 'bout it was de eatin'. What I 'member best of all is de good old corn risin' light bread. Did you ever see any of it, Chilly? Why, my mammy and Grandma Mary could bake dat bread so good it would just melt in your mouth. Mammy died whilst I was still little and Daddy married again. I guess his second wife had a time wid all of us chillun. She tried to be good to us, but I was skeered of her for a long time after she come to our cabin. She larned me how to make my dresses, and de fust one I made all by myself was a long sight too big for me. I tried it on and was plumb sick 'bout it bein' so big. Den she said, "Never mind, you'll grow to it. Let me tell you, I got dat dress off in a hurry 'cause I was most skeered to death for fear dat if I kept it on it would grow to my skin lak I thought she meant." HW in margin. Humor. I never put dat dress on no more for a long time, and dat was atter I found out dat she just meant dat my dress would fit me atter I had growed a little more. All us chillun used to pick cotton for Marster, and he bought all our clothes and shoes. One day he told me and Mary dat us could go to de store and get us a pair of shoes apiece. Course us knowed what kind of shoes he meant for us to get, but Mary wanted a fine pair of Sunday shoes and dat's what she picked out and tuck home. Me, I got brass-toed brogans lak Marster meant for us to get. 'Bout halfway home Mary put on her shoes and walked to de big house in M. When Marster seed 'em he was sho mad as a hornet, but it was too late to take 'em back to de store atter de shoes had done been wore and was all scratched up. Marster fussed, "Blast your hide, I'm a good mind to thrash you to death." Mary stood dar shakin' and tremblin', but dat's all Marster ever said to her 'bout it. Us heerd him tell Miss S dat gal Mary was a right smart nigger. Marster had a great big old bull dat was mighty mean. He had real long horns, and he could lift de fence railin's down one by one and turn all de cows out. Every time he got out he would fight us chillun, so Marster had to keep him fastened up in de stable. One day when us wanted to play in de stable, us turned old Camel, dat was de bull, out in de pasture. He tucked down rails enough wid his horns to let de cows in Marster's fine jardin and dey eat it all up. Marster was wuss dan mad dat time, but us hid in de barn under some hay till he went to bed. Next mornin' he called us all up to get our whuppin', but us cried and said us wouldn't never do it no more, so our good old Marster let us off dat time. Lak I done said before, I stayed on dar till Marster died, den I married Matthew Hartsfield. Lordy, chilly, us didn't have no weddin'. I had on a new calico dress and Matthew wore some new blue jeans breeches. The Reverend Hargrove, the white folks preacher, married us and nobody didn't know nothin' 'bout it till it was all over. Us went to Oglethorpe County and lived dar 19 years 'fore Matthew died. I wooked wid white folks dar till I married up wid Ben Larkin and us come on here to Athens to live. I have done some wook for most all the white folks round here. Ben's grandpappy was a miller on Potts Creek, nigh Stevens, and sometimes Ben used to have to go help him out wid de wook, atter he got old and feeble. Dey's all gone now and 'cept for some nieces, I'm left all alone. I can still mind de chillun and even do a little wook. For dat I do give thanks to de good Lord, dat he keeps me able to do some wook. Goodbye, Chilly, said Julia, when her visitor arose to leave. You must be more careful 'bout walkin' round when de sun is too hot. It'll make you sick show. Folks just don't know how to take the right sort of care of deyselves dese days. H.W. Dist 5X Slave Number 67 E.F. Driscoll December 31st, 36, H.W. George Lewis, date stamp, May 2. Mr. George Lewis was born in Pensacola, Florida December 17, 1849. In addition to himself and his parents, Sophie and Charles Lewis, there were 13 other children, 2 of whom were girls. Mr. Lewis, Geo, was the third eldest child. Although married, Mr. Lewis' parents belonged to different owners. However, Dr. Brosenhan often allowed his servant to visit his wife on the plantation of her owner, Mrs. Caroline Bright. In regard to work, all of the members of the Lewis clan fared very well. The father, who belonged to Dr. Brosenhan, was a skilled shipbuilder, and he was permitted to hire himself out to those needing his services. He was also allowed to hire, H.W., out, those children belonging to him who were old enough to work. He was only required to pay his master and the mistress of his children a certain % of his earnings. On the Bright plantation, Mrs. Lewis served as maid, and as part of her duties she had to help with the cooking. Mr. Lewis and his brothers and sisters were never required to do very much work. Most of their time was spent in playing around in the yard of the big house. In answer to a query concerning the work requirements of the other slaves on this particular plantation, Mr. Lewis replied, "De sun would never catch dem at de house. By de time it was up dey had done got to de fiel, not jes' gwine. I've known men to have to wait till it was bright enough to see how to plow without kivering the plants up. Dey left so early in de mornings dat breakfast had to be sent to dem in de fiel. De chillun was de ones who carried de meals dere. Dis was de first job dat I had. All de pails was put on a long stick and somebody hold to each end of de stick. If de fiel hands was too far away from de house at dinner time, it was sent to dem de same as de breakfast." All of the slaves on the plantation were awakened each morning by a bugle, or a horn which was blown by the overseer. The same overseer gave the signal for dinner hour by blowing on the same horn. All were usually given 1 hour for dinner. None had to do any work after leaving the fields unless it happened to be personal work. No work other than the caring for the stock was required on Sundays. A few years before the Civil War, Mrs. Bright married a Dr. Bennett Farrell and moved to his home in Georgia, Troup County. Mr. Lewis states that he and his fellow slaves always had pretty fair food. Before they moved to Georgia, the rations were issued daily, and for the most part an issue consisted of vegetables, rice, beans, meat, pork, all kinds of fish and grits, etc. "We got good clothes too," says Mr. Lewis. "All of 'em was bought. All de chillun wore a long shirt until dey was too big, and den dey was given pants and dresses. De shoes was made out of red leather and was called brogans. After we moved to Georgia, our new marster bought de cloth and had all de clothes made on de plantation. De food was pretty fair here too. We got corn bread and biscuits sometimes, and it was sometimes too, bacon, milk, All kinds of vegetables and seacha stuff like dat. The flour dat we made de biscuits out of was the third-grade shorts. The food on Sunday was almost identical with that eaten during the week. However, those who desired to were allowed to hunt as much as they pleased at night. They were not permitted to carry guns, and so when the game was treed, the tree had to be cut down in order to get it. It was in this way that the family larder was increased. All in all, says Mr. Lewis, we got everything we wanted except there was no money comin' for our work and we couldn't go off the place unless we asked. If you was caught off your plantation without a permit from Mars to the paddy rollers whupped you and sent you home. The slaves' living quarters were located in the rear of the big house. This was true of the plantation located in Pensacola as well as the one in Georgia. All were made of logs and, according to Mr. Lewis, all were substantially built. Wooden pegs were used in the place of nails and the cracks left in the walls were sealed with mud and sticks. These cabins were very comfortable and only one family was allowed to a cabin. All floors were of wood. The only furnishings were the beds and one or two benches or bales which served as chairs. In some respects these beds resembled a scaffold nailed to the side of a house. Others were made of heavy wood and had 4 legs to stand upon. For the most part, however, one end of the bed was nailed to the wall. The mattresses were made out of any kind of material that a slave could secure, burlap sacks, Ausenberg, etc. After a large bag had been made with this material, it was stuffed with straw. Heavy cord running from side to side was used for the bed springs. The end of the cord was tied to a handle at the end of the bed. This permitted the occupant to tighten the cord when it became loosened. A few cooking utensils completed the furnishings. All illumination was secured by means of the door and the open fireplace. All of the slaves on the plantation were permitted to frolic whenever they wanted to and for as long a time as they wanted to. The master gave them all of the whiskey that they desired. One of the main times for a frolic was during a corn shucking. At each frolic there was dancing, fiddling, and eating. The next morning, however, all had to be prepared to report as usual to the fields. All were required to attend church each Sunday. The same church was used by the slave owners and their slaves. The owners attended church in the morning at 11 o'clock and the slaves attended at 3 o'clock. A white minister did all of the preaching. The biggest sermon he preached, says Mr. Lewis, was to read the Bible and then tell us to be smart and not to steal chickens, eggs, and butter from our masters. All baptizing was done by this self-same minister. When a couple wished to marry, the man secured the permission of his intended wife's owner, and if he consented, a broom was placed on the floor and the couple jumped over it, and were then pronounced man and wife. There was not a great deal of whipping on the plantation of Dr. Farrell, but at such times all whippings were administered by one of the overseers employed on the plantation. Mr. Lewis himself was only whipped once and then by the doctor. This was just a few days before the slaves were freed. Mr. Lewis says that the doctor came to the field one morning and called him. He told him that they were going to be freed, but that before he did free him he was going to let him see what it was like to be whipped by a white man, and he proceeded to paddle him with a white oak paddle. When there was serious illness, the slaves had the attention of Dr. Farrell. On other occasions the old remedy of castor oil and turpentine was administered. There was very little sickness then, according to Mr. Lewis. Most every family kept a large pot of bitters, a mixture of whiskey and tree barks, and each morning every member of the family took a drink from this bucket. This supposedly prevented illness. When the war broke out, Mr. Lewis says that he often heard the old folks whispering among themselves at night. Several times he saw the northern troops as well as the southern troops, but he doesn't know whether they were going or coming from the scene of the fighting. Dr. Farrell joined the army, but on 3 different occasions he deserted. Before going to war, Dr. Farrell called Mr. Lewis to him, and after giving him his favorite horse gave him the following charge: "Don't let the Yankees get him." Every morning Mr. Lewis would take the horse to the woods where he hid with him all day. On several occasions Dr. Farrell slipped back to his home to see if the horse was being properly cared for. All of the other valuables belonging to the Farrells were hidden also. All of the slaves on the plantation were glad when they were told that they were free, but there was no big demonstration as they were somewhat afraid of what the master might do. Some of them remained on the plantation while others of them left as soon as they were told that they were free. Several months after freedom was declared, Mr. Lewis' father was able to join his family, which he had not seen since they had moved to Georgia. When asked his opinion of slavery and of freedom, Mr. Lewis said that he would rather be free because to a certain degree he is able to do as he pleases. On the other hand, he did not have to worry about food and shelter as a slave as he has to do now at times. Interview with Miriam McCommons, age 76, 164 Augusta Avenue, Athens, Georgia. Written by Miss Grace McCune, research worker, Athens, Georgia. Edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Athens. John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Augusta, Georgia. Date stamp, April 29, 1938. It was a bright sunny day when the interviewer stopped at the home of Aunt Mary, as she is called, and found her tending her old-fashioned flower garden. The old negress was tired, and while resting she talked of days long past, and of how things have changed since she was a little gal. My pa was William Young, and he belonged to old Moss Wiley Young and later to young Moss Mac Young, a son of old Marster. Pa was born in 1841, and he died in 1918. Ma was Lula Lumpkin, and she belonged to Moss Jack Lumpkin. I forgets the year, but she was just 38 years old when she died. Ma's young misties was Miss Miriam Lumpkin, and she was sho good ter my ma. I members 'cause I seed her lots of times. She married Moss William Nichols, and she ain't been dead many years. I was born at Stevens, Georgia, in 1862 at 7 o'clock in de mornin' on de 27th day of April. Yassum, I got here in time for breakfast. Dey named me Miriam Young. When I was 'bout 8 years old, us moved on de Bowling Green Road dat runs to Lexington, Georgia. Us stayed dar till I was 'bout 10 years old, den us moved to de old Hutchins place. I wucked in de field wid my pa till I was 'bout 11 years old. Den ma put me out to wook. I wucked for $25 a year and my shoelin. Den I nuss for Mas George Rice in Hutchins, Georgia. I think Mas George and his twin sister stays in Lexington now. When I was 12 I went to wook for Mas John I. Calloway. Ma hired me for de same pay, $25 a year and my shoelin. Mrs. Calloway's show was good to me. Sha larnt me my books, readin' and writin', and sewin', knittin', and crochetin'. I still got some of de wook dat she larnt me to do. At this point Aunt Mary proudly displayed a number of articles that she had crocheted and knitted. All were fashioned after old patterns and showed fine workmanship. Misty's larnt me to be neat and clean in everything I done, and I would walk long de road ain't-it and never miss a stitch. I just bet none of dese young folkses nowadays could do dat. Dey show don't do no wook, just run round all the time, day and night. I don't know what'll come of them, lessen dey change their ways. Whilst I was still nussin' Mrs. Little Gal and baby boy, dey went down to Buffalo Creek to stay, and dey give me a pretty gray mare. She was all mine and her name was Lucy. I tucked a chillun to ride every day, and down at de crick, I pulled off dey's CLOS and baptized them in de water. I would wade out in de crick wid em, and say, I baptizes you in de name of de Fader and de Son and de Holy Ghost. Den I would souse em under de water. I didn't know nobody was seein' me, but one mornin' Mrs. asked me 'bout it, and I thought she mought be mad, but she just laughed and said dat hit mought be good for em, 'cause she spec dey needed baptizin', but to be keerful, for just on t'other side of de rock was a hole dat didn't have no bottom. There was just two things on de place that I was 'fraid of, and one was de big registered bull dat Marster had paid so much money for. He sho was bad, and when he got out, us all stayed in de house till dey cotched him. Marster had a big black stallion dat cost lots of money. He was bad too, but Marster kept him shut up most of de time. De wust I ever was skeert was de time I was tucking de baby to ride horseback. When one of de nigger boys on de place started off on Marster's horse, my mare started runnin' and I couldn't stop her. She run plumb away wid me, and when de boy cotched us, I was holdin' de baby wid one hand and de saddle wid t'other. I sho did have a big time once when us went to Atlanta. De place whar us stayed was 'bout 4 miles out, whar Kirkwood is now, and it belonged to Mrs. Robert A. Austin. She was a widow man. She had a gal named Mary and us chillun used to play together. It was a pretty place with great big yards, and the most flowers. Us used to go into Atlanta on the 6 o'clock commodation, and come home on the 2 o'clock commodation, but everything's changed now. At the Callaway place us colored folks had big suppers and all-day dinners, with plenty to eat, chicken, turkey, and possum, and all the hogs us wanted. But dear warn't no dancin' or fightin', 'cause old Mrs. Show didn't low dat. I married when I was 17. I didn't have no weddin'. I was just married by the preacher to Albert McCommons at Hutchins. Us stayed at Stevens 'bout 1 year after us married and den come to Athens, where I stays now. I ain't never had but 2 chillun. They was twins, one died, but my boy is wid me now. I used to nuss Miss Caroline Davis, and she done got married and left here, but I still hears from her. She done married one of dem northern men's, Mr. Hope. I 'members one time whilst they was visitin' I stayed wid 'em to nuss their baby. One of Mr. Hope's friends from New York was wid 'em. When they got to the train to go home, Miss Caroline kissed me goodbye and the Yankee didn't know what to say. Miss Caroline say the Yankees low dat southern folks are mean to us niggers and just beat us all the time. They just don't know 'cause my white folkses was all good to me, and I loves them all. As the interviewer left, Aunt Mary followed her into the yard asking for a return visit and promising to tell more about my good white folkses. Plantation Life as Viewed by Ed McCree, age 76, 543, Reese Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Sadie B. Hornsby, H.W. White, Athens. Edited by Sarah H. Hall, Athens. Layla Harris, Augusta, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7. Ed McCree's home was pointed out by a little albino Negro girl about 10 years old. The small front yard was gay with snapdragons, tiger lilies, dahlias, and other colorful flowers, and the 2-story frame house, painted gray with white trimmings, seemed to be in far better repair than the average Negro residence. Chewing on a cud of tobacco, Ed answered the knock on his front door. "Good evenin', lady," he said. "Have a cheer on the porch where it's cool." Ed is about 5 feet, 6 inches in height, and on this afternoon he was wearing a blue striped shirt, black vest, gray pants, and black shoes. His gray hair was topped by a soiled gray hat. Net, his wife, came hobbling out on the porch and sat down to listen to the conversation. At first the old man was reluctant to talk of his childhood experiences, but his interest was aroused by questioning and soon he began to eagerly volunteer his memories. He had just had his noon meal and now and then would doze a little, but was easily aroused when questions called him back to the subject. "I was born in Oconee County," he said, "just below Watkinsville. My ma and pa was Louisa and Henry McCree, but old Mars ter called Pa Sherm for short. Far as I ever heerd, my ma and pa was born and brung up right dar in Oconee County. There was 6 of us chillun, Silas, Lumpkin, Benny, Lucy, Babe, and me. Babe, she was born a long time atter de war. Little niggers, what was too young to work in de fields, toted water to de field hands and waited on de old omans what was too old to work in de craps. Dem old omans looked atter de babies and piddled round de yards. Slave quarters was lots of log cabins wid chimneys of criss-cross sticks and mud. Poor white folks lived in houses lak dat too. Our bed was made wid high posties and had cords, what run every which away, for springs. Course they had to be wound tight to keep dem beds from fallin' down when you tried to get in 'em. For mattresses, de omans put wheat straw and ticks made out of coarse cloth wove right dar on de plantation, and de pillows was made de same way. Ol' Miss, she let her special favorite niggers, what wooked up at de big house, have feather mattresses and pillows. Dem other niggers shined dey eyes over dat, but dere warn't nothin' dey could do 'bout it 'cept slip round and cut dem feather beds and pillows open just to see de feathers fly. Kiver was lowinst out every year to de ones what needed it most. In dat way dere was allus good kiver for everybody. Grandma Liza belonged to Mas Calvin Johnson long 'fore Mas John McCree bide her. She was cook at de big house. Grandpa Charlie, he belonged to Mas Charlie Hardin, but atter him and Grandma married, she still went by de name of McCree. Lawdy, miss, who ever heerd of folks payin' slaves to work? Leastwise, I never knowed 'bout none of 'em on our place gettin' money for what dey done. Course dey give us plenty of somethin' to eat and clothes to wear, and den dey made us keep a humpin' it. I does 'member seein' dem paper nickels, dimes, and quarters what us chillun played wid atta de war. Us used to pretend us was rich wid all dat old money what warn't no good den. 'Bout dem eatments, miss, it was lek dis. Dere warn't no fancy vills lak us thinks us got to have now, but what dere was plenty of. Most times dere was poke salad, turnip greens, old blue head collards, cabbages, peas, and taters by de wholesale for de slaves to eat, and onct a week dey rationed us out wheat bread, syrup, brown sugar, and ginger cakes. What dey give chillun de most of was pot liquor poured over cornbread crumbs in a long trough. For fresh meat, outside of killin' a shote, a lamb, or a kid now and den, slaves was load to go huntin' a right smart, and dey fotch in a good many tickles, turtles, possums, rabbits, and fish. Folks didn't know what iron cookstoves was dem days. Leastwise, our white folks didn't have none of 'em. All our cookin' was done in open fireplaces in big old pots and pans. Dey had thick iron skillets wid heavy lids on 'em, and dey could bake and fry too in dem skillets. De meats, cornbread, biscuits, and cakes what was cooked in dem old skillets was sho mighty good. De cotton, flax, and wool what our clothes was made out of was growed, spun, wove, and sewed right dar on our plantation. Mas John had a reg'lar seamster what didn't do nothin' else but sew. Summertime us chillun wore shirts what looked lak nightgowns. You just pulled one of dem slips over your haid and went on 'cause you was done dressed for de whole week, day and night. Wintertime our clothes was a heap better. Dey give us thick jeans pants, heavy shirts, and brogan shoes wid brass toes. Summertime us all went barefoots. Old Mars Sir John McCree was sho a good white man, I just tells you de truff, 'cause I ain't in for tellin' nothin' else. I done just plumb forgot ol' Miss Fuss' name, and I can't get up de chillun's names no way. I didn't play round wid 'em much nohow. Dey was just little young chillun den anyhow. Dey lived in a big old plank house, nothin' fine 'bout it. I 'members de heavy timbers was mortised together and de other lumber was put on wood pegs, dere warn't no nails 'bout it. Dat's all I recollects 'bout dat dere house right now. It was just a common house, I'd say. Dere was 1,000 or more acres in dat old plantation. It sho was a big piece of land, and it was plumb full of niggers. I couldn't say how many, 'cause I done forgot. You could hear dat bugle de overseer blowed to wake up de slaves for miles and miles. He got 'em up long 'fore sunup and wooked 'em in de fields long as dey could see how to wook. Don't talk 'bout dat overseer whuppin' niggers. He beat on 'em for most anything. What would dey need no jail for wid dat old overseer a comin' down on 'em wid dat rawhide bull whup? If dey got any larnin', it was at night. Dere warn't no schooloos or no church on dat plantation for niggers. Slaves had to get a pass when dey wanted to go to church. Sometimes the white preacher preached to de niggers, but most of de time a nigger wid a good wit done de preachin'. Dat nigger, he sho couldn't read nary a word out of de Bible. At de baptisms was when de nigger boys shined up to de gals. Dey dammed up de crick to make de water deep enough to duck 'em under good, and durin' de service dey sung, _it's the good old time religion _. When folks died den, niggers for miles and miles around went to de funeral. Nowadays dey got to know you mighty well if dey bothers to go at all. Dem days folks was buried in homemade coffins. Some of dem coffins was painted and lined wid cloth and some warn't. De onliest song I recollects 'em singin' at buryin's was, _am I born to lay dis body down _? Dey didn't dig graves lak dey does now. Dey just dug straight down to 'bout 5 feet, den dey cut a vault to fit de coffin in de side of de grave. Dey didn't put no boards or nothin' over de coffins to keep de dirt off. 'Bout dem patrollers. Well, you knowed if dey cotched you out widout no pass, dey was gwine to beat your back most off and send you on home. One night my pa lowed he would go to see his gal. All right, he went. When he got back, his cabin door was fastened hard and fast. He was climbin' in de window when de patrollers got to him. Dey lowed, "Nigger, is you got a pass?" Pa said, "No, sir." Den dey said, "Us can't beat you 'cause you done got home on your marster's place, but us is sho gwine to tell your marster to whup your hide off. But old marster never touched him for dat. Atter dey come in from de fields, dem niggers eat dere supper, went to dere cabins, sot down and rested a little while, and den dey drap down on de beds to sleep. Dey didn't wook none Saday atter dinner in de fields. Dat was wash day for slave omans. De mens done fust one thing and den another. Dey clent up de yards, chopped wood, mended de harness, sharpened plow points, and things lak dat Saday nights. Old Mars to give de young folks passes so dey could go from one place to another a dancin' and a frolickin' and havin' a big time gen li. Dey done most anything dey wanted to on Sundays, so long as dey behaved deselfs and had dere passes handy to show if de patrollers bothered em. Yes, some slaves sho looked forward to Christmas times. There was such extra good eatin's dat week and so much of em. Old Marster had em kill a plenty of shoats, lambs, kids, cows, and turkeys for fresh meat. De omans up at de big house was busy for a week ahead cookin' peach puffs, tater custards, and plenty of cakes sweetened with brown sugar and syrup. There was plenty of homemade candy for de chillin'. Santa Claus and late apples and peaches had done been saved and banked in wheat straw to keep em good till Christmas. Watermelons was packed away in cottonseed, and when dey cut em open on Christmas Day, dey eat lak fresh melons in July. Us had a high old time for a week, and den on New Year's Day dey started back to wook. Come winter, de mens had big corn shuckins and dere was quiltins for de omans. There was a row of corn to be shucked as long as from here to Milledge Avenue. Old Marster put a gang of niggers at each end of de row, and it was a hot race tween dem gangs to see which could get to de middle fust. There was always a big feast waitin' for em when de last ear of corn was shucked. 'Bout dem quiltins. Now, lady, what would a old nigger man know 'bout somethin' dat didn't nothin' but omans have nothin' to do wid? Dem cotton pickin's was grand times. Dey picked cotton in de moonlight and den had a big feast of barbecued beef, mutton, and pork washed down with plenty of good whiskey. Atter de feast was over, some of dem niggers played fiddles and picked banjos for de others to dance down till day was wore out. When slaves got sick, our white folks was mighty good 'bout havin' em cured for. Dey dosed em up with oil and turpentine and give em teas made out of horehound for some misrise and boneset for other troubles. Most all the slaves wore a sack of asafoetida round dere necks all the time to keep em from gettin' sick. It was a happy day for us slaves when news come dat de war was over and de white folks had to turn us loose. Marster called his niggers to come up to de big house yard, but I never stayed round to see what he had to say. I run round dat place a shoutin' to de top of my voice. My folks stayed on with old Marster for about a year or more. If us had left, it would have been just lak swappin' places from de fryin' pan to de fire, 'cause niggers didn't have no money to buy no land wid for a long time atter de war. Schools was soon scattered 'bout by dem Yankees what had done sot us free. I warn't big enough den to do nothin' much 'cept tote water to de field and chop a little cotton. Me and Nettie Freeman married a long time atter de war. At our weddin' I wore a pair of brown jeans pants, white shirt, white vest, and a cutaway coat. Nettie wore a black silk dress what she had done bought from Miss Blanche Rutherford. 'Pears lak to me it had a overskirt of blue what was scalloped round de bottom. At this point Nettie, who had been an interested listener, was delighted. She broke into the conversation with, "Ed, you sho did take in dat dress and you ain't forgot it yit." "You is right 'bout dat, honey," he smilingly replied. "I sho ain't and I never will forget how you looked dat day. Miss Blanche give me a pair of white silk gloves to wear with dat dress," mused Nettie. "Us didn't have no show nuff wed in," continued Addition. "Us just went off to de preacher man's house and got married up together. I sho is glad my net is still a livin', even if she is down with de rheumatiz." "I'm glad I'm livin' too," Nettie said with a chuckle. Ed ignored the question as to the number of their children, and Nettie made no attempt to take further part in the conversation. There is a deep-seated idea prevalent among old people of this type that if the government folks learn that they have able-bodied children, their pensions and relief allowances will be discontinued. Soon Ed was willing to talk again. "Yes, some," he said. "I sho had Ruther be free. I don't never want to be a slave no more." Now if me and Net wants to, us can set around and not fix and eat but one meal all day long. If us don't want to do dat, us can do just whatsomever us pleases. Den us had to wook whether us laket it or not. Lordy miss, I ain't never jeaned up with no church. I ain't got no reason why, only I just ain't never had no urge from inside of me to jine. Course, you know, everybody ought to listen to the services in the church and live right, and den they wouldn't be so skeered to die. Miss, ain't you through asking me questions yit? I is so sleepy, and I don't know no more to tell you. Goodbye. H.W. DIST1 ex-slave number 68, ex-slave interview, Lucy McCullough, age 79 by Sarah H. Hall, Athens, Georgia, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Tr. This first half of this interview was edited by hand to change many sounds to for example, der to da, tur to ta, as a single word, or was also changed to a dot. Does I remember 'bout wartime, and dem days fo de war? Yassam, I show does. I belong to Moss Ned Carter in Walton County. What I members mos is da liest beaten I ebier got fum de overseer on Moss Ned's place. De hogs was dyin' maughty bad wid cholry, and Moss Ned had his mens drag evy dead hog off in de woods and bun em up ter keep de cholry fum spreadin' monst de udder hogs. De mens was keerless 'bout de fire, and fo long de woods was on fire, and de way dat fire spreadin' dem dry grapevines in de woods mek it peer lack jedgment day to us chillins. Us run 'bout de woods lookin' at de mens fight de fire, and every time we see a new place ablaze we run dis way and dat way. 12 fust thing us knows, we is plumb off Moss Ned's plantation, and us don't rightly know whar us is. Us play roon in de woods and arter while Moss Ned's overseer come find us, and he druv us back to de big house yard and give every one uv us a good beatin'. Our show was black and blue, and I nebba did fidget and run often Moss Ned's lawn no mo lesson I had a pass. My mammy, she was cook at de big house, and I was raised da in de kitchen and de backyard at de big house. I was to be a maid fair de ladies in de big house. De house servants hold that day is a step better den de field niggers. House servants was nigger quality folks. I mused not a been mo in the fo years old when Miss Millie come out in de kitchen one day, and jin to scold my mammy 'bout de sorry way mammy done clean de chitlins. I never heard nobody fuss et my mammy befo. Little easy I was, I swell up and rar back, and I says to Miss Millie, "Don't you know mammy is boss at dis higher kitchen? You cyan come a fussin' in higher." Miss Millie she just laugh, but mammy grab a switch and gin ticklin' my legs, but Miss Millie mek her quit it. Who was Miss Millie? Why, she was Moss Ned's wife. Whilst Moss Ned was way at de war, bad soldier men's come though de country. Miss Millie done higher tell day was on de way, and she had de men's haul all Moss Ned's cotton off in de woods and hide it. De wagons was piled up high wid cotton, and de ground was soft atter de rain. De wagons left deep ruts in de ground, but none us folks on de plantation pay no heed ter dem ruts. When de soldier men's come, dey see dem ruts and trail em right out dar in de woods ter de cotton. Den dey sot fire ter de cotton and bun it all up. Dey come back ter de big house and take all de sweet milk in de dairy house, and help themselves ter everything in de smoke houses. Den dey pick out de strongs of Moss Ned's slave mens and take em way wid em. Dey take every good horse Moss Ned had on de plantation. No ma'am, dey died and bun nuffin seppin de cotton. Us was mo skeerder paterollers den anything else. Paterollers died in bother folks much, lessen dey caught em often dar marsters plantations and dey died and had no pass. One night and during de war, de paterollers come to our cabin, and I scrooged down under de kiver in de bed. De pateroller man though de kiver often my face, and he see me blong dar, and he let me be, but I was skeered plumb ter death. Courtin' folks got catched and beat up by de paterollers mo den anybody else, Kazan day was allus slip pen out fair ter meet one another at night. When folks dat lived on defunt plantations, and blong ter defunt marsters wanted to get married, dey had ter ax both dar marsters fuss. Den effin dar marsters gree on it, dey let em marry. De man's marster ud give de man er pass so he could go see his wife et night. but he should better be back on his own master's farm when de bell ring every morning. De chillens ud belong ter de mars ter dat own de oman. Black folks was heaps smarter den dey is now. Dem days de omans knowed how ter sired, and spin, and weave de cloth, and dey made de close. De mens know how ter mek shoes ter wear den. Black folks died in hev ter go coal or hungry den, cause dey marsters made em wook and grow good crops, and den der marsters fed em plenty and tuck kier uvm. Black folks was better folks den dey is now. Dey knowed dey had ter be good or dey got beat. De gals dey didn't show der legs lak dey do now. Cloth had ter be made den, and hit was er heap mo trouble ter mek er yad er cloth den it is ter buy it now, but omans and gals, dey stayed kivered up better den. Why, I 'member one time my mammy seed me comin' close de yard and she say my dress too short. She tuck it often me, and rip out de hem, and revel at de aig er little, and den fust thing I knows, she got dat dress tail on ter de loom, and we've more cloth on hit, twell it long enough, lak she want it. Long 'bout dat time dey was killin' hogs on de plantation, and it was a mighty cold day. Miss Millie, she tell me fair ter tote dis quart er brandy out dar fair ter warm up de mens dat was a wuckin' in de cold wind. Long de way, I keep her sippin' dat brandy, and time I got ter de hog killin' place I was crazy drunk and tryin' ter sing. Dat time to no overseer beat me. Dem slave mens beat me den fo drinkin' dat liquor. Ma folks stayed on and wucked fo moss Ned long atter de war. When I was mos grown my family moved ter Logansville. No, ma'am, I ain't never been so free and happy yes when I died in hev ter worry 'bout where de vittles and close gwine come from, and all I had ter do was wook every day lak ma white folks told me. H.W. Dist. 5, Driscoll, ex-slave number 69, Amanda McDaniel, 80 years old ex-slave, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Among these few remaining persons who have lived long enough to tell of some of their experiences during the reign of King's slavery in the United States is one Mrs. Amanda McDaniel. As she sat on the porch in the glare of the warm October sun, she presented a perfect picture of the old Negro mammy commonly seen during the days of slavery. She smiled as she expectorated a large amount of the snuff she was chewing and began her story in the following manner. I was born in Watsonville, Georgia in 1850. My mother's name was Matilda Hale and my father was Gilbert Whitlew. My mother and father belonged to different masters, but the plantations that they lived on were near each other, and so my father was allowed to visit us often. My mother had two other girls who were my half-sisters. You see, my mother was sold to the speculator in Virginia and brought to Georgia where she was sold to Mr. Hale, who was our master until freedom was declared. When she was sold to the speculator, the two girls who were my half-sisters had to be sold with her because they were too young to be separated from their mother. My father, Gilbert Whitlew, was my mother's second husband. Mr. Hale, our master, was not rich like some of the other planters in the community. His plantation was a small one, and he only had 8 servants who were all women. He wasn't able to hire an overseer, and all of the heavy work such as the plowing was done by his sons. Mrs. Hale did all of her own cooking and that of the slaves too. In all, Mr. Hale had 11 children. I had to nurse 3 of them before I was old enough to go to the field to work. When asked to tell about the kind of work the slaves had to do, Mrs. McDaniel said, "Our folks had to get up at 4 o'clock every morning and feed the stock first. By the time it was light enough to see, they had to be in the fields where they hoed the cotton and the corn as well as the other crops. Between 10 and 11 o'clock everybody left the field and went to the house where they worked until it was too dark to see. My first job was to take breakfast to those working in the fields. I used buckets for this. Besides this, I had to drive the cows to and from the pasture. The rest of the day was spent in taking care of Mrs. Hale's young children. After a few years of this, I was sent to the fields where I planted peas, corn, etc. I also had to pick cotton when that time came, but I never had to hoe and do the heavy work like my mother and sisters did. According to Mrs. McDaniel, they were seldom required to work at night after they had left the fields, but when such occasions did arise, they were usually in the form of spinning thread and weaving cloth. During the winter months, this was the only type of work that they did. On days when the weather was too bad for work out of doors, they shelled the corn and peas and did other minor types of work not requiring too much exposure. Nobody had to work on Saturday afternoons or on Sundays. It was on Saturdays or at night that the slaves had the chance to do their own work, such as the repairing of clothing, etc. On the Hale plantation, clothing was issued 2 times each year, once at the beginning of summer and again at the beginning of the winter season. On this first issue, all were given striped dresses made of cotton material. These dresses were for wear during the week, while dresses made of white muslin were given for Sunday wear. The dye which was necessary in order to color those clothes worn during the week was made by boiling red dirt or the bark of trees in water. Sometimes the indigo berry was also used. The winter issue consisted of dresses made of woolen material. The socks and stockings were all knitted. All of this wearing apparel was made by Mrs. Hale. The shoes that these women slaves wore were made in the nearby town at a place known as the Tan Yards. These shoes were called brogans, and they were very crude in construction, having been made of very stiff leather. None of the clothing that was worn on this plantation was bought, as everything necessary for the manufacture of clothing was available on the premises. As has been previously stated, Mrs. Hale did all of the cooking on the plantation, with the possible exception of Sundays, when the slaves cooked for themselves. During the week their diet usually consisted of corn bread, fat meat, vegetables, milk, and pot liquor. The food that they ate on Sunday was practically the same. All the food that they ate was produced in the master's garden, and there was a sufficient amount for everyone at all times. There were 2 one-room log cabins in the rear of the master's house. These cabins were dedicated to slave use. Mrs. McDaniel says, "The floors were made of heavy wooden planks. At one end of the cabin was the chimney, which was made out of dried mud, sticks, and dirt. On the side of the cabin opposite the door there was a window where we got a little air and a little light. Our beds were made out of the same kind of wood that the floors were, and we called them bed stilts. Slats were used for springs, while the mattresses were made of large bags stuffed with straw. At night we used tallow candles for light, and sometimes fat pine that we called lightwood. As Mrs. Hale did all of our cooking, we had very few pots and pans. In the winter months we used to take mud and close the cracks left in the wall where the logs did not fit close together." According to Mrs. McDaniel, all the serious illnesses were handled by a doctor who was called in at such times. At other times Mr. or Mrs. Hale gave them either castor oil or salts. Sometimes they were given a type of oil called lobila oil. At the beginning of the spring season they drank various teas made out of the roots that they gathered in the surrounding woods. The only one that Mrs. McDaniel remembers is that which was made from sassafras roots. This was good to clean the system, says Mrs. McDaniel. Whenever they were sick they did not have to report to the master's house each day, as was the case on some of the other plantations. There were never any pretended illnesses to avoid work, as far as Mrs. McDaniel knows. On Sunday all of the slaves on the Hale plantation were permitted to dress in their Sunday clothes and go to the white church in town. During the morning services they sat in the back of the church, where they listened to the white pastor deliver the sermon. In the afternoon they listened to a sermon that was preached by a colored minister. Mrs. McDaniel hasn't the slightest idea of what these sermons were about. She remembers how marriages were performed, however, although the only one that she ever witnessed took place on one of the neighboring plantations. After a broom was placed on the ground, a white minister read the scriptures, and then the couple in the process of being married jumped over this broom. They were then considered as man and wife. Whippings were very uncommon to the Hale plantation. Sometimes Mr. Hale had to resort to this form of punishment for disobedience on the part of some of the servants. Mrs. McDaniel says that she was whipped many times, but only once with the cowhide. Nearly every time that she was whipped a switch was used. She has seen her mother as well as some of the others punished, but they were never beaten unmercifully. Neither she or any of the other slaves on the Hale plantation ever came in contact with the paddy rollers, whom they knew as a group of white men who went around whipping slaves who were caught away from their respective homes without passes from their masters. When asked about the buying and the selling of slaves, Mrs. McDaniel said that she had never witnessed an auction at which slaves were being sold, and that the only thing she knew about this was what she had been told by her mother, who had been separated from her husband and sold in Georgia. Mr. Hale never had the occasion to sell any of those slaves that he held. Mrs. McDaniel remembers nothing of the talk that transpired between the slaves or her owners at the beginning of the war. She says, "I was a little girl, and like the other children then, I didn't have as much sense as the children of today who are of the age that I was then. I do remember that my master moved somewhere near Macon, Georgia, after General Wheeler marched through. I believe that he did more damage than the Yanks did when they came through. When my master moved us along with his family, we had to go out of the way a great deal because General Wheeler had destroyed all of the bridges. Besides this, he damaged a great deal of the property that he passed." Continuing, Mrs. McDaniel said, "I didn't see any of the fighting, but I did hear the firing of the cannons. I also saw any number of Confederate soldiers pass by our place." Mr. Hale didn't join the army, although his oldest son did. At the time that the slaves were freed, it meant nothing in particular to Mrs. McDaniel, who says that she was too young to pay much attention to what was happening. She never saw her father after they moved away from Watsonville. At any rate, she and her mother remained in the service of Mr. Hale for a number of years after the war. In the course of this time, Mr. Hale grew to be a wealthy man. He continued to be good to those servants who remained with him. After she was a grown woman, Mrs. McDaniel left Mr. Hale, as she was then married. Mrs. McDaniel says that she has reached such an old age because she has always taken care of herself, which is more than the young people of today are doing, she added as an afterthought. Dist 7 ex-slave number 74 Tom Magruder, 102 years old, ex-slave by Elizabeth Watson, Hawkinsville, Georgia, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Tom Magruder, one of the oldest living ex-slaves in Pulaski County, was sitting on the porch of his son's home when we went in to see him. His grizzled old head began to nod a "good morning," and his brown face became wreathed in smiles when he saw us. He looked very small as he sat in a low straight chair by the door. His shirt and overalls were ragged but spotlessly clean. On his feet were heavy shoes that were kept free from dirt. His complexion was not black as some of the other members of his race, but was a light brown. There were very few wrinkles in his face, considering the fact that he was 102 years old in June. He spoke in a quiet voice, though somewhat falteringly, as he suffers greatly from asthma. "Were you born in this county, Uncle Tom?" we asked. "No, ma'am, missus," he replied. "Me and my mother and sister was brought from Virginia to this state by the speculators and sold here. I was only about 18 or 20, and I was sold for $1,250. My mother was given to one of old marster's married chillun. You see, missus," he spoke again after a long pause, "we was put on the block just like cattle and sold to one man today and another tomorrow. I was sold 3 times after coming to this state." Tom could tell us very little about his life on the large plantations because his feeble old mind would only be clear at intervals. He would begin relating some incident but would suddenly break off with, "I'd better leave that alone 'cause I done forgot." He remembered, however, that he trained dogs for his folks. Trained them to be good hunters, as that was one of the favorite sports of the day. The last man to whom Tom was sold was Mr. Jim Magruder, of Emmanuel County. He was living in a small cabin belonging to Mr. Magruder when he married. "I members," said Tom, "that old Marster and Mrs. fixed up a lunch and they and their chillun brought it to my cabin. Then they said, 'Nigger, jump the broom,' and we was married, 'cause you see we didn't know nothing 'bout no ceremony." It was with Mr. Magruder that Tom entered the army, working for him as his valet. "I was in the army for about 4 years," Tom said. "I fought in the battles at Petersburg, Virginia, and Chattanooga, Tennessee. I looked after old Marster's shoes and clothes. Old Marster, what he done well. He was kind to me and I guess better to me sometimes than I deserved, but I had to do what he told me." "Do you remember any of the old songs you used to sing?" we asked. "Missus, I can't sing no mo," he replied. But pausing for a few minutes, he raised his head and sang in a quiet voice, the words and melody perfectly clear. "Why do you wait, dear brother? Oh, why do you tarry so long? Your Savior is waiting to give you a place in his sanctified throng. Plantation Life as Viewed by Ex-Slave Susan McIntosh, age 87, 1203 West Hancock Avenue, Athens, Georgia. Written by Sadie B. Hornsby. Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia. Edited by Sarah H. Hall, Athens. John N. Booth, Augusta. Layla Harris, Augusta. April 28, 1938. Date stamp, May 6, 1938. A driving rain sent the interviewer scurrying into the house of Susan McIntosh, who lives with her son, Dr. Andrew Jones, at the corner of Hancock Avenue and Billups Street. Susan readily gave her story. "They tell me I was born in November 1851, she said, "and I know I've been here a long time 'cause I've seen so many come and go. I've outlived most all of my folks 'cept my son that I live with now. Honey, I've most forgot about slavery days. I don't read, and anyway there ain't no need to think of them times now. I was born in Oconee County on Judge William Stroud's plantation. We called him Moss Billy. That was a long time before Athens was the county seat. Ma's name was Mary Jen, and Pa was Christopher Harris. They called him Chris for short. Mars to young L.G. Harris bought him from Mars to Hudson of Elbert County and turned him over to his niece, Miss Lula Harris, when she married Mars to Robert Taylor. Moss Robert was a son of General Taylor what lived in the Grady house before it belonged to Mr. Henry Grady's mother. Pa was coachman and houseboy for Miss Lula. Moss Billy owned Ma, and Moss Robert owned Pa, and Pa, he come to see Ma about once or twice a month. The Taylors, they done a heap of travelin' and always took my Pa with them. Oh, there was 13 of us chillun, 7 died soon after they was born, and none of 'em lived to get grown 'cept me. Their names was Nanette and Ella, what was next to me, Susan, that's me, Isabel, Martha, Mary, Diana, Lila, William, Gus, and the twins what was born dead, and Hardin. He was named for a Dr. Hardin what lived here then. Moss Billy bought my grandma in Virginia. She was part Injun. I can see her long, straight, black hair now, and when she died she didn't have gray hair like mine. They say Injuns don't turn gray like other folks. Grandma made cloth for the white folks and slaves on the plantation. I used to hand her thread while she was weavin'. The lady what taught Grandma to weave cloth was Miss S. Gowell, and she was a foreigner, 'cause she warn't born in Georgia. She had 2 sons what run the factory between Watkinsville and Athens. My aunt, Mila Jackson, made all the thread what they done the weavin' with. Grandpa worked for a widow lady what was a seamstress, and she just had a little plantation. She was Miss S. Doolittle. All Grandpa done was cut wood, tend the yard and jardin. He had rheumatism and couldn't do much. There ain't much to tell about what we done in the slave quarters, 'cause when we got big enough, we had to work, nussin' the babies, tottin' water, and helpin' Grandma with the weavin', and such like. Beds was drive to the walls of the cabin, foot and headboard put together with rails, what run from head to foot. Planks was laid crossways and straw put on them, and the beds was kivered with the whitest sheets you ever seen. Some made pallets on the floor. No, ma'am, I didn't make no money till after freedom. I heard tell of 10 and 15 cents, but I didn't know nothing 'bout no figures. I didn't know a nickel from a dime them days. Yes, ma'am, Moss Billy load his slaves to have their own jardins, and sides plenty of good jardin sass. We had milk and butter, bread and meat, chickens, greens, peas, and just everything that growed on the farm. Winter and summer, all the food was cooked in a great big fireplace, about 4 feet wide, and you could put on a whole stick of cord wood at a time. When they wanted plenty of hot ashes to bake with, they burnt wood from ash trees. Sweet potatoes and bread was baked in the ashes. Seems like victuals don't taste as good as they used to, when we cook like that. Possums, oh! I dearly love possums. My cousins used to catch 'em, and when they was fixed up and cooked with sweet potatoes, possum meat was fit for a king. Moss Billy had a son named Mark, what was a little bitty man. They said he was a dwarf. He never done nothing but play with the children on the plantation. He would take the children down to the crick what run through the plantation and fish all day. We had rabbits, but they was most generally caught in a box trap, so there warn't no time wasted a huntin' for 'em. In summer, the slave women wore white homespun and the men wore pants and shirts made out of cloth what looked like overall cloth does now. In winter, we wore the same things, 'cept Moss Billy give the men woolen coats what come down to their knees, and the women wore warm wraps what they called sacks. On Sunday we had dresses dyed different colors. The dyes were made from red clay and bark from pines, sweet gums, and blackjacks was boiled, and each one made a different color dye. The cloth made at home was coarse and was called Gusta cloth. Moss Billy let the slaves raise chickens and cows and have cotton patches too. They would sell butter, eggs, chickens, brooms, made out of wheat straw and such like. They took the money and bought calico, muslin, and good shoes, pants, coats, and other nice things for their Sunday clothes. Moss Billy bought leather from Mars to Brumby's tanyard and had shoes made for us. They was coarse and rough, but they lasted a long time. My Marster was father-in-law of Dr. Jones Long. Moss Billy's wife, Miss Rena, died long before I was born. Their 6 children was all grown when I first knowed 'em. The gals was Miss Rena, Miss Selina, Miss Liza, and Miss Susan. Miss Susan was Dr. Long's wife. I was named for her. There was 2 boys, Moss John and Moss Mark. I done told you 'bout Moss Mark bein' a dwarf. They lived in a big old 8-room house, on a high hill in sight of Mars Hill Baptist Church. Moss Billy was a great deacon in that church. Yes, ma'am, he sure was good to his negroes. I heard 'em say that after he had done bought his slaves by working in a blacksmith shop, and wearing cheap clothes, like mulberry suspenders, he warn't going to slash his negroes up. The older folks admired Miss S and spoke well of her. They said she had lots more property than Moss Billy. She said she wanted Moss Billy to see that her slaves was give to her children. I suppose there was about 100 acres on that plantation and Moss Billy owned more property besides. There was about 50 grown folks, and as to the children, I just don't know how many there was. Around the quarters looked like a little town. Moss Billy had a overseer up to the time war broke out, then he picked out a reliable colored man to carry out his orders. Sometimes the overseer got rough, then Moss Billy let him go and got another one. The overseer got us up about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and dark brought us in at night. Jails! Yes, ma'am, I recollect one was in Watkinsville. No, ma'am, I never saw nobody auctioned off, but I heard about it. Men used to come through and buy up slaves for foreign states where there weren't so many. Well, I didn't have no privilege to learn to read and write, but the white lady what taught my grandma to weave had 2 sons what run the factory, and they taught my uncles to read and write. There weren't no church on the plantation, so we went to Mars Hill Church. The white folks went in the mornings from 9 till 12 and the slaves went in the evenings from 3 till about 5. The white folks went in the front door and slaves used the back door. Rev. Bedford Langford, what preached to the white folks, helped a Negro, named Cy Stroud, to preach to the Negroes. Oh! Yes, ma'am, I well remembers them baptizings. I believe in church and baptizing. They buried the slaves on the plantation, in coffins made out of pine boards. Didn't put them in 2 boxes like they does now, and they weren't painted neither. Did you say patrollers? Sho, I seen 'em, but they didn't come on our plantation, 'cause Moss Billy was good to his negroes, and when they wanted a pass, if it was for a good reason, he give 'em one. Didn't none of Moss Billy's slaves run off to no north? When Moss Billy had need to send news somewhere, he put a reliable negro on a mule and sent him. I sho didn't hear about no trouble twixt white folks and negroes. I tell you, honey, when the day's work was over them slaves went to bed, 'cept when the moon was out and they worked in their own cotton patches. On dark nights, the women mended and quilted sometimes. Not many worked in the fields on Saturday evenings. They caught up on little jobs around the lot, mending harness and such like. On Saturday nights the young folks got together and had little frolics and feasts, but the older folks was getting things ready for Sunday, 'cause Moss Billy was a mighty religious man. We had to go to church, and every last one of the children was dragged along too. We always had 1 week for Christmas. They brought us as much of good things to eat as we could destroy in 1 week, but on New Year's Day we went back to work. No, ma'am, as I recollect, We didn't have no corn shuckings or cotton pickings, only what we had to do as part of our regular work. The white folks mostly got married on Wednesday or Thursday evenings. Oh, they had fine times, with everything good to eat, and lots of dancing too. Then they took a trip. Some went to Texas and some to Chicago. They call Chicago, the colored folks, New York now. I don't remember no weddings 'mongst the slaves. My cousin married on another plantation, but I warn't there. Where I was, there warn't no playing done, only 'mongst the little chillun, and I can't remember much that far back. I recall that we sung a little song about little drops of water, little grains of sand, make the mighty ocean, and the pleasant land. Oh, yes, ma'am, Mas Billy was good to his slaves when they got sick. He called in Dr. Jones Long, Dr. Hardin, and Dr. Lumpkin when they was real sick. There was lots of typhoid fever then. I don't know nothing about no herbs they used for diseases, only boneset and horehound tea for colds and croup. They put pennyroyal, in the house to keep out flies and fleas, and if there was a flea in the house he would shoo from that place right then and there. The old folks put little bags of asafoetida, around their children's necks to keep off measles and chickenpox, and they used turpentine and castor oil on children's gums to make 'em teeth easy. When I was living on Millage Avenue, I had Dr. Crawford W. Long to see about one of my babies, and he slit that baby's gums so the teeth could come through. That looked might bad to me, but they don't believe in old ways no more. She laughed and said, "No, ma'am, I don't know nothing about such low-down things as hants and ghosts. Rawhead and bloody bones, I just thought he was a skelerpin, with no meat on him. Course lots of Negroes believe in ghosts and hants. Us chillun done lots of fightin' like chillun will do. I remember how little Moss Mark Stroud used to take all the little boys on the plantation and teach 'em to play Dixie on reeds what they called quills. That was good music, but the radio has done away with all that now. I knowed I was a slave and that it was the war that sot me free. It was 'bout dinner time when Mas Billy come to the door and called us to the house. He pulled out a paper and read it to us, and then he said, 'You all are free, as I am.' We couldn't help thinking about what a good marster he always had been, and how old, and feeble, and gray-headed he looked as he kept on talkin' that day. 'You all can stay on here with me if you want to,' he lowed, 'but if you do, I will have to pay you wages for your work.' I never saw no Yankees in Athens, but I was in Atlanta at Mrs. Winship's on Peachtree Street, when General Sherman come to that town parin' his men for to go home. There was about 2,000 in all, white and black. They marched up and down Marietta Street from 3 o'clock in the evening till 7 o'clock next morning. Then they left. I remember well that there warn't a house left standing in Atlanta what warn't riddled with shell holes. I was scared pretty nigh to death, and I never want to leave home at no time like that again. But Pa saw 'em soon after that in Athens. They was a marching down Broad Street on their way to Macon, and Pa said it looked like a blue cloud going through. Ma and me stayed on with Mas Billy 'bout 6 months after the war ended before we come to town to live with Pa. We lived right back of Rock College, and Ma took in washin' for the folks what went to school there. No, ma'am, I never saw no Ku Kluxus. Me and Ma didn't leave home at night, and the white folks wouldn't let 'em get Pa. Major Knox brought 3 or 4 teachers to teach in a school for Negroes that was started up here the first year after the war. Major Knox, he was left like a sort of justice of peace to get things to going smooth after the war. I went to school there about 3 months, then Ma took sick, and I didn't go no more. My white teacher was Miss Sarah, and she was from Chicago. Now and then the Negroes bought a little land, and white folks gave little places to some Negroes what had been good slaves for 'em. I didn't take in about Mr. Abraham Lincoln. A long time after the war, I heard 'em say he got killed. I knowed Mr. Jeff Davis was president of the Confederacy. As for Booker Washington, I never saw him, but I heard his son when he was here once and gave a musical of some sort at the Congregational Church. I was a old gal when I married 'bout 30 or 40 years after the war. I married George McIntosh. Wedding clothes, she chuckled and said, I didn't have many. I bought 'em second hand from Mrs. Edition Bond. They was nice though. The dress I married in was red silk. We had a little cake and wine, no big to-do, just a little family affair. Of our 4 children, 2 died young and 2 lived to get grown. My daughter was a school teacher, and she has been dead some time. I stays with my only living child. My husband died a long time ago. I cooked and washed for Mr. Prince Hodgson for 30 years. Miss Mary Franklin used to tell me about all them strange places she had been to while she was paintin'. There never was nobody in this town could paint prettier pictures than Miss Mary's. I'm glad slavery is over. I'm too old to really work anymore, but I'm like a fish going down the creek, and if he sees a bug he will catch him if he can. I joined the church 'cause I believe in the Son of God. I know He is a forgiving God, and will give me a place to rest after I am gone from the earth. Everybody ought to prepare for the promised land, where they can live always after they are done with this world. After the interview she said, "Honey, this is the most I have talked about slavery days in 12 years, and I believe what I told you is right. Of course, lots has faded from my mind about it now." District Number 7 Adela S. Dixon, Macon, Georgia. Matilda McKinney 100 Empire Avenue, Macon, Georgia. Date stamp, July 28, 1937. Matilda McKinney was born in Texas but was brought to southwest Georgia, near Albany, at an early age. Her mother, Amy Dean, had 8 children, of which Aunt Matilda is the eldest. The plantation on which they lived was owned by Mr. Milton Ball, and it varied little in size or arrangement from the average one of that time. Here was found the usual 2-story white house finished with high columns and surrounded by trees. Most of the Negro mothers did field work, so it was necessary for others to care for the children. Mr. Ball handled this problem in the usual way. He established what would today be called a day nursery. Each mother brought her offspring to the home of an elderly woman before leaving for her day's work. Here, they were safely kept until their parents returned. The midday meal for everyone was prepared at the big house, and the slaves were served from huge tubs of vegetables and pots of meat. Aunt Julia was responsible for the children's noon meal. When Aunt Matilda was old enough to do a little work, she was moved into the house, where she swept floors, waited on the table, and fanned flies while a meal was being served. The adult females who lived in the house did most of the weaving and sewing. All the summer, garments were made and put away for winter use. 2 dresses of Unabridged were then given each person. The field hands, always considered an inferior group by the house servants, worked from sun-up to sundown. When they returned from the fields they prepared supper for their families and many times had to feed the children in the dark, for a curfew horn was blown and no lights could be lighted after its warning note had sounded. There was very little visiting to or from the group which dwelt here, as the curfew hour was early. Saturday varied a little from the other weekdays. The field work was suspended in the afternoon to allow the mothers time to wash their clothing. With sunset came the preparations for the weekly frolic. A fiddler furnished music while the dancers danced numerous square dances until a late hour. Home remedies for illness were used much more extensively than any doctor's medicine. Teas, compounded from sage, boneset, tansy, and mullein, usually sufficed for any minor sickness, and serious illness was rare. Food was distributed on Sunday morning. 2½ pounds of meat, a quantity of syrup, and a peck of meal were given each adult for the week. A special ration for Sunday alone was potatoes, buttermilk, and material for biscuits. Each family had its own garden from which a supply of vegetables could always be obtained in season. The smaller children had additional delicacies, for they early learned that the house where produce was kept had holes in the floor which yielded peanuts, etc., when punched with a stick. Aunt Matilda was unable to give any information regarding the war, but remembers that her family remained at her former owner's plantation for some time after they were freed. She now lives with her granddaughter, who takes excellent care of her. Her long life is attributed to her habit of going to bed early and otherwise caring for herself properly. Plantation life as viewed by ex-slave William McWhorter, age 78, 383, West Broad Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Mrs. Sadie B. Hornsby, Athens. Edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Athens, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7, Augusta, Georgia, September 30th, 1938. The rambling, one-story frame building where William McWhorter makes his home with his cousin, Sarah Craddock, houses several families and is proudly referred to by the neighbors as Department House. William, better known as Shug, is a very black man of medium build. He wore a black slouch hat pulled well down over tangled gray hair, a dingy blue shirt, soiled gray pants, and black shoes. The smile faded from his face when he learned the nature of the visit. "I thought you was the pension lady comin' to fetch me some money," he said. "Instead of dat you wants to know 'bout slavery days. I see disappoint. Ms. Tess, it's been a long time since I was born on Mas Joe McWhorter's plantation down in Greene County, and I was just a little fellow when slavery was done over wid Allen and Martha McWhorter was my ma and pa. He was the carriage driver, and ma, she was a field hand. Dey brought her here from Orangeburg, South Carolina, and sold her to Mas Joe when she was just a little gal. Me and Annie, Ella, Jim, and Tom was all de chillun in our fambly, and none of us warn't big enough to do no work to speak of 'fore de end of de big war. You see, Ms. Tess, it was lak dis. Mas Joe, he owned a old oman what didn't do nothin' 'cept stay at de house and look atter us chillun, and dat was one of dem plantations whar dere was show a heap of slave chillun. 'Bout our houses? Ms. Tess, I see gwine to tell you de truth, dem houses slaves had to live in, dey warn't much, but us didn't know no better den. Dey was just one-room log cabins with stick and dirt chimblies. De beds for slaves was homemade and was held together wid cords wove every which away. If you didn't tighten dem cords up pretty often your bed was apt to fall down wid you. Suggin sacks was sewed together to make our mattress ticks and dem ticks was filled wid straw. Now, don't tell me you ain't heerd of suggin sacks afore. Dem was coarse sacks sort of lak de guano sacks us uses now. Dey crowded just as many niggers into each cabin as could sleep in one room, and marriage never meant a thing in dem days when dey was range and sleepin' quarters for slaves. Why, I knowed a man what had 2 wives livin' in de same cabin. One of dem omans had all boys and t'other one didn't have nothin' but gals. It's nigh de same way now, but dey don't live in de same house if a man's got 2 famblies. I 'members dat my pa's ma, Grandma Cindy, was a field hand, but by de time I was old 'nuff to take things and she was too old for dat sort of wook and Mars ter let her do odd jobs round de big house. De most I seed her doin' was settin' round smokin' her old corncob pipe. I was named for Grandpa Billy, but I never seed him. Ms. Tess, does you know what U.S. Yashin? War was slaves to get money whilst they was still slaves. There warn't but a few of 'em dat knowed what money even looked lak till atter day was made free. Now you is talkin' 'bout somethin' sho' 'nuff when you starts 'bout dem vittles. Mas Joe, he give us plenty of sich as collards, turnips and greens, peas, taters, meat, and cornbread. Lots of de cornbread was baked in pons on spiders, but ash cakes was a mighty go in dem days. Mars ter raised lots of canes so as to have plenty of good syrup. My pa used to possum hunt lots, and he was loath to keep a good possum hound to trail 'em wood rabbits and squirrels was plentiful and dey made mighty good eatin'. You ain't never seed sich heaps of fish as slaves used to fetch back atter a little time spent fishin' in de cricks and de river. De kitchen was sawed off from de big house a little piece, but old Mars her had a roof built over de walkway so fallin' weather wouldn't spile de vittles whilst dey was bein' toted from de kitchen in de yard to de dinin' room in de big house. I don't reckon you ever seed as big a fireplace as the one dey cooked on in dat old kitchen. It had plenty of room for enough pots, skillets, spiders, and ovens to cook for all the folks on dat plantation. No, ma'am, slaves never had no gardens of dere own. Dey never had no time of dere own to wook no garden, but old Mars ter fed 'em from his garden and dat was big enough to raise plenty for all. De one little cotton shirt dat was all chillun wore in summertime den warn't worth talkin' 'bout. Dey called it a shirt, but it looked more lak a long-tailed nightgown to me. For winter, our clothes was made of wool cloth and dey was nice and warm. Ms. Tess, slaves never knowed what Sunday clothes was, 'cept dey did know dey had to be clean on Sunday. No matter how dirty you went in de weekdays, you had to put on clean clothes Sunday mornin'. Uncle John Craddock made shoes for all the grown folks on our plantation, but chillun went barfoots, and it never seemed to make 'em sick. For a fact, I believes dey was stouter den dey is now. Mas Joe McWhorter and his wife, Miss Emily Key, owned us, and dey was just as good to us as dey could be. Miss Tess, you knows white folks had to make slaves what belonged to 'em mind and behave deselfs in dem days, or else there would have been a heap of trouble. The big fine house what Mas Joe and his family lived in sot in a cedar grove and Woodville was the town nighest the place. Oh, yes, ma'am, dey had a overseer all right, but I see done forgot his name, and somehow I can't get up the names of Mas Joe's chillun. I see been sick so long my memory ain't as good as it used to be, and since I lost my old oman 'bout 2 months ago, I don't 'spect I ever can recomember much no more. It seems like I see done told you my pa was Mas Joe's carriage driver. He drived the family whar some ever day wanted to go. I ain't got no idea how many acres was in dat great big old plantation, but I see hear them say Mas Joe had to keep from 30 to 40 slaves, not counting chillun, to wook dat part of it dat was cleared land. Dey told me, arter I was old enough to take it in, dat de overseer sho did drive dem slaves. Dey had to be up and in de field 'fore sunup and he wooked dem till slap, black dark. When dey got back to de big house, for dey eat supper, de overseer got out his big bull whip and beat de ones dat hadn't done to suit him durin' de day. He made 'em strip off their clothes down to de waist, and everywhere dat old bull whip struck it split de skin. Dat was awful, awful. Sometimes slaves that had been beat and butchered up so bad by dat overseer man would run away, and next day Aunt Sick would be sure to go down to de spring to wash so she could leave some old clothes dar for 'em to get at night. I see tellin' you, slaves sho did fair common in dem days. My Aunt Mary belonged to Mas John Craddock, and when his wife died and left a little baby, dat was little Miss Lucy, and Mary was nussin' a new baby of her own, so Mas John made her let his baby suck too. If Aunt Mary was feedin' her own baby and Miss Lucy started cryin', Mas John would snatch her baby up by the legs and spank him, and tell Aunt Mary to go on, and nuss his baby fust. Aunt Mary couldn't answer him a word, but my ma said she often seed Aunt Mary cry till de tears met under her chin. I ain't never heard nothin' 'bout no jails in slavery time. What dey done den was most beat de life out of de niggers to make 'em behave. Ma was brung to Bairdstown and sold on de block to Mas Joe long 'fore I was borned, but I ain't never seed no slaves sold. Lordy, Miss Tess, ain't nobody never told you it was agin de law to larn a nigger to read and write in slavery time? White folks would chop your hands off for dat quicker dan dey would for most anything else. Dat's just a sayin', chop your hands off. Why, Miss Tess, a nigger without no hands wouldn't be able to wook much, and his owner couldn't sell him for nigh as much as he could get for a slave with good hands. Dey just beat 'em up bad when dey cotched 'em studyin' readin' and writin', but folks did tell 'bout some of de owners dat cut off one finger every time dey cotch a slave tryin' to get larnin'. Howsomever, there was some niggers dat wanted larnin' so bad dey would slip out at night and meet in a deep gully whar dey would study by de light of lighted torches. But one thing sho, dey'd better not let no white folks find out 'bout it, and if dey was lucky 'nough to be able to keep it up till dey larned to read de Bible, dey kept it a close secret. Slaves warn't loed to have no churches of dey own, and dey had to go to church with de white folks. There warn't no room for chillun in de Baptist church at Bairdstown whar Mas Joe tuck his grown-up slaves to meetin', so I never did get to go to none, but he used to take my ma along, but she was baptized by a white preacher when she jeaned up with dat church. De crick was nigh de church and dat was whar dey done de baptizin'. None of our niggers never knowed enough 'bout de North to run off up dar. Lak I done told you, some of 'em did run off atter a bad beatin', but dey just went to de woods. Some of 'em come right on back, but some didn't. Us never knowed whar dem what didn't come back went. Show me a slavery time nigger dat ain't heerd 'bout potty-rollers. Miss Tess, I clar to goodness, potty-rollers was de devil's own hosses. If dey cotched a nigger out and his marster hadn't fixed him up with a pass, it was just too bad, dey most killed him. You couldn't even go to the Lord's house on Sunday less you had a ticket sayin', "Dis nigger is the property of Mas Joe McWhorter. Let him go." There warn't never no let up when it come to wook. When slaves come in from de fields at a sundown and tended to stock and eat supper, de men still had to shuck corn, mend house collars, cut wood, and sich lack. De omans mended clothes, spun thread, wove cloth, and some of 'em had to go up to de big house and nuss de white folks' babies. One night my ma had been nussin' one of dem white babies, and atter it dozed off to sleep she went to lay it in its little bed. De child's foot cotch itself in Mas Joe's galluses dat he had done hung on de foot of de bed, and when he heard his baby cry Mas Joe woke up and grabbed up a stick of wood and beat Ma over de head till he most killed her. Ma never did seem right atter dat, and when she died she still had a big old knot on her head. Dey said on some plantations slaves was let off from work when de dinner bell rung on Saturdays, but not on our end. There warn't never no let up till sundown on Saturday nights atter dey had tended to de stock and eat supper. On Sundays dey was load to visit round a little atter dey had tended church, but dey still had to be careful to have a pass wid 'em. Mas Joe let his slaves have one day for holiday at Christmas, and he give 'em plenty of extra good somepin to eat and drink on dat special day. New Year's Day was the hardest day of the whole year, for de overseer just tried hisself to see how hard he could drive de niggers dat day, and when de work was all done de day ended off with a big pot of cornfield peas and hog jowl to eat for luck. Dat was supposed to be a sign of plenty too. Corn shuckins was a mighty go dem days, and folks from miles and miles around was axed. When de work was done dey had a big time eatin', drinkin', wrestlin', dancin', and all sorts of frolickin'. Even wid all dat liquor flowin' so free at corn shuckins I never heard of nobody gettin' mad, and Mas Joe never said a cross word at his corn shuckins. He allus picked bright moonshiny nights for dem big cotton pickin's, and dere warn't nothin' short 'bout de big eats dat was waitin' for dem niggers when de cotton was all picked out. De young folks danced and cut up every chank dey got and called deselves havin' a big time. Games? Well, 'bout de biggest things us played when I was a chap was baseball, softball, and marbles. Us made our own marbles out of clay and baked 'em in de sun, and our baseballs and softballs was made out of rags. Does I know anything 'bout ghosties? Yes, ma'am, I sees ha'nts and ghosties any time. Just t'other night I seed a man widout no head, and de old witches most nigh rides me to death. One of 'em got holt of me night fore last and most choked me to death. She was in de form of a black cat. Mistess, some folks say dat to see things lak dat is a sign your blood is out of order. Now me, I don't know what makes me see 'em. Mas Joe tuck mighty good care of sick slaves. He allus called in a doctor for 'em, and kept plenty of castor oil, turpentine, and a lac on hand to dose 'em when Miss Emily made teas out of a heap of sorts of leaves, barks, and roots, such as butterfly root, pine tops, mullein, catnip and mint leaves, feverfew grass, red oak bark, slippery elm bark, and black gum chips. Most everybody had to wear little sacks of pawpaw seeds or of asafoetida, round their necks to keep off diseases. Dey used to say dat a free nigger from de north come through de south and seed how de white folks was treatin' his race. Den he went back up der and told folks 'bout it and axed them to hope do somethin' 'bout it. Dat's what I heerd tell was de way de big war got started dat ended in settin' slaves free. My folks said dat when de Yankee soldiers come through, Miss Emily was cryin' and talkin' on to beat de band. She had all her silver in her apron and didn't know war to hide it, so atter a while she handed it to her cook and told her to hide it. De cook put it in de woodpile. De Yankee men's broke in de smokehouse, brought out meat and lard, killed chickens, drive off cows and hosses, but dey never found Miss Emily's silver. It was a long time 'fore our family left Mas Joe's place. Mas Joe never did tell his niggers dey was free. One day one of dem Yankee soldiers rid through de fields war dey was wookin' and he axed them if dey didn't know dey was as free as der marster. Dat Yankee kept on talkin' and told them dey didn't have to stay on wid Mas Joe less dey wanted to, and dey didn't have to do nothin' nobody told them to if dey didn't want to do it. He said dey was their own bosses and was to do as dey pleased from de time of de surrender. Schools was sot up for slaves not long atter dey was sot free, and a few of de old marsters give der niggers a little land, but not many of 'em done dat just as de niggers was branchin' out and startin' to live lak free folks. Dem nightriders come long beatin', cuttin', and sloshin' 'em up, but I spects some of dem niggers needed every lick dey got. Now, Miss, you knows all niggers would ruther be free, and I ain't no different from nobody else 'bout dat. Yes, ma'am, I see mighty glad Mr. Abraham Lincoln and Jeff Davis fit till dey sot us free. Dat Jeff Davis ought to be shamed of hisself to want niggers kept in bondage. Dey says, though, dat he was a mighty good man, and Miss Millie Rutherford said some fine things 'bout him in her book what Sarah read to me, but you can't 'spect us niggers to believe he was so awful good. Me and Rosa Barrow had a pretty fair weddin' and a mighty fine supper. I don't recollect what she had on, but I see tellin' you she looked pretty and sweet to me. Our 2 boys and 3 gals is done growed up, and I see got 3 grandchildren now. Rosa, she died out 'bout 2 months ago, and I see gwine to marry agin soon as I find somebody to take care of me. I was happier de day I jined de church at Sanders Chapel dan I see been since. It was the joyfulest day of all my life, so far. Folks ought to get ready for a better world than dis to live in when day is finished on dis earth, and I see sho glad our good Lord saw fit to set us free from sin and slavery. If he hadn't done it, I sho would have been dead long ago. Yesterday I picked a little cotton to get me some bread, and it laid me out. I can't wook no more. I don't know how the blessed Lord means to provide for me, but I feels sho he ain't gwine to let me perish. H.W. Dist. 6, ex-slave number 72, Henrietta Carlisle, Alberta Minor Research Workers, Molly Malone, ex-slave Root B., Griffin, Georgia, interviewed September 16, 1936, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Molly was born on a plantation owned by Mr. Valentine Brooke, near Locust Grove, Georgia. Mr. Brooke died before the war, and his wife, the widow Brock, ran the plantation. Slaves not needed on the home plantation were hired out to other landowners for from $200 to $300 a year. This was done the first of each year by an auction from a horse block. When Molly was 7 months old, her mother, Clacy Brock, was hired out, and she was taken care of by 2 old Negroes, too old to work, and who did nothing but care for the little niggers. Molly grew up with these children between the big house and the kitchen. When she was old enough, she was put to mind the smaller children, and if they didn't behave, she pinched them. But when the old miss found it out, she'd sure whup me, she said. These children were fed cornbread and milk for breakfast and supper, and pot liquor, with cornbread for dinner. They slept in a large room on quilts or pallets. Each night the larger children were given so many cuts to spin, and were punished if all weren't finished. The thread was woven into cloth on the loom and made into clothes by the slaves who did the sewing. There were no store-bought clothes, and Molly was free before she ever owned a pair of shoes. Clothes had to be furnished by the owner for the slaves he hired out. Mr. and Mrs. Brock had 2 daughters, Margaret and Marianne, who led very quiet, secluded lives. Molly remembers visits of the traveling preacher, who conducted services in a nearby church once a month. The slaves walked behind the white folks' carriages to and from the church, where they were seated in the rear during the services. If there were baptisms, the whites were baptized first, then the darkies. On this plantation, the Negroes were not allowed to engage in any frolics or attend social gatherings. They only knew Christmas by the return of the hired-out slaves, who came home for a week before the next auction. The young lady daughters of Mr. and Mrs. Brock wore drag-tail dresses, and Molly says the little Negroes had to hold these long skirts off the ground whenever they were outdoors, then spread them as they went into the house so they could strut. The children were not allowed any education other than the old miss, reading them the Bible on Sunday afternoons. The older Negroes were not allowed to visit on other plantations often, but when they did go, they had to have passes from their masters, or the patrollers would whip them if they were caught. Horehound and pennyroyal were used for minor ailments, and varnish was put on cuts by the old miss. Molly doesn't remember ever seeing a doctor, other than a midwife, on the plantation. Home-made remedies for palpitation of the heart was to wear tied around the neck a piece of lead, pounded into the shape of the heart, and punched with 9 holes, or to get someone not kin to you To tie some salt in a small bag and wear it over your heart. Toothache was cured by smoking a pipe of life everlasting, commonly called rabbit tobacco. Headaches were stopped by beating the whites of an egg stiff, adding soda and putting on a cloth, then tying around the head. Mr. Brock died before the war, consequently not having any men to go from the plantation. Molly knew very little about it. She remembers Confederate soldiers, practicin' at Locust Grove, the nearest town, and one time the Yankees came to the plantation and took off a horse Mrs. Brock had hidden in the swamp, also all the silver found buried. Molly knew nothing of the freedom of the slaves until her mother came to get her. For 2 years they hired out on a farm in Butts County, where they worked in the fields. Several times in later years Molly returned to the Brock plantation to see the old Miss and the young Mrs. Brock and her daughters, who had never married, died on the plantation where they had always lived. Molly's family knocked around a while, and then came to Griffin where they have since made their home. She became a familiar figure driving an ox cart on the streets, and doing odd jobs for white families and leading a useful life in the community. Besides her own family, Molly has raised 15 orphan Negro children. She is approximately 90 years old, being about growed when the war ended. District 2 ex-slave interview Aunt Carrie Mason, Milledgeville, Georgia, Baldwin County, written by Mrs. Estelle G. Burke, research worker, Federal Writers Project, Milledgeville, Georgia, edited by John N. Booth, Assistant District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, July 7, 1937, date stamp, July 20, 1937. Howdy, miss, howdy. Come on in. George is Polly today. My grandchildren is doin' a little cleanin' up fair me cause us thinks George ain't got long on this earth and us down want the place to be dirty and all when he's gone. The home of Aunt Carrie and Uncle George Mason, a 2-room cabin surrounded by a dirty yard, stands in a clearing. Old tin cans, bottles, dusty fruit jars, and piles of rat-tail cotton from gutted mattresses littered the place. An immense sugarberry tree, beautifully proportioned, casts inviting shade directly in front of the stoop. It is the only redeeming feature about the premises. Aunt Carrie, feeble and gray-haired, hobbled out in the yard with the aid of a stick. Have a seat, miss. Dat cheer is all right. It won't fall down. Don't get yo' feet wet in dat dirty water. My grandchildren is scourin' ter day. Effen yer want to, us set under de tree. Dey's a cool breeze dar all the time. You wants to fin out my age and all? Law, miss, I don't know how old I is. George is nigh 'bout 90. I members my mammy said I was bound a mont or two for freedom was cleared. Yassam, I remembers all 'bout de Yankees. How come I members 'bout dem and de war was over den? I can't tell yer dat, but I knows I members seein' em in de big road. It mought not you've been Mr. Sherman's men's, but mammy said de Yankees was in de big road long after freedom was cleared, and dey was down here gettin' things straight. Dey was showin' er mess atta de war. Everythin' was tore up and de niggers didn't know which a way to turn. My mammy's name was Catherine Basin, my pappy was Ephraim Butts. Us belonged to Mars Ben Basin, my mammy had de same name easy Mars ter 12 she my de pappy. He belonged ter somebody else till Mars ter bought him. Dey had 10 chillun. No, ma'am, mammy didn't have no doctor. Aunt Carrie chuckled. Didn't nobody hardly have a doctor in dem days. De white folks used yarbs and olomans to heep em at dat time. Mammy had her oloman what lived on de place every time she had a little un. She had one every year too. She lost one. Dat chilly run around till she was 1 year old and den died wid de dysentery. Us had a right hard time in dem days. De beds us used den warn't like dese here nice beds us has nowadays. Don't you laugh, Barry, I knows dese beds us got now is 'bout to fall down. Aunt Carrie admonished her grandson when he guffawed at her statement. You chillens run erlong now and git though wid dat cleanin' dot. Aunt Carrie's spirits seemed dampened by Barry's rude laugh, and it was several minutes before she started talking again. Dese young folks don't know nothin' 'bout hard times. Us wucked in de old days from before sunup till black night, and us knowed what wook was. De beds us slept on had rune posts made outen saplings of hickory or little pine trees. De bark was tuck off and dey was rubbed slick and shiny. The springs was rope crossed from one side of the bed to the other. The mattress was straw or cotton in big sacks made out in Osnaburg, or big salt sacks pieced together. Mammy didn't have much soap and she uster scrubbed the floor with sand and it was just easy white. Yas, ma'am, she made all the soap us used, but it tuck a heap. We uns cooked in the ashes and on hot coals, but the vitals tasted a heap better en they does nowadays. Mammy had to work in de fiel and den come home and cook fair marster and his family. I didn't know nothing about it till atta freedom, but I hearn 'em tell about it. Mammy and Pappy stayed on Marster's plantation till a year or mo atta day had day freedom. Marster paid 'em wages and a house ter stay in. He didn't have many slaves, 'bout 20 I reckon. My brothers was Barry, Daniel, Ephraim, Tully, Bob, Lynn, and George. The others I disremembers, case they left home when they was big enough to earn they livin' and I jest don't recollect. Conjure woman. Law, miss, I aims to get ter hebum when I dies and I sho don't know how ter conjure nobody. No, ma'am, I ain't never seed no ghost. I allus pray to de Lord dat he spar me dat trouble and not let me see nary one. No good in folks plunderin' on dis earth atta day leave here de fust time. Go way, dog. A spotted hound, lean and flop-eared, was scratching industriously under Aunt Carrie's chair. It was a still summer day and the flies droned ceaselessly. A well nearby creaked as the dripping bucket was drawn to the top by a granddaughter who had come in from the field to get a cool drink. Aunt Carrie watched the girl for a moment, and then went back to her story. Eff'n my mammy or pappy ever runned away from Marster, I ain't here tell you it, but mammy said dat when slaves did run away, they was cotched and whupped by de overseer. Eff'n a man or a oman kilt another one den day was branded wid her hot yon. A big S was put on day face somewheres. S stood fair slave, and everybody knowed day was a murderer. Marster didn't have no overseer. He overseed hisself. Why is George so white? 'Cause his marster was white G-mun named Mr. Jimmy Dunn. His mammy was a colored oman named Francis Mason and his marster was his pa. Yas, ma'am, I see you is prized, but dat happened a lots in dem days. I hired tell of a white man what would tell his sons ter go down ter dem nigger quarters and get me mo slaves. Yas, ma'am, when George was born ter his mammy, his pappy was a white man and he made George his overseer soon easy he was big enough ter boss de yother slaves. I wish he was able to tell yer about it, but since he had dat lost stroke he ain't been able to talk none. Aunt Carrie took an old clay pipe from her apron pocket and filled it with dry scraps of chewing tobacco. After lighting it she puffed quietly and seemed to be meditating. Finally she took it from her mouth and continued. I ain't had no education. I 'tended school part of one term but I was so scared of my teacher that I couldn't larn nothin'. He was a old white man. He had been teachin' fair years and years, but he had a cancer and they had done stopped him from teachin' white chillun. His name was Mr. Bill Greer. I was scared 'cause he was a white man. No, ma'am, no white man ain't never harmed me, but I was scared of him anyhow. One day he says to me, Chilly, I ain't goin' to hurt you none 'cause I'm white. He was a mighty good old man. He would have larned us mo, but he died de next year. Mammy paid him 10 cents a month apiece fair all us chillun. De boys would work fair day money, but I was the onliest gal and mammy wouldn't let me go off de plantation to make none. What I made dar I got, but I didn't make much till atter I mighty. Law, honey, does you want to know 'bout my maige? Well, I was 15 years old and I had a preacher to me. His name was Andrew Brown. In dem days us allus waited till the time of year when us had a big meetin' or at Christmas time. Den eff'n one of us wanted to get married, he would perform de weddin' atter de meetin' or atter Christmas celebratin'. I had a bluish worsted dress. I might in January, right atter Christmas. At my maige us had barbecue, Brunswick stew, and cake. The whole yard was full UV folks. Mammy was a ligus oman and de fust day of Christmas she allus fasted half a day and den she would pray. Atter dat everybody would have eggnog and barbecue and cake eff'n dey had the money to buy it. Mammy said dat when dey was still slaves marster allus give dem Christmas, but atter dey had freedom den dey had ter buy dey own rations. Us would have banjo playin' and dance de pigeon wing and de shuffle toe. No, ma'am, George's pa didn't leave him no lawn when he died. Us went to another farm and rented when de Meiji was over. George's pa warn't dead, but he didn't offer to do nothin' fair us. Yassum, I see had 8 chillens of my own. Us I never had no lawn us could call our'n. Us jest moved from one farm to another all our days. This here lawn us is on now longs to Mr. Klein. My son and his chillun works it and dey give us what dey can spare. De Red Cross lady he PS us and us gets along somehow or nother. Works Progress Administration Harry L. Hopkins, Administrator Ellen S. Woodward, Assistant Administrator Henry S. Alsberg, Director of the Federal Writers Project Plantation Life Interview with Susan Matthews, age 84 Madison Street, Macon, Georgia. Written by Ruth H. Sanford, Macon, Georgia. Edited by Annie A. Rose, Macon, Georgia. Susan Matthews is an intelligent old negress, very tall and weighing close to 200 pounds. Her eyes were bright, her store-bought teeth flashed in a smile as she expressed her willingness to tell us all she remembered 'bout old times. In a tattered, faded print dress, a misshapen hat and ragged shoes, she sat enjoying the sunshine on the porch while she sewed on an underskirt she was making for herself from old sugar sacks. Her manner was cheerful. She seemed to get genuine enjoyment from the interview and gave us a hearty invitation to come to see her again. I was just a chilly, she began, when the white folks had slaves. My ma and her chillun was the onliest slaves my marster and misties had. My pa belonged to some white folks that lived 'bout 5 miles from us. My marster and misties were poor folks. They lived in a white frame house. It was just a little house that had 'bout 5 rooms, I reckon. The house had a kitchen in the backyard, and the house my ma lived was in the backyard too, but I was raised in my misty's house. I slept in her room, slept on the foot of her bed to keep her feet warm, and everywhere my misty's when I went to. My marster and misties was so good to us and we loved 'em. My ma, she done the cooking and the washing for the family, and she could work in the fields just like a man. She could pick her 300 pounds of cotton or pull as much fodder as any man. She was strong and she had a new baby mose every year. My marster and misties liked for to have a lot of chillun cause that helped to make 'em richer. I didn't have much time fair playin' when I was little cause I was always busy waitin' on my misties or taking care of my little brothers and sisters. But I did have a doll to play with. It was a rag doll and my misties made it fair me. I was just crazy 'bout that doll and I learned how to sew making clothes fair it. I'd make clothes fair it and wash and iron 'em, and it wasn't long afore I knowed how to sew real good, and I'd been sewing ever since. My white folks weren't rich or tall, but we always had plenty of somepin to eat, and we had firewood to keep us warm in winter too. We had plenty of syrup and corn bread, and when dey killed a hog we had fine sausage and chitlins, and all sorts of good eating. My marster and the white and colored boys would go hunting, and we had squirrels and rabbits and possums just lots of time. Yes, we had plenty. We never did go hungry. Does I remember 'bout the Yankees coming? Yes, ma'am, I sho does. The white chillun and us had been looking fair 'em and looking fair 'em. We wanted 'em to come. We knowed 'twould be fun to see 'em. And sho 'nuff one day I was out in de front yard to see and I seed a whole passel of men in blue coats coming down de road. I hollered, "Here come de Yankees." I know 'twas them and my misties and my ma and everybody come out in the front yard to see 'em. The Yankees stopped and the leading man with the straps on his shoulders talked to us and de men got water out in de well. No, they didn't take nothing and they hurt nothing. After a while they just went on down the road. They sho looked hot and dusty and tired. After de war was over my pa, he comed up to our house and got my ma and all us chillun and carries us down to his marster's place. I didn't want to go cause I loved my misties and she cried when we left. My pa's old marster let him have some land to work on shares. My pa was a hard worker and we helped him and in a few years he bought a little piece of land and he owned it till he died. 'Bout once or twice a year we'd all go back ter see our misties. She was always glad to see us and treated us fine. After de war a white woman started a school fair nigger chillun and my pa sent us. This white lady was a old maid and was mighty poor. She and her ma lived by dear as elves. I reckon her pa had done got kilt in de war. I don't know about that, but I knows they was mighty poor and my pa paid her fair teaching us and things to eat from his farm. We didn't never have no money. I loved to go to school. I had a blue back speller and I learned real quick, but we didn't get to go all the time. When there was work to do on the farm, we had to stop and do it. Times warn't no better after de war was over and day warn't no wuss. We was before de war and we was after de war. But we always had somepin to wear and plenty to eat and we never had no kick coming. I never did get married. I see a old maid nigger, and they tells me you don't see old maid niggers. How come I ain't married I don't know. Seems like when I was young I seed somepin wrong with all the mens that would come around. Then atter while I was kinder ol' and they didn't come around no mo. Just last week a man come by here what used to coat me. He seed me set in here on the porch and I says come on in and set a while, and he did. So maybe I ain't through coatin', maybe I'll get married yet. Here she laughed gleefully. When asked which she preferred, freedom or slavery, she replied, "Well, being free was all right while I was young, but now I'm old and I wish I belonged to somebody 'cause they would take care of me, and now I ain't got nobody to take care of me. The government gives me $8 a month, but that don't go fair enough. I has a hard time 'cause I can't get around and work like I used to." H.W. Dist 6X Slave Number 77, Alberta Minor Research Worker Emily Mays, East Solomon Street, Griffin, Georgia. Interviewed. Date stamp, May 8, 1937. Emily was born in 1861 on the Billy Stevens plantation in Upson County. Her mother, Betsy Witch, was born at Hawkinsville, Georgia, and sold to Mr. Billy Stevens. The father, Peter Witch, was born in West Virginia. A free man, he was part Indian, and when driving a team of oxen into Virginia for lime, got into the slave territory, was overtaken by a speculator, and brought to Georgia, where he was sold to the Weishes of Macon. He cooked for them at their hotel, the Brown House, for a number of years, then was sold on the block to Mr. Stevens of Upson County. Betsy was sold at this same auction. Betsy and Peter were married by jumping the broomstick after Mr. Stevens bought them. They had 16 children, of which Emily is the next to the last. She was always a puny, delicate child, and her mother died when she was about 7 years old. She heard people tell her father that she wasn't intent to be raised, 'cause she was so little, and her mother was accustomed to get her soon. Hearing this kind of remarks often had a depressing effect upon the child, and she watched the clouds all the time, expecting her mother, and was bathed in tears most of the time. After the war, Peter rented a patch from Mr. Kit Parker, and the whole family worked in the fields except Emily. She was not big enough, so they let her work in the big house until Mrs. Parker's death. She helped tend the daughters' babies, washed and ironed table napkins, and waited on them, generally, for which she can't remember any pay, but they fed and clothed her. Her older sister learned to weave when she was a slave, and helped sew for the soldiers. So after freedom she continued making cloth and sewing for the family while the others worked in the fields. Buttons were made from dried gourds. They lived well, raising more on their patch than they could possibly use and selling the surplus. For coffee they split and dried sweet potatoes, ground and parched them. The only education Emily received was at the Sugar Hill Sunday School. They were too busy in the spring for social gatherings, but after the crops were harvested, they would have corn shuckings, where the Negroes gathered from neighboring farms and in 3 or 4 days' time would finish at one place, then move on to the next farm. It was quite a social gathering, and the farm fed all the guests with the best they had. The prayer meetings and singings were other pleasant diversions from the daily toil. After Mrs. Parker's death, Emily worked in her father's fields until she was married to Aaron Mays. Then she came to Griffin, where she has lived ever since. She is 75 years old and has cooked for white folks until she was just too old to see good, so she now lives with her daughter. Interview with Liza Mention, Beach Island, South Carolina, written and edited by Layla Harris and John N. Booth, Federal Writers Project, Augusta, Georgia, March 25, 1938. Come right in. Have a seat. I'll be glad to tell you anything I can 'bout dem early days, said Liza Mention. Course I warn't born till the 2nd year out of freedom, So I don't 'member nothin' 'bout all dat fightin' durin' de war. I see sho glad I warn't born in slavery from what I heerd 'em tell 'bout dem patrollers catchin' and beatin' up folks. Liza's house, a two-room hut with a narrow front porch, stands in a peaceful spot on the edge of the Wilson Plantation at Beach Island, South Carolina. A metal sign on the door which revealed that the property is protected by a theft insurance service aroused wonder as to what Liza had that could attract a burglar. The bedroom was in extreme disorder with clothing, shoes, bric-a-brac, and just plain junk scattered about. The old negress had been walking about the sunshiny yard and apologized for the mess by saying that she lived alone and did as she pleased. "Folks says I oughtn't to stay here by myself," she remarked, "but I locks to be independent. I cooked 25 years for de Wilson family and dey is gonna let me have dis house free till I die 'cause I ain't able to do no work." Liza's close-fitting hat pinned her ears to her head. She wore a dress that was soiled and copiously patched, and her worn-out brogans were several sizes too large. Ill health probably accounts for this untidiness for, as she expressed it, "When I gets up I hate to set down, and when I sets down, I hates to get up, my knees hurts me so." However, her face broke into a toothless grin on the slightest provocation. "I was born up on de Reese's place in McDuffie County near Thompson, Georgia. When I was chillin' us didn't know nothin' 'bout no wook," she volunteered. "My ma was a invalid, so when I was 6 years old she give me to her sister over here at Mr. Ed McElmurray's place to raise. I ain't never knowed who my pa was. Us chaps played all the time wid white chillun just lak dey had all been niggers. Chillun den didn't have sense lak dey got now, us was satisfied just to play all the time. I 'members on Sundays us used to take leaves and pin 'em together with thorns to make ourselves dresses and hats to play in. I never did go to school none, so I don't know nothin' 'bout readin' and writin' and spellin'. I can't spell my own name, but I think it begins with A.M. Hit's too late to study 'bout all that now 'cause my old brain couldn't learn nothin'. Hit's done lost most all of what little I did know. Back in dem times, folkses cooked on open fireplaces in winter time, and in summer dey built cook stands out in de yard to set de spiders on, so us could cook and eat outdoors. Dere warn't no stoves now har. When us was hard up for salmon green to 'bout 'fore de jardins got goin' good, us used to go out and get wild mustard, poke salad, or pepper grass. Us eat 'em satisfactory and dey never kilt us. I have eat heaps of kinds of defunct weeds and I still eats a mess of poke salad once or twice a year 'cause it's good for you. Us cooked a naked hunk of fat meat in a pot with some corn dumplings. De grown folks would eat de meat and de chillens would sit around on de floor and eat de pot liquor and dumplings out of tin pans. Us enjoyed dat stuff just lak it had been pound cake. Dances in dem days warn't dese here huggin' kind of dances lak dey has now. There warn't no Big Apple nor no Little Apple neither. Us had a house wid a raised platform, at one end where de music makers sot. Dey had a string band wid a fiddle, a trumpet, and a banjo, but dere warn't no guitars lak dey has in dis day. One man called the sets and us danced de quadrille, de Virginia reel, and de 16-hand cotillion. When us made syrup on de farm dere would always be a candy pullin'. Dat homemade syrup made real good candy. Den us would have a big time at corn shuckins too. I don't believe in no conjuration. Ain't nobody never done nothin' to me, but I have seed people dat other folks said had been hurt. If somebody done somethin' to me I wouldn't know whar to find a root worker to take it off, and anyways I wouldn't trust dem sort of folks 'cause if dey can sire you dey can kill you too. I see a member of dis Silver Bluff Baptist Church, and I'd been goin' to Sunday school dar nearly ever since I can 'member. You know dey say dat's de oldest nigger church in de country. At fust a white man come from Savannah and de church was built for his family, and dey slaves. Later dere was so many colored members de white folks come out, and built another house so de niggers could have de old one. When dat old church was tore down, de colored folks worshiped for a long time in a goat house and den in a brush arbor. Some folks calls it de Dead River Church 'cause it used to be near Dead River and de baptizin' was done dar for a long time. I was baptized dar myself and I loves de old spot of ground. I has tried to be a good church member all my life, but it's hard for me to get a nickel or a dime for preacher money now. When asked if people in the old days got married by jumping over a broom, she made a chuckling sound and replied, "No, us had to preacher, but us didn't have to buy no license, and I can't see no sense in buyin' a license nohow, 'cause when dey gets ready to quit, dey just quits." Liza brought an old Bible from the other room in which she said she kept the history of the old church. There were also pictures from some of her white folks who had moved to North Carolina. "My husband has been daid for 40 years, she asserted, "and I hasn't a chile to my name, nobody to move nothin' when I lays it down, and nobody to pick nothin' up. I gets along pretty well most of the time though, but I wishes I could work so I would feel more independent." District 2 ex-slave interview and Harriet Miller, Toccoa, Georgia, Stevens County, written by Mrs. Annie Lee Newton, research worker, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, edited by John N. Booth, Assistant District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, July 15, 1937. And Harriet Miller, a chipper and spry Indian half-breed, thinks she is about 100 years old. It is remarkable that one so old should possess so much energy and animation. She is tall and spare, with wrinkled face, bright eyes, a kindly expression, and she wears her iron gray hair wound in a knob in the manner of a past generation. Aunt Harriet was neatly dressed as she had just returned from a trip to Cornelia to see some of her folks. She did not appear at all tired from the trip, and seemed glad to discuss the old days. "My father," said Aunt Harriet, "was a Cherokee Indian named Green Norris, and my mother was a white woman named Betsy Richards. You see, I am mixed. My mother give me to Mr. George Naves when I was 3 years old. He lived in the mountains of South Carolina, just across the river. He didn't own his home. He was overseer for the Jarretts, old man Kennedy Jarrett. Honey, people was just like dey is now, some good and some bad. Mr. Naves was a good man. Dese here Jarretts was good to dere slaves, but de was mean to ders. My white folks tried to send me to school, but the white folks wouldn't receive me in dere school on account of I was mixed, and dere warn't no colored school at all, nowhere. Some of the white ladies taught dere slaves. Yes'm, some of them did. Now, Miss Sally Jarrett, dat was Mrs. Bob Jarrett's daughter, used to teach 'em some. Slaves had half a day off on Saturday. They had frolics at night, quiltings, dances, corn shuckings, and played the fiddle. They stayed in the quarters Sunday or went to church. They belonged to the same church with the white folks. I belonged to Old Liberty Baptist Church. The back seats was where the slaves sat. They belonged to the same church just like the white folks, but I wasn't with them much. As a child, Aunt Harriet associated with white people, and played with white children, but when she grew up, had to turn to Negroes for companionship. If slaves stayed in their places, they weren't never whipped or put in chains. When company come, I knowed to get outdoors. I went on to my work. I was treated all right. I don't remember getting but 3 whippings in my life. Old Misty's had brown sugar, a barrel of sugar setting in the dinin' room. She'd go off and she'd come back and ask me 'bout the sugar. She'd get after me 'bout it, and I'd say I hadn't took it, and den when she turned my dress back and whipped me, I couldn't hardly set down. She whipped me twice 'bout the sugar and den she let me alone. 'Twasn't the sugar she whipped me 'bout, but she was trying to get me to tell the truth. Yes'm, dat was the best lesson dat ever I learned, to tell the truth, like David. I had a large family. Let's see, I had 10 chillun, 2 of 'em dead, and I believes 'bout 40 grandchillun. I could count 'em. Last time I was counting de great-grandchillun dere was 37, but some have come in since den. Maggie has 11 chillun. Maggie's husband is a farmer, and dey lives near Easton Alley. Lizzie, her husband is dead and she lives with a daughter in Chicago, has 5 chillun. Den Media has 2. Her husband, Hilary Campbell, works for the government in Washington. Lieutenant has 6, he farms. Robert has 6. Robert is a regular old farmer and Sunday school teacher. Davy has 4, den Luther has 7, and dat leaves Jim, my baby boy. He railroads and I lives with him. Jim is 37. He ain't got no chillun. My husband, Judge Miller, been dead 37 years. He's buried at Tugalo. This old lady been swinging on a limb a long time, and she going to swing off from here sometime. I'm near about 100 and I won't be here long, but when I go, I wants to go in peace with everybody. I don't know. I'd be feared to say there ain't nothing in voodoo. Some puts a dime in de shoe to keep de voodoo away, and some carries a buckeye in de pocket to keep off cramp and colic. Dey say a bone dey finds in de jawbone of a hog will make chillin' teeth easy. When the slaves got sick, the white folks looked after 'em. The medicines for sickness was nearly all yerbs. Dey give boneset for colds, made tea out of it, and aching joints. Butterfly root and slippery elm bark was to cool fever. Willow ashes is good for a corn, poke root for rheumatism, and a syrup made of mullein, honey, and alum for colds. Dey use sparks from dogwood, wild cherry, and clack haws for one thing and another. I'll tell you what's good for pison oak, powdered alum and sweet cream. Beat it if it's lump alum, and put it in sweet cream, not milk, it has to be cream. There's lots of other remedies and things, but I'm getting so sap-skulled and I'm so old I can't remember. Yes'm, I've got mighty trifling 'bout my remembrance. Once some Indians camped on the river bottoms for 3 or 4 years, and we'd go down, me and Ngenya, nearly every Saturday, to hear 'em preach. We couldn't understand it. They didn't have no racket or nothing like colored folks. They would sing, and it sounded all right. We couldn't understand it, but they enjoyed it. They worked and had crops. They had ponies, pretty ponies. Nobody never did bother 'em. They made baskets out of canes, the beautifulest baskets, and they colored 'em with dyes, natural dyes. Indian women wore long dresses and beads. Their hair was plaited and hanging down the back, and their babies was tied on a blanket on the back. Men's wore just breeches and feathers in their hats. I wish you could have seen 'em a-cooking. They would take corn dough, and then they'd boil birds, make sort of long, not round dumplings, and drop 'em in a pot of hot soup. We thought that was terrible, putting that in the pot with the birds. They had blowguns and they'd slip around, and first thing they'd blow, and down come a bird. They'd kill a squirrel and catch fish with their blowguns. Them guns was made out of canes 'bout 8 feet long, burned out at the jints for the barrel. They put in a arrow what had thistles on one end to make it go through quick and the other end sharp. Yes, honey, I believes in hants. I was going long, at 9 o'clock one night 'bout the Denham Fill, and I heard a chain a-rattling long de cross ties. I couldn't see a thing and dat chain just a-rattling as plain as if it was on dis floor. Back since the war, there was a railroad gang working long by dis fill, and the boss, Captain Wing, whipped a convict. It killed him, and the boss throwed him in de fill. I couldn't see a thing, and dat chain was just rattling right a-guide de fill where dat convict had been buried. I believes the Lord took care of me dat night, and I hope he keeps on doing so. H.W. DIST 6X Slave Number 75, Folklore Alberta Minor Research Worker Molly Mitchell, ex-Negro Slave 507 East Chapel Street Griffin, Georgia August 31, 1936, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Molly Mitchell, a white-haired old darky, 85 years old, was born on the Newt Woodard Plantation. It is the old Jackson Road near Beulah Church. Until she was 7 years old she helped about the house running errands for her, Mrs. tending babies, sweeping the yard, and sich. At 7 she was put in the fields. The first day at work she was given certain rows to hoe, but she could not keep in the row. The master came around twice a day to look at what they had done, and when it was not done right, he whipped them. "Seems like I got whipped all day long," she said. One time when Molly was about 13 years old, she was real sick. The master and Mrs. took her to the bathing house where there was plenty of hot water. They put her in a tub of hot water, then took her out, wrapped her in blankets and sheets, and put her in cold water. They kept her there 4 or 5 days doing that until they broke her fever. Whenever the Negroes were sick, they always looked after them and had a doctor if necessary. At Christmas they had a whole week holiday, and everything they wanted to eat. The Negroes lived a happy, carefree life unless they broke the rules. If one lied or stole or did not work or did not do his work right or stayed out over the time of their pass, they were whipped. The pass was given them to go off on Saturday. It told whose nigger they were and when they were due back, usually by 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon or Monday morning. The patrol came by to see your pass, and if you were due back home, they would give you a whipping. Molly was 15 years old when the master came out in the fields and told them they were as free as he was. Her family stayed with him. He gave them a horse or mule, their groceries, and a patch to work that they paid for in about 3 years' time. Before the war, whenever his slaves reached 70 years, the master set them free and gave them a mule, cow, and a patch. Molly can remember her grandmother and grandfather getting theirs. When Molly married, 17 years old, she moved to her husband's farm. She had 9 children. She had to spin the cloth for their clothes and did any kind of work, even the men's work too. Out of herbs she made syrup for worms for her children. With the barks of different trees she made the spring tonic, and if their stomachs was wrong, she used red oak bark. When she was younger she would dream a dream and see it just as clear next morning, and it always came true, but now since she's aged her dreams are gone away by next morning. When she was a little girl, they made them go to Sunday school and taught them out of a blue back speller. After freedom, they were sent to day school, some. The little missus used to teach her upstairs after they were supposed to be in bed. She's been a member of the Methodist Church since she was 17 years old. Molly's husband was always a farmer, and he always planted by the moon. Potatoes, turnips, and things that grow under the ground were planted in the dark of the moon, while beans and peas and things that develop on top the ground were planted in the light of the moon. She said she couldn't remember many superstitions, but she knew a rabbit's foot was tied round your neck or waist for luck, and a crowing hen was bad luck, so bad that they killed them and put them in the pot whenever they found one. When you saw a cat washing its face, it was going to rain sure. Molly is quite wrinkled, has thinning white hair, very bad teeth, but fairly active physically, and her mind is moderately clear. Elizabeth Watson Bob Mobley, ex-slave, aged about 90, Pulaski County, Georgia, 1937, date stamp, July 20, 1937. When recently interviewed, this aged colored man, the soul of humbleness and politeness, and long a resident of Pulaski County, sketched his life as follows, his language reconstructed. I was the 7th child of the 11 children born to Robert and Violet Hammock, slaves of Mr. Henry Mobley of Crawford County. My parents were also born in Crawford County. My master was well-to-do. He owned a great deal of land and many Negroes. Macon was our nearest trading town, and Mr. Mobley sold his cotton and did his trading there, though he sent his children to school at Knoxville, Crawford County. My mother was the family cook, and also superintended the cooking for many of the slaves. We slaves had a good time, and none of us were abused or mistreated, though young Negroes were sometimes whipped, when they deserved it. Grown Negro men, in those days, wore their hair long and, as a punishment to them for misconduct, etc., the master cut their hair off. I was raised in my master's house, slept in his room when I was a small boy, just to be handy to wait on him when he needed anything. If a slave became sick, a doctor was promptly called to attend him. My mother was also a kind of doctor and often rode all over the plantation to dose ailing Negroes with herb teas and home medicines which she was an adept in compounding. In cases of H.W. minor illness, she could straighten up the sick in no time. Before the war started, I took my young master to get married, and we were certainly dressed up. You have never seen a nigger and a white man as dressed up as we were on that occasion. An aunt of mine was head weaver on our plantation, and she bossed the other women weavers and spinners. 2 or 3 seamstresses did all the sewing. In winter time we slaves wore wool, which had been dyed before the cloth was cut. In summer we wore light goods. We raised nearly everything that we ate, except sugar and coffee, and made all the shoes and clothes worn on the place, except the white ladies' silks, fine shawls, and slippers, and the men's broadcloths and dress boots. My young master went to the war, but his father was too old to go. When we heard that the Yankees were coming, old Mr. refugeed to Dooley County, where he bought a new farm, and took his Negroes with him. But the new place was so poor that, right after the war closed, he moved back to his old plantation. I stayed with Mr. Henry for a long time after freedom, then came to Hawkinsville to work at the carpenter's trade. And I did pretty well here until I fell off a house several years ago, since which time I haven't been much good, not able to do hardly any work at all. Now old, feeble, and physically incapacitated. Uncle Bob lives with a stepdaughter, a woman of 72, who, herself, is failing fast. Both are supported mainly by Pulaski County and the federal government. H.W. Dist 6X Slave Number 79, Folklore Mary A. Crawford Research Worker Fanny Nix, ex-slave interviewed, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Fanny was born in slavery and was a great big girl when the slaves were freed, but does not know her exact age. However, she thinks that she was at least 12 when the war broke out. According to this method of estimating her age, Fanny is about 87. The old woman's parents were John Arnold and Rosetta Green, who were married away before de war by stepping over the broom in the presence of Old Moss and a lot of colored friends. Fanny does not know where her parents were born, but thinks that they were born in Upson County near Thomaston, Georgia, and knows that she and her 2 brothers and other sister were. Fanny and her family were owned by Judge Jim Green. Judge Green had 100 or so acres of land, Fanny reckoned, and between 25 and 75 slaves. The master was just as good as he could be to all the slaves, and especially to the little chillun. The judge did not whup much, and used a peach tree limb and done it hisself. There was no strop at Moss Green's big house. Rosetta Green, the mother of Fanny, cooked and washed for Judge Green for years and years. Fanny found her mammy a cookin' at the big house the fust thing she knowed. As Fanny grew up, she was trained by Ol' Miss to be a house girl, and did sec work as churning, minding the flies. Often de table when de white folks eat, gwine backwards and forrads to de smokehouse for my mammy. She recalls that when she minded the flies often the table she always got plenty of biscuits and scraps of fried chicken the white folks left on their plates. But, Fanny added with a satisfied smile, Moss Green's darkies never wanted for somethin' to eat, case he give 'em a plenty, even molasses all they wanted. Fanny and her mammy always ate in de Mrs. kitchen. Yes, said Fanny. I remembers when de Yankees come through, it tickled us chillun and skeered us too. Dey was mo in 100, miss, riding mighty pole wore out hosses. All de men wanted was somethin' to eat and some good hosses. De men poured into de smokehouse and de kitchen. Here Fanny had to laugh again, and how dem Yankee mens did cut and hack. Ol' Mosses, best hams. After dey eat all dey could hold dey saddled up. Ol' Mosses, fine hosses and away dey rid. When asked why the white folks did not hide the horses out in the swamps or woods, Fanny replied, "Case dey didn't have time. Dem Yankees pounced down like hawks after chickens. Ol' Moss Jose did have time to 'scape to de woods hisself. The judge was too old to go to the war." John Arnold, Fanny's daddy, was owned by Mr. John Arnold on an adjoining plantation to Judge Green, and when he and Fanny's mother were married, John was allowed to visit Rosetta each weekend. Of course he had to carry a pass from his master. John and Rosetta never lived together year in and year out, according to Fanny's statement, till long after freedom. Fanny relates that Judge Green's slaves all went to meetin' every Sunday in the white folks' church. The darkies going in the afternoon, and the white people going in the forenoon. The white preacher ministered to both the white and colored people. If the Negroes were sick and needed MOHW, den, Old Moss knowed what to give 'em. He sont the white folks' doctor. You see, miss, said old Fanny with pride, I was owned by big white folks. She tells that Judge Green had 2 young sons, not old enough to fight, and 3 daughters, just little shavers, so high, here Fanny indicated from 3 to 4 or 5 feet at intervals, to indicate small children's height, then added, We always said little Miss Peggy, little Miss Nancy, and little Miss Jane, and young Moss Jim and little Marster Bob. Did you ever forget to speak to the children in that way? The interviewer asked. No, miss, we sure didn't. We knowed better dan to forget. Fanny is very feeble in every way, voice is weak and her step most uncertain, but she is straight of figure, and was ripping up smoking tobacco sacks with which her daughter is to make a pretty bedspread. Fanny and her husband, another ex-slave, live with Fanny's daughter. The daughter supports her mother. H.W. Dist 6 ex-slave number 80, Mary A. Crawford research worker Henry Nix, ex-slave 808 East Slayton Avenue Griffin, Georgia interviewed September 24, 1936, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Tr. Numerous handwritten changes were made in this interview. Where a word appears in brackets after a HW entry, it was replaced by that handwritten entry. All numbers were originally spelled out. Henry Nix was born March 15, 1848 in Upson County, about 5 miles from Barnesville, Georgia. H.W. Henry's parents were John Nix and Catherine Willis, who were not married, because as Henry reports, John Nix was an overseer on the plantation of Mr. Jasper Willis. And when Marsder found out what kind of man John Nix was, Nix had to skip out. When Henry was a good-sized boy, his mother married a darker man, and 3 other children were born, 2 boys and a girl. Henry loved his mother very much, and H.W. relates that on her deathbed she told him who his father was, and Tr. also told him, crossed out, how to live so as not to get into trouble, and H.W., due to her advice, that he has never been in jail nor in any meanness of any kind, Tr. due to what she told him. Crossed out. Mr. Jasper Willis, Tr., who was crossed out, Henry's owner, lived on a large plantation of about 300 acres in Upson County, H.W., and Mr. Willis owned only about 50 or 60 slaves as well as Henry can remember. The old man considers Mr. Willis the best master that a darky ever had, saying that he made his darkies work and mind, but he never beat them or let the paterol do it, though sometimes he did use a switch on them. Henry recalls that he received a sound whooping case he throwed a rock at one o' Moss Jasper's fine cows and broke her leg. When asked if Mr. Willis had the slaves taught to read and write, Henry hooted at the idea, saying emphatically, "No, ma'am, ol' Moss was sho hard about dat. He said niggers was made by de good Lord to work, and onct when my uncle stole a book and was a-trying to learn how to read and write, Moss Jasper had the white doctor take off my uncle's F.O. finger right down to de fust jint. Marstar said he fixed dat darker as a sign F.O. de residential UVM. No, miss, we wasn't larned." Mr. Willis allowed his slaves from Saturday at noon till Monday morning as a holiday, and then they always had a week for Christmas. All of the Negroes went to meeting on Sunday afternoon in the white people's church and were served by the white minister. Henry says that they had a circuit doctor on his master's place, and the doctor came around regularly at least every 2 weeks. Case Master paid him to do so, and H.W. he examined eva darky big and little on dat plantation. One time Henry recalls that he had a tubble carbuncle on the back of his neck and Moss had the doctor to cut it open. Henry knowed better den to holler and cut up, too, when it was done. The old man remembers going to war with his young master and remaining with him for the 2 years he was in service. They were in Richmond when the city surrendered to Grant, and soon after that the young master was killed in the fight at Tumlin Gap. Henry hardly knows how he got back to Old Marsder, but is thankful he did. After freedom, H.W. most all of Mr. Willis's darkies stayed on with him, but Henry had to act smart and run away. He went over into Alabama and managed to keep Tr. his crossed out body and soul together somehow for several years, and then Tr. he crossed out went back to Old Marsder. Henry is well and rather active for his 87 or 88 years and likes to work. He has a job now cleaning off the graves at the White Cemetery, but he and his wife depend mainly, H.W., for support on their son Tr. for support. Crossed out, who lives just across the street from them. H.W. Dist 6, Mary A. Crawford research worker Louis Ogletree, ex-slave 501 East Tinsley Street Griffin, Georgia, August 21, 1936, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Tr. Numerous handwritten changes were made in this interview. Where a word appears in brackets after a HW entry, it was replaced by that handwritten entry. Louis Ogletree was born on the plantation of Mr. Fred Crowder of Spalding County, Georgia, HW, GA, near Griffin. HW, he, Louis, does not know exactly when he was born, but says that, Tr. He knows that. Crossed out, he was maybe 17 years old at the end of the war in '65. This would make him 88 now. Mr. Crowder was the owner of a large number of slaves, and among them was Letty Crowder, Tr. Married in Ogletree, the crossed out housekeeper and head servant in the home of Mr. Fred Crowder. Letty was Louis' mother. Louis remembers standing inside the picket fence with a lot of other little pickaninnies watching for Sherman's army, and when the Yankees got close enough to be heard plainly, they hid in the bushes or under the house. The Yankees poured into the yard and into the house, making Letty open the smokehouse and get them Mr. Crowder's best whiskey, and oftentimes they made her cook them a meal of ham and eggs. Mr. Crowder, Letty's master, was ill during the war, having a cancer on his left hand. Louis reports that Mr. Crowder was a very hard master but a good one, saying that it wasn't any use for the patty roll, the patrol, to come to Moss Crowder's, cause he would not permit him to take one of his darkies. Mrs. Crowder, the old misties, had died just before the war broke out, and Mr. Crowder lived alone with his house servants. There were 2 young sons in the war. The oldest son, Colonel Crowder, was in Virginia. Louis said that his master whipped him only once, and that was for stealing. One day when the old master was taking a nap, Louis, minding off the flies, and thinking his master asleep, slipped over to the big table and snatched some candy. Just as he picked up a lump, it was rock candy. Wham! Old H.W. Marster Master had me, and when he got through, well, Louis didn't steal any more candy nor nothing. Master Neva took no foolishness from his darkies. Louis remembers very clearly when Mr. Crowder gave his darkies their freedom. Master sent me and my mammy out to the cabin to tell all the darkies to come up to the big house. When they got there were so many that HW, some were up on the porch, on the steps, and all over the yard. Mr. Crowder stood up on the porch and said, "You darkies are all free now. You don't belong to me no more. Now pack up your things and go on off." My lord! How them darkies did bawl! And most of them did not leave old master. Richard Orford, age around 85. The following version of slavery was told by Mr. Richard Orford of 54 Brown Avenue in South Atlanta. Mr. Orford is large in stature, and although 85 years of age, he has a very active mind as well as a good sense of humor. Mr. Orford was born in Pike County, Georgia, near the present site of Griffin, in 1842. His master's name was Jeff Orford. Mr. Orford describes him as follows. Marster was a rich man and he had about 250 slaves. Course that was nt so many cause some of de folks round there had 400 and 500. He had plenty of land too. I don't know how many acres. He raised everything he needed on de plantation and never had to buy nothing. I members when de Yankees come through, old Marster had 'bout 200 barrels of whiskey hid in de smokehouse. Dat was de fust time I ever got drunk. Besides hisself and his wife, old Marster had 2 boys and 9 girls. Continuing, Mr. Orford said, "My ma didn't he have many chillun, just 10 boys and 9 girls. I went to work in Marster's house when I was 5 years old and I stayed there till I was 35. The fust work I had to do was to pick up chips, feed chickens, and keep the yard clean. By the time I was 8 years old I was driving my missus in the carriage. All the rest of the slaves was fiel hands. They spent their time plowing and taking care of the plantation in general. There was some who split rails and others who took care of the stock and made the harness. The slaves did everything that needed to be done on the plantation. Everybody had to get up for daybreak, and even for it was light enough to see day wasn't the fiel waiting to see how to run a fro. Long 'bout 9 o'clock breakfast was sent to the fiel in a wagon and all of them stopped to eat. At 12 o'clock they stopped again to eat dinner. After dat day worked till it was too dark to see. Women in dem days could pick 500 pounds of cotton a day with a child in a sack on deir backs. When de weather was too bad to work in de field, the hands cribbed and shucked corn. If dey had any work of deir own to do, dey had to do it at night. According to Mr. Orford, there was always sufficient food on the Orford plantation for the slaves. All cooking was done by one cook at the cookhouse. In front of the cookhouse were a number of long tables where the slaves ate their meals when they came in from the fields. Those children who were too young to work in the fields were also fed at this house, but instead of eating from the tables as did the grown-ups, they were fed from long troughs, much the same as little pigs. Each was given a spoon at meal time, and then all of the food was dumped into the trough at the same time. The weekday diet for the most part consisted of meats and vegetables. Sometimes we even got chicken and turkey, says Mr. Orford. Coffee was made by parching meal or corn and then boiling it in water. None of the slaves ever had to steal anything to eat on the Orford plantation. All of the clothing worn on this plantation was made there. Some of the women who were too old to work in the fields did the spinning and the weaving as well as the sewing of the garments. Indigo was used to dye the cloth. The women wore calico dresses and the men wore Ansenberg pants and shirts. The children wore a one-piece garment not unlike a slightly lengthened dress. This was kept in place by a string tied around their waists. There were at least 10 shoemakers on the plantation, and they were always kept busy, making shoes, although no slave ever got but one pair of shoes a year. These shoes were made of very hard leather, and were called brogans. In the rear of the master's house was located the slaves' quarters. Each house was made of logs and was of the double type so that 2 families could be accommodated. The holes and chinks in the walls were daubed with mud to keep the weather out. At one end of the structure was a large fireplace about 6 feet in width. The chimney was made of dirt. As for furniture, Mr. Orford says, "You could make your own furniture if you wanted to, but old Marster would give you a rope bed and 2 or 3 chairs, and that was all. The mattress was made out of a big bag or a ticken stuffed with straw. That was all the furniture in any of the houses. In dem days folks didn't get sick much like they do now, but when they did, the fust thing did fair 'em was to give 'em blue mass. If they had a cold, then they give 'em blue mass pills. When they was very sick, the Marster sent fair the doctor. Our old Marster wasn't he like some of the other Marsters in the community. He never did do much whuppin' of his slaves. One time I hit a white man, and old Marster said he was going to cut my arm off, and that was the loss I heard of it. Some of the other slaves used to get whuppins fair not workin' and fair fightin'. My mother got a whuppin' once fair not workin'. When they got so bad, old Marster didn't he bother about whuppin' 'em. He just put 'em on the blockin' and sold 'em like he would a chicken or somethin'. Slaves also got whuppins when they was caught off the plantation without a pass. The paddy rollers whupped you then. I have knowed slaves to run away and hide in the woods. Some of 'em even raised families there. None of us was allowed to learn to read or to write, but we could go to church along with the white folks. When the preacher talked to the slaves, he told 'em not to steal from the Marster and the missus, cause they would be stealing from deirselves. He told 'em to ask fair what they wanted and it would be given to 'em. When Sherman marched through Georgia, a number of the slaves on the Orford plantation joined his army. However, a large number remained on the plantation even after freedom was declared. Mr. Orford was one of those who remained. While the Yankee soldiers were in the vicinity of the Orford plantation, Mr. Orford, the owner of the plantation, hid in the woods and had some of the slaves bring his food, etc. to him. Mr. Orford was 35 years of age when he left the plantation, and at that time he married a 12-year-old girl. Since that time he has been the father of 23 children, some of whom are dead and some of whom are still alive. Ex-slave interview Anna Parks, age 86, 150 Strong Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Sarah H. Hall. Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia. Edited by John N. Booth. District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7, Augusta, Georgia. Anna Parks' bright eyes sparkled as she watched the crowd that thronged the hallway outside the office where she awaited admittance. A trip to the downtown section is a rare event in the life of an 86-year-old negress, and accompanied by her daughter, she was making the most of this opportunity to see the world that lay so far from the door of the little cottage where she lives on Strong Street. When asked if she liked to talk of her childhood days before the end of the Civil War, she eagerly replied, "'Deed I does." She was evidently delighted to have found someone who actually wanted to listen to her, and proudly continued, "Dem days show was sompin' to talk 'bout. I don't never get tired of talkin' 'bout 'em. Pa, he was Olmsted Lumpkin, and Ma was Liza Lumpkin, and us belonged to Jedge Joe Henry Lumpkin. Us lived at the Lumpkin home place on Prince Avenue. I was born the same week as Miss Callie Cobb, and whilst I don't know 'zactly what day I was born, I can be pretty sure 'bout how many years ol' I is by asheen how ol' Miss Callie is. Fust I 'members much 'bout as tottin' de key basket round hind ol' Miss when she give out de victuals. I never done a god's speck of work but dat I jest follered long atter ol' Miss wid her key basket. Did dey pay us any money? Lawsy, lady! What for? Us didn't need no money. Ol' Marster and ol' Miss all time give us plenty good salmon teat, and cielo yes, and dey let us sleep in a good cabin, but us did have money now and den. A heap of times us had nickels and dimes. Dey had lots of comp New York at ol' Marster's, and us allus act mighty spry waitin' on 'em, so dey would 'member us when dey lef. Effen it was money dey gimme, I jest couldn't wait to run to de Estio and spend it for candy. What else did you buy with the money? She was asked. Nuffin' else, was the quick reply. All a piece of money meant to me dem days was candy, and den mo candy. I never did get much candy as I wanted when I was chillin'. Here her story took a rambling turn. You see, I didn't have to save up for nuffin'. Ol' Marster and ol' Miss, dey took keer of us. Dey show was good white folkses, but den dey had to be good white folkses, 'cause ol' Marster, he was Jedge Lumpkin, and de Jedge was bound to make everybody do right, and he gwine do right his own self 'fore he tried to make other folkses behave deselves. Ain't nobody, now har, as good today Negroes as my white folkses was. Who taught you to say Negroes so distinctly? She was asked. Ol' Marster, she promptly answered. He 'splained dat us was not to be shamed of our race. He said us warn't no niggers, he said us was Negroes, and he 'spect his Negroes to be de best Negroes in de whole land. Old Marster had a big fine jardin. His Negroes wucked it good, and us was sho proud of it. Us lived close in town, and all de Negroes on de place was yard and house servants. Us didn't have no jardins round our cabins, 'cause all of us eat at de big house kitchen. Ol' Miss had flowers everywhere round de big house, and she was all time givin' us some to plant round de cabins. All de cookin' was done at de big house kitchen, and hit was a sho 'nuff big kitchen. Us had 2 boss cooks, and lots of helpers, and us sho had plenty of good sampin' teat. Dat's de God's truth, and I means it. Heap of folks has been tryin' to get me to say us didn't have 'nuff teat, and dat us never had nuffin' fittin' teat. But ol' as I sigh and start tellin' no lies now. I gotter die afo long, and I sho wants to be clean in de mouth and no stains or lies on my lips when I dies. Our sampin' teat was a heap better'n what us got now. Us had plenty of everything right dar in de yard. Chickens, ducks, geese, guineas, tuckies, and de smokehouse full of good meat. Den de mens, dey was all time goin' huntin', and fetchin' in wild tuckies, and pottages, and heaps and lots of possums and rabbits. Us had many fishes as us wanted. De big fine shads, and perch, and trouts, dem was de fishes de Jedge liked mos'. Catfishes won't counted fittin' to set on de Jedge's table, but us Negroes was load to eat all of 'em us wanted. Catfishes muse be mighty scase now 'cause I don't know whenever I is seed a good ol' river catfish flappin' his tail. Dey flaps dey tails atter you done kilt 'em, and cleaned 'em, and drap 'em in de hot grease to fry. Sometimes dey nigh knock de lid off'n de fryin' pan. Ol' Marster bide Bill Finch down de country somewhere, and dey called him William at de big house. He was de tailor, and he made CLOS for de young marsters. William was right smart, and one of his jobs was to lock up all de victuals atter us done eat much as us wanted. All of us had plenty, but dey won't nuffin wasted round ol' Marster's place. Ol' Miss was young and pretty dem days, and ol' Marster won't no old man den, but us had to call Old Miss, and Old Marster, cause day chillens was called Young Marster and Young Mistus the very day was born. When asked to describe the work assigned to little Negroes, she quickly answered, "Chillens didn't do nuffin'. Grown-up Negroes done all the wook. All chillens done was to frolic and play. I was jest load to tote the key basket cause I was all time hangin' round the big house, and wanted so bad to stay close to my ma in the kitchen and to be nigh Old Miss. What sort of CLOS did I wear in dem days? Why, lady, I had good CLOS. Adder my little mistresses wore day CLOS a little, Old Miss give em to me. Ma always made me wear clean, fresh CLOS, and go dressed up good all the time so I'd be fittin' to carry de key basket for Old Miss. Some of de other slave chillens had homemade shoes, but I always had good estio-bought shoes what my young misdes done outgrowed, or what some of de Comp New York gimme. Comp New York what had chillens bout my size, gimme heaps of CLOS and shoes, and sometimes they didn't look like they'd been worn none hardly. Old Mars to show had lots of Negroes round his place. There was Aunt Charlotte, and Aunt Julie, and the two cooks, and Adeline, and Mary, and Edie, and Jimmy. The men's was Charlie, and Floyd, and William, and Daniel. I disremembers the res of em. Old Marston never whipped none of his Negroes, not dat I ever heerd of. He told em what he wanted done, and give em plenty of time to do it. Dey was always skeert effin' dey didn't be smart, and do right, dey might get sold to some marster dat would beat em, and be mean to em. Us know dey won't many marsters as good to dey slaves as Old Marster was to us. Us would have most kilt ourself wuckin', us would have give him a reason to wanna get rid of us. No ma'am, Old Marster ain't never sold no slave, not whilst I can 'member. Us was always skeert dat effin' a Negro get lazy and triflin' he might get sold. No Negro never runned away our place. Us didn't have nuffin' to run and now hard to run to. Us heerd of patrollers but us won't fraid none cause us knowed won't no patroller gwine tek none of Jedge Lumpkin's Negroes. Us had our own Negro church. I believes they calls it Foundry Street ward de old church was. Us had meetin' every Sunday. Sometimes white preachers, and sometimes Negro preachers done de preachin'. Us didn't have no organ or piany in church den. The preacher histed de hymns. No ma'am, I sayan 'member no songs a sung den dat was no defunt de songs nowadays, 'ceppin' dey got organ music with de singin' now. Us had selections every Sunday in church den, same as now. Old Mars to give us a little change for selection on Sunday morning cause us didn't have no money of our own, and he knowed how big it made us feel to drap money in de selection plate. Us Meferdis had our baptisms right dar in de church, same as us does now. And Bible meetins. Dey jest broke out any time. Out on de plantations dey jest had Bible meetins in lane by times, but here in town us had em all durin' de year. Old Mars to used to say, "Mo Bibles, better Negroes." Everybody oughter be good and jine de church, but dey show oughtn't to jine effin' dey still gwine to act like Satan. Us chillun would get up long 'fore day Christmas morning. Us used to hang our stockings over de fireplace, but when Christmas morning come day was so full, hit would have busted em to hang em up on a nail, so dey was always layin' on ma's cheer when us waked up. Us chillun won't load to go round de big house early on Christmas morning cause us mought sturb our white folkses rest, and den dey done already seed dat us got plenty Santa Claus in our own cabins. Us didn't know nuffin' 'bout New Year's Day when I was chillun. When any of his Negroes died, Old Marster was mighty extra good. He give plenty of time for a funral sermon in de afternoon. Most of de funrals was in de yard under de trees by de cabins. Atter de sermon, us would go cross de hill to de Negro buyin' ground, not far from where our white folkses was buried. Us never bothered none 'bout Booker Washington, or Mr. Lincoln, or none of dem folkses way off dar cause us had our raisin' de Lumpkins and days de best folkses day is anywhar. Won't no Mr. Lincoln or no Booker Washington gwine to help us like Old Marster and us know dat good and plenty. I sayan 'member much 'bout playin' no special games 'ceppin' Ol' Hundud. Us would choose one, and dat one would hide his face egg in a tree whilst he counted to 100. Den he would hunt for all the others. Dey done been hidin' whilst he was countin'. Us larned to count 8 playin' ol' hundred. No ma'am, us never went to no school till atter de war. Den I went some at night. I wucked in de daytime atter freedom come. My eyes bothered me so I didn't go to school much. Yes ma'am, dey took mighty good care of us effen us got sick. Ol' Marster would call in Dr. Moore or Dr. Carlton and have us looked atter. De mons had extra good care when dey chillens come ed. Till freedom come, I was too little to know much 'bout dat myself, but Ma always said dat Negro omans and babies was looked atter better for freedom come dan dey ever was enemo. Atter de war was over, a big passel of Yankee men's come to our big house and stayed. Dey eat and slept dar, and dey behaved powerful nice and perlite to all our white folkses, and dey ain't bothered Jedge Lumpkin's servants none. But den everybody aluz behaved round Jedge Lumpkin's place. Ain't nobody gwine to be brash 'nuff to do no devilment round a Jedge's place. Hit was long atter de war fo I married. I sign 'member nuffin 'bout my weddin' dress. 'Pears like to me I'd been married mos all of my life. Us jes' went to de preacher man's house and got married. Us had 8 chillun, but dey is all dead now 'ceppin' 2, one son wuckin' way off f'um here, and my daughter in Athens. I knows I was fixed a heap better fo de war than I is now, but I sho don't want no slavery to come back. It would be fine effen every Negro had a marster like Jedge Lumpkin, but dey won't all that sort. Anna leaned heavily on her cane as she answered the knock on the front door when we visited her home. Come in, she invited, and led the way through her scrupulously tidy house to the back porch. The sun feels good, she said, and it sorter helps my rheumatiz. My rheumatiz been awful bad lately. I loves to set here where I can see dat my ol' hen and little chickens don't get in no mischief. A small bucket containing chicken food was conveniently at hand, so she could scatter it on the ground to call her chickens away from depredations on the flowers. A little mouse made frequent excursions into the bucket, and helped himself to the cracked grains in the chicken food. Don't mind him, she admonished. He just plays round my cheer all day, and don't bother nuffin' dot. You didn't tell anything about your brothers and sisters when you talked to me before, her visitor remarked. Well, I just couldn't 'member all at onct, but atter I got back home and rested up, I sot here and talked ter myself 'bout old times. My brudder Charles was de coachman what drove ol' Marster's carriage, and another brudder was Willie, and one was Floyd. My sisters was Jane and Harriet. 'Pears like to me dey was more of 'em, but somehow I jest sigh and 'member no more 'bout 'em. My husband was Grant Parks, and he tuck care of de jardins and yards for de Lumpkins. I had one chilly named Kayline, for ol' Miss. She died a baby. My daughter Fanny done died long time ago, and my daughter Liza, she wooks for a granddaughter of ol' Miss. I means, Liza wooks for Mr. Eddie Lumpkin's daughter. I done plumb clear forgot who Mr. Eddie's daughter married. I jest sigh and recollect where my boy, Floyd, stays. You oughter know, lady, hit's the town where de president lives. Yes, ma'am, Washington, dat's the place where my Floyd is. I got one more son, but I done plumb forgot his name, and where he was last time I heerd f'um him. I don't know if he's livin' or dead. It sho is bad to get so old you sigh and tell the names of yo' chillun straight off widout havin' to stop and study, and den you sighin' aluz 'member. I done been studyin' 'bout de war times, and I 'members dat ol' Marster was mighty troubled 'bout his Negroes when he heerd a big crowd of Yankee soldiers was comin' to Athens. Folkses done been sayin' de Yankees would pick out de best Negroes and take 'em way wid 'em, and dere was a heap of talk 'bout de scandalous way dem Yankee soldiers been treatin' Negro omans and gals. For dey got here, ol' Marster sent mos of his best Negroes to Augusta to get 'em out of danger f'um de Federals. Howsomever de Negroes dat he kept wid him won't bother none, 'cause dem Federals 'spected Jedge and didn't do no harm round his place. In Augusta, I stayed on Green Street wid a white lady named Mrs. Broom. No, ma'am, I never done no wook. I just played and frolicked, and had a good time wid Mrs. Broom's babies. She sho was good to me. Ma, she wucked for a Negro oman named Mrs. Kemp, and lived in de house wid her. Ol' Marster sent for us atter de war was over, and us was mighty proud to get back home. Times had done changed when us got back. Most of old Marster's money was gone, and he couldn't take care of so many Negroes, so Ma moved over near de gun factory and started talking and washing. The wuss bother Negroes had dem days was findin' a place to live. Houses had to be built for 'em, and dey won't no money to build 'em wid. One night, jes' atter I got in bed, some men's come walkin' right in Ma's house widout knockin'. I jerked a kiver up over my head quick, and tried to hide. One of the men's asked Ma who she was. Ma knowed his voice, so she said, "You knows me, Mr. Blank." She called him by his show 'nuff name. "I'm Liza Lumpkin, and you knows I used to belong to Jedge Lumpkin." The others just laughed at him and said, "Boy, she knows you, so you better not say nuffin else." Then another man asked Ma how she was makin' a livin'. Ma knowed his voice too, and she called him by name, and told him us was talkin' and washin' and livin' all right. They laughed at him too, and then another one asked her somepin', and she called his name when she answered him too. Then the leader say, "Boys, us better get out of here. These here hoods and robes ain't doin' a bit of good here." She knows every one of us, and can tell our names. Then they went out logan fit to kill, and dat was the unliest time de Ku Kluxers ever was at our house. Leastways us esposed they was Ku Kluxers. I don't 'member much 'bout no wook atter freedom seppin' de wash tub. Ma larned me how to wash and iron. She said, "Some day I'll be gone from dis world, and you won't know nuffin 'bout takin' care of yourself, lesson you larn right now." I was mighty proud when I could do up a week's washin' and take it back to my white folkses and get show 'nuff money for my wook. I felt like I was a grown oman den. It was in dis same yard dat Ma larned me to wash. At fust Ma rented dis place. There was another house here den. Us saved our washin' money and bought the place, and dis is the last of 3 houses on dis spot. Every cent spent on dis place was made by talkin' and washin', and the most of it was made washin' for Mr. Eddie Lumpkin's family. Heaps of other Negroes was smart like Ma, and dey got along all right. These days the young folkses don't try so hard. Things comes lots easier for 'em, and dey got lots better chances than us had, but dey don't pay no 'tention to nuffin but spendin' all dey got, every day. Boys is wuss and gals. Long time ago I done give all I got to my daughter. She takes care of me. Effen de roof leaks, she has it looked at her. She wooks and meks our livin'. I didn't want nobody to show up here atter I die and take nuffin away from her. I never had no hard times. I allus been treated good and had a good livin'. Course the rheumatiz done got me right bad, but I is still able to get about and tend to de house while my gal is off at wook. I wanted to wash today, but I couldn't find no soap. My gal done hid de soap, cause she say I see too old to do my own washin', and she want to wash my cielo yes herself. In parting, the old woman said rather apologetically, "I couldn't tell you 'bout no show 'nuff hard times. Atter de war I worked hard, but I ain't never had no hard times." H.W. Dist 5X Slave Number 83. A Talk with G.W. Patillo, ex-slave. H.W., age 78, submitted by Minnie B. Ross, typed by J.C. Russell, January 22, 37, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Tr. An informant's list, G.W. Patillo. In the shelter provided by the Department of Public Welfare, lives an old Negro, G.W. Patillo, who was born in Spalding County, Griffin, Georgia, in the year 1852. His parents, Harriet and Jake Patillo, had 12 children, of whom he was the second youngest. Their master was Mr. T.J. Ingram. However, they kept the name of their old master, Mr. Patillo. Master Ingram, as he was affectionately called by his slaves, was considered a middle-class man, who owned 100 acres of land, with one family of slaves, and was more of a truck farmer than a plantation owner. He raised enough cotton to supply the needs of his family and his slaves and enough cattle to furnish food, but his main crops were corn, wheat, potatoes, and truck. With a few slaves and a small farm, Master Ingram was very lenient and kind to his slaves and usually worked with them in the fields. We had no special time to begin or end the work for the day. If he got tired, he would say, "All right, boys, let's stop and rest," and sometimes we didn't start working until late in the day. Patillo's mother was cook and general house servant, so well thought of by the Ingram family that she managed the house as she saw fit and planned the meals likewise. Young Patillo was considered a pet by everyone and hung around the mistress, since she did not have any children of her own. His job was to hand her the scissors and thread her needles. "I was her special pet," said Patillo, "and my youngest brother was the master's special pet." Mr. and Mrs. Ingram never punished the children, nor allowed anyone but their parents to do so. If the boy became unruly, Mrs. Ingram would call his mother and say, "Harriet, I think GW needs to be taken down a buttonhole lower." The master's house, called the Big House, was a 2-story frame structure consisting of 10 rooms. Although not a mansion, it was fairly comfortable. The home provided for Patillo's family was a 3-room frame house furnished comfortably with good homemade furniture. Patillo declared that he had never seen anyone on the Ingram plantation punished by the owner, who never allowed the patrollers to punish them either. Master Ingram placed signs at different points on his plantation which read thus: "Patrollers, fishing and hunting prohibited on this plantation." It soon became known by all that the Ingram slaves were not given passes by their owner to go any place, consequently they were known as Old Ingram's free niggers. Master Ingram could not write, but would tell his slaves to inform anyone who wished to know that they belonged to J.D. Ingram. "Once," said Patillo, "my brother Willis, who was known for his gambling and drinking, left our plantation and no one knew where he had gone. As we sat around a big open fire cracking walnuts, Willis came up, jumped off his horse and fell to the ground. Directly behind him rode a patroller. The master jumped up and commanded him to turn around and leave his premises. The patroller ignored his warning and advanced still further. The master then took his rifle and shot him. He fell to the ground dead, and Master Ingram said to his wife, 'Well, Lucy, I guess the next time I speak to that scoundrel he will take heed.' The master then saddled his horse and rode into town. Very soon a wagon came back and moved the body. The cotton raised was woven into cloth from which their clothing was made. We had plenty of good clothing and food," Patillo continued. "The smokehouse was never locked, and we had free access to the whole house. We never knew the meaning of a key." Master Ingram was very strict about religion and attending church. It was customary for everyone to attend the 9 o'clock prayer services at his home every night. The Bible was read by the mistress, after which the master would conduct prayer. Children as well as grown-ups were expected to attend. On Sundays, everybody attended church. Separate churches were provided for the Negroes, with white and colored preachers conducting the services. White deacons were also the deacons of the colored churches, and a colored man was never appointed deacon of a church. Only white ministers were privileged to give the sacrament and do the baptizing. Their sermons were of a strictly religious nature. When a preacher was unable to read, someone was appointed to read the text. The preacher would then build his sermon from it. Of course, during the conference period, colored as well as white ministers were privileged to make the appointments. The Negroes never took up collections but placed their money in an envelope and passed it in. It was their own money, earned with the master's consent, by selling apples, eggs, chickens, etc. Concerning marriages, Patillo believes in marriages as they were in the olden days. If two people felt they was made for each other, they was united within themselves when they done get the master's agreement, then lived together as man and wife, and that was all. Now you got to buy a license and pay the preacher. Loss of life among slaves was a calamity, and if a doctor earned a reputation for losing his patients, he might as well seek a new community. Often his downfall would begin by some such comment as, "Dr. Brown lost old man Ingram's nigger John. He's no good and I don't intend to use him." The value of slaves varied from $500 to $10,000, depending on his or her special qualifications. Tradesmen such as blacksmiths, shoemakers, carpenters, etc., were seldom sold under $10,000. Rather than sell a tradesman's slave, owners kept them in order to make money by hiring them out to other owners for a set sum per season. However, before the deal was closed, the lessee would have to sign a contract which assured the slave's owner that the slave would receive the best of treatment while in possession. Patillo remembers hearing his parents say the North and South had disagreed and Abraham Lincoln was going to free the slaves. Although he never saw a battle fought, there were days when he sat and watched the long line of soldiers passing, miles and miles of them. Master Ingram did not enlist but remained at home to take care of his family and his possessions. After the war ended, Master Ingram called his slaves together and told them of their freedom, saying, "Mr. Lincoln whipped the South and we are going back to the Union. You are as free as I am, and if you wish to remain here you may. If not, you may go any place you wish. I am not rich, but we can work together here for both our families, sharing everything we raise equally." Patillo's family remained there until 1870. Some owners kept their slaves in ignorance of their freedom. Others were kind enough to offer them homes and help them to get a start. After emancipation, politics began to play a part in the lives of ex-slaves, and many were approached by candidates who wanted to buy their votes. Patillo tells of an old ex-slave owner named Greeley living in Upson County who bought an ex-slave's vote by giving him as payment a ham, a sack of flour, and a place to stay on his plantation. After election, he ordered the ex-slave to get the wagon, load it with his possessions, and move away from his plantation. Astonished, the old Negro asked why. "Because," replied old Greeley, "if you allow anyone to buy your vote and rob you of your rights as a free citizen, someone could hire you to set my house on fire." Patillo remembers slavery gratefully, and says he almost wishes these days were back again. Ex-slave interview Alec Pope, age 84, 1345 Rock Spring Street, Athens, Georgia, written by Sadie B. Hornsby, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, edited by Sarah H. Hall, Athens, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Augusta, Georgia, April 28, 1938, date stamp, May 6, 1938. Alec lives with his daughter, and Whitworth. When asked if he liked to talk about his childhood days, he answered, "Yes, ma'am, but is you one of dem pension ladies?" The negative reply was an evident disappointment to Alec, but it did not hinder his narrative. "Well, I was born on de line of Clark and Oglethorpe counties, way down de country. Celia and Willis Pope was my ma and pa Lottie. Miss S, I don't know where dey come from. Piers lack pa's fuss marster was named Pope. Dat's de only last name I ever recollect us havin'. There was a passel of us chillin'. My sisters was Sally, Phoebe Ann, Nelia, and Millie. My brothers was Anderson, Osborne, George, Robert, Squire, Jack, and Willis. Willis was named for pa and us nicknamed I'm Tuck. De slave quarters was little log houses scattered here and dar. Some of 'em had 2 rooms on de fust floor and a loft up bove where de boys most generally slep and de gals slept downstairs. I don't 'member nothin' to y'all 'bout what us done 'cept scrap like chillins will do. Oh, I ain't forgot 'bout dem beds. Dey used cords for springs, and de cords run from head to foot. Den dey wove 'em cross de bed till dey looked like checks. Wheat straw was sewed up in ticks for mattresses. When you rolled round on one of dem straw mattresses, de straw crackled and sounded like rain. No, ma'am, I don't know nothin' to y'all 'bout my grandpa and grandma. I was de reg'lar water boy, and I plowed some too. Course there was so many on dat plantation it tuck more'n one boy to tote de water. Money? Dis nigger couldn't get no money in dem days. Us show had plenty somethin' t'eat, sich as meat, and cornbread, and good old wheat bread what was made out of seconds. There was lots of peas, corn, cabbage, Irish tatoes, sweet tatoes, and chickens sometimes. Yes, ma'am, sometimes. I locks coffee, but us niggers didn't have much coffee. Dat was for de white folkses at de big house. Cookin' was done in de fireplace in great big spiders. Some of de biggest of de spiders was called ovens. Dey put coals of fire underneath and more coals on top of de lid. Ma baked bread and taters in de ashes. In winter she put de dough in a collard leaf so it wouldn't burn. In summer green corn shucks was wrapped round de dough 'stead of collard leaves. All de fish and possums and rabbits us had was cotch right dar on old marster's place, 'cause if one of our niggers got cotch often our place hit was jest too bad. I sho does love possum, and us had lots of 'em, 'cause my brudder used to catch 'em by de wholesale wid a dog he had, and dat same dog was a powerful good rabbit hound too. Us had pretty good clothes most all the year round. In summer, shirts and pants was made out of coarse cotton cloth. Sometimes the pants was dyed gray. Wintertime us had better clothes made out of yarn, and us always had good Sunday clothes. Course I was just a plowboy den, and now I done forgot lots about how things looked. Our shoes was just common brogans, no different on Sunday, 'ceppin' de nigger boys what was shirning up to de gals cleaned up der shoes dat day. Our marster was Mr. Mordecai Edards. Well, he was pretty good, not too good. He tried to make you do right, but if you didn't he would give you a good brushing. Miss Martha, old marster's old oman, warn't good as old marster, but she done all right. Dey had a heap of chillun, Miss Susan, Miss Mary, Miss Callie, Miss Alice, and it 'pears to me lack dere was 2 mo gals, but I can't call 'em now. Den dere was some boys, Moss Billy, Moss Jim, Moss John, Moss Frank, and Moss Howard. Moss Frank Edards lives on Milledge Avenue now. Old Marster and old Miss S lived in a great big fine house what looked to me like one of dese big hotels does now. Moss Jack Edards was the fust overseer I can recollect. He was kin to old Marster. Marster had 2 or 3 mo overseers at different times, but I don't recollect dey names. There was 2 carriage drivers. Henry drive de gals round, and Albert was old Miss S driver. Old Marster had his own hoss and buggy, and most of de time he drive for hisself, but he always tuck a little nigger boy named Jordan long to help him drive and to hold the hoss. Lawdy! Miss S, I couldn't rightly say how many acres was in dat plantation. I knowed he had 2 plantations with fine houses on 'em. He jest had droves and droves of niggers, and when dey got scattered out over de fields, dey looked like blackbirds dere was so many. You see, I was just a plowboy and didn't know nothin' 'bout figures and countin'. De overseer got us up 'bout 4 o'clock in de mornin' to feed de stock. Den us eat. Us always stopped off by dark. Miss S, dere's a old sayin' dat you had to brush a nigger in dem days to make him do right. Dey brushed us if us lagged in de field or cut up de cotton. Dey could always find some fault wid us. Marster brushed us sometime, but de overseer most generally done it. I members dey used to make de omans pull up der skirts and brush them wid a horse whup or a hickory. Dey done de men's the same way, 'cept dey had to take off der shirts and pull der pants down. Niggers show would holler when dey got brushed. Jails! Yes, ma'am, dey had 'em way down in Lashington. You know some niggers gwine steal anyhow, and dey put 'em in dere for dat mostly. I didn't never see nobody sold or in chains. The only chains I ever seed was on hosses and plows. Miss S, niggers didn't have no time to larn to read and no Bible, or nothin' lak dat in slavery time. Us went to church wid the white folkses if us wanted to, but us warn't 'bleeged to go. The white folkses went to church at Cherokee Corner. There warn't no special church for niggers till long atter de war, when dey built one out nigh de big road. Some of de niggers run away to de north, some dey got back, some dey didn't. Dem patrollers had lots of fun if dey cotch a nigger, so dey could brush him to hear him holler. De only's trouble I ever heard 'bout twixt de whites and blacks was when a nigger sassed a white man and de white man shot him. It served dat nigger right, 'cause he oughta knowed better dan to sass a white man. De trouble ended wid dat shot. The most niggers ever done for a good time was to have little parties wid heaps of fiddlin' and dancin'. On Sunday nights dey would have prayer meetin's. Dem patrollers would come and break our prayer meetin's up and brush us if dey cotch us. Christmas was somethin' else. Us had awful good times den, 'cause de white folkses at de big house give us plenty of goodies for Christmas week, and us had fiddlin' and dancin'. Us would ring up de gals and run all round em playin' dem ring-round-de-rosy games. Us had more good times at corn shuckin's, and old Marster always had a little toddy to give us den to make us wook faster. Oh! No, ma'am, I don't 'member nothin' 'bout what us played when I was a little chap, and if I ever knowed anything 'bout rawhead and bloody bones and sich lak, I done plumb forgot it now. But I do know old Marster and old Miss S show was powerful good when dey niggers got sick. Dey put a messenger boy on a mule and sond him for Dr. Hudson quick, 'cause to lose a nigger was losin' a good piece of property. Some niggers wore some sort of beads round their necks to keep sickness away, and dat's all I calls to mind 'bout dat charm business. I was jes' a plowboy, so I didn't take him 'bout to surrender. The only thing I recollects 'bout it was when old Marsda told my pa and ma us was free and didn't belong to him no more. He said he couldn't brush de grown folks no more, but if dey wanted to stay wid him dey could, and dat he would brush dey chillens if dey didn't do right. Ma told him he warn't gwine brush none of her chillens no more. Us lived wid old Marsda 'bout a year, den pa moved up on de big road. Buy land? No, ma'am, niggers didn't have no money to buy no land wid till dey made it. I didn't take in 'bout Mr. Lincoln, only dat though him us was sot free. I heard 'em say Mr. Davis was the president of de South, and 'bout Booker Washington some of de niggers tuck him in, but I didn't bother 'bout him. Lawdy, Miss S, I didn't marry de fust time till long atter de war, and now I done been married 3 times. I had a awful big weddin' de fust time. De white man what lived on de big road not far from us said he never seed sich a weddin' in his life. Us drunk and eat and danced and cut de buck most all night long. Most all my chillens is dead. I believe my fust wife had 10 or 11 chillens. I know I had a passel fust and last, and jest to tell you de truth, der jest ain't no need to stop and try to count de grand chillens. All 3 of my wives done daid, and I'm lookin' for another one to take care of me now. Why did I jine de church? 'Cause I jest think everybody oughta jine if dey wanna do right so se dey can go to heaven. I feels lak a different man since I done jined, and I knows the Lord has done forgive me for all my sins. Miss S, ain't you though asking me questions yit? Anyhow, I was thinkin' you was one of dem pension ladies. When he was told that the interview was completed, Alex said, I sure was glad, 'cause I feels lak taking a little nap atter I eat dese pecans what I got in my pocket. Goodbye, Miss S. H.W. Dist 5X Slave Number 84, Whitley, Driscoll, January 20th, 37. Slavery as witnessed by Annie Price. Date stamp, May 8, 1937. Mrs. Annie Price was born in Spalding County, Georgia, October 12, 1855. Although only a mere child when freedom was declared, she is able to relate quite a few events in her own life as well as some of the experiences of other slaves who lived in the same vicinity as she. Her mother and father, Abe and Caroline, were owned by a young married couple named Kennan. When this couple were married, Abe and Caroline had been given as wedding presents by the bride's and the groom's parents. Besides her parents, there are 4 brothers and 5 sisters, all of whom were younger than she, with one exception. The first thing that she remembers of her mother is that of seeing her working in the master's kitchen. Mr. Kennan was described as being a rather young man who was just getting a start in life. His family consisted of his wife and about 5 children. He was not a mean individual. The plantation on which he lived was a small one, having been given to him by his father, whose plantation adjoined, in order to give him a start. Mr. Kennan owned one other slave besides Mrs. Price and her family, while his father owned a large number, some of whom he used to lend to the younger Mr. Kennan. Cotton and all kinds of vegetables were raised. There was also some livestock. As Mr. Kennan owned only a few slaves, it was necessary for these few persons to do all of the work. Says Mrs. Price, my mother had to do everything from cultivating cotton to cooking. The same was true of her father and the other servant. Before the break of day each morning, they were all called to prepare for the day's work. Mrs. Price then told how she has seen the men of her plantation and those of the adjoining one going to the fields at this unearthly hour, eating their breakfast while sitting astride the back of a mule. After her mother had finished cooking and cleaning the house, she was sent to the field to help the men. When it was too dark to see, all field hands were permitted to return to their cabins. This same routine was followed each day except Sundays, when they were permitted to do much as they pleased. When the weather was too bad for field work, they shelled corn and did other types of work not requiring too much exposure. Holidays were unheard of on the Kennan plantation. As a little slave girl, the only work that Mrs. Price ever had to do was to pick up chips and bark for her mother to cook with. The rest of the time was spent in playing with the master's little girls. The servants on our plantation always had a plenty of clothes, continued Mrs. Price. while those on the plantation next to ours, Mrs. Kennan's father, never had enough, especially in the winter. This clothing was given when it was needed and not at any specified time, as was the case on some of the other plantations in that community. All of these articles were made on the plantation, and the materials that were mostly used were homespun, which was also woven on the premises, woolen goods, cotton goods, and calico. It has been mentioned before that the retinue of servants was small in number, and so for this reason all of them had a reasonable amount of those clothes that had been discarded by the master and the mistress. After the leather had been cured, it was taken to the tannery where crude shoes called 20 grands were made. These shoes often caused the wearer no little amount of discomfort until they were thoroughly broken in. For bedding, homespun sheets were used. The quilts and blankets were made from pieced cotton material along with garments that were unfit for further wear. Whenever it was necessary to dye any of these articles, a type of dye made by boiling the bark from trees was used. In the same manner that clothing was plentiful, so was there always enough food. When Mrs. Price was asked if the slaves owned by Mr. Kennan were permitted to cultivate a garden of their own, she stated that they didn't need to do this because of the fact that Mr. Kennan raised everything that was necessary, and they often had more than enough. Their weekday diet usually consisted of fried meat, grits, syrup, and corn bread for breakfast, vegetables, pot liquor or milk, and corn bread for dinner, and for supper there was milk and bread or fried meat and bread. On Sunday they were given a kind of flour commonly known as the seconds, from which biscuits were made. Sometimes, continued Mrs. Price, my mother brought us the leftovers from the master's table, and this was usually a meal by itself. In addition to this, Mr. Kennan allowed hunting as well as fishing, and so on many days there were fish and roast possum. Food on the elder Mr. Kennan plantation was just as scarce as it was plentiful on his son's. When asked how she knew about this, Mrs. Price told how she had seen her father take meat from his master's smokehouse and hide it so that he could give it to those slaves who invariably slipped over at night in search of food. The elder Mr. Kennan had enough food, but he was too mean to see his slaves enjoy themselves by having full stomachs. All cooking on Mrs. Price's plantation was done by her mother. All of the houses on the Kennan plantation were made of logs, including that of Mr. Kennan himself. There were only two visible differences in the dwelling places of the slaves and that of Mr. Kennan, and there were 1. Several rooms instead of the one room allowed the slaves, and 2. Weatherboard was used on the inside to keep the weather out, while the slaves used mud to serve for this purpose. In these crude one-roomed houses, called stalls, there was a bed made of some rough wood. Rope tied from side to side served as the springs for the mattress, which was a bag filled with straw and leaves. There were also 1 or 2 boxes which were used as chairs. The chimney was made of rocks and mud. All cooking was done here at the fireplace. Mrs. Price says, even old Mars didn't have a stove to cook on, so you know we didn't. The only available light was that furnished by the fire. Only one family was allowed to a cabin so as to prevent overcrowding. In addition to a good shingle roof, each one of these dwellings had a board floor. All floors were of dirt on the plantation belonging to the elder Mr. Kennan. A doctor was employed to attend to those persons who were sick. However, he never got chance to practice on the Kennan premises, as there was never any serious illness. Minor cases of sickness were usually treated by giving the patient a dose of castor oil or several doses of some form of home-made medicine which the slaves made themselves from roots that they gathered in the woods. In order to help keep his slaves in good health, Mr. Kennan required them to keep the cabins they occupied and their surroundings clean at all times. Mrs. Price said that the slaves had very few amusements, and as far as she can remember she never saw her parents indulge in any form of play at all. She remembers, however, that on the adjoining plantation the slaves often had frolics where they sang and danced far into the night. These frolics were not held very often, but were usually few and far between. As there was no church on the plantation, Mr. Kennan gave them a pass on Sundays so that they could attend one of the churches that the town afforded. The sermons they heard were preached by a white preacher and on rare occasions by a colored preacher. Whenever the colored pastor preached, there were several white persons present to see that no doctrine save that laid down by them should be preached. All of the marrying on both plantations duplicate section removed here was done by a preacher. It has been said that a little learning is a dangerous thing, and this certainly was true as far as the slaves were concerned, according to Mrs. Price. She says, "If any of us were ever caught with a book, we would get a good whipping." Because of their great fear of such a whipping, none of them ever attempted to learn to read or to write. As a general rule, Mrs. Price and the other members of her family were always treated kindly by the Kennan family. None of them were ever whipped or mistreated in any way. Mrs. Price says that she has seen slaves on the adjoining plantation whipped until the blood ran. She describes the sight in the following manner. The one to be whipped was tied across a log or to a tree, and then his shirt was dropped around his waist, and he was lashed with a cowhide whip until his back was raw. Whippings like these were given when a slave was unruly or disobedient, or when he ran away. Before a runaway slave could be whipped, he had to be caught, and the chief way of doing this was to put the bloodhounds, known to the slaves as nigger hounds, on the fugitive's trail. Mrs. Price once saw a man being taken to his master after he had been caught by the dogs. She says that his skin was cut and torn in any number of places, and he looked like one big mass of blood. Her father once ran away to escape a whipping. This was during the Civil War, and he was able to elude the dogs as well as his human pursuers. When asked about the final outcome of this escape, Mrs. Price replied that her father remained in hiding until the war was over with, and then he was able to show himself without any fear. She has also seen slaves being whipped by a group of white men when her parents said were the paddy rollers. It was their duty to whip those slaves who were caught away from their respective plantations without a pass, she was told. According to Mrs. Price, the jails were built for the white folks. When a slave did something wrong, his master punished him. She doesn't remember anything about the beginning of the Civil War, either did she understand its significance until Mr. Kennan died as a result of the wounds that he received while in action. This impressed itself on her mind indelibly because Mr. Kennan was the first dead person she had ever seen. The Yankee troops didn't come near their plantation, and so they had a plenty of food to satisfy their needs all during the war. Even after the war was over, there was still a plenty of all the necessities of life. When Mrs. Kennan informed them that they were free to go or to stay as they pleased, her father, who had just come out of hiding, told Mrs. Kennan that he did not want to remain on the plantation any longer than it was necessary to get his family together. He said that he wanted to get out to himself so that he could see how it felt to be free. Mrs. Price says that as young as she was, she felt very happy because the yoke of bondage was gone, and she knew that she could have a privilege like everybody else. And so she and her family moved away, and her father began farming for himself. His was prosperous until his death. After she left the plantation of her birth, she lived with her father until she became a grown woman, and then she married a Mr. Price who was also a farmer. Mrs. Price believes that she has lived to reach such a ripe old age because she has always served God and because she always tried to obey those older than she. H.W. Dist 6 Slave number 87, A Few Facts of Slavery by Charlie Pye, ex-slave, date stamp, May. The writer was much surprised to learn that the person whom she was about to interview was 9 years old when the Civil War ended. His youthful appearance at first made her realize that probably he was not an ex-slave after all. Very soon she learned differently. Another surprise followed the first in that his memory of events during that period was very hazy. The few facts learned are related as follows. Mr. Charlie Pye was born in Columbus, Georgia, 1856, and was the 9th child of his parents, Tom Pye and Emmeline Highland. Tom Pye, the father, belonged to Valentine Pye, owner of a plantation in Columbus, Georgia known as the Lynch and Pye Plantation. Mr. Pye's mistress was Miss Mary Ely, who later married a Mr. Watts. Miss Ely owned a large number of slaves, although she did not own a very large plantation. Quite a few of her slaves were hired out to other owners. The workers on the plantation were divided into 2 or more groups, each group having a different job to do. For instance, there were the plow hands, hoe hands, log cutters, etc. Mr. Pye's mother was a plow hand, and besides this, she often had to cut logs. Mr. Pye was too young to work and spent most of his time playing around the yards. Houses on the Ely plantation were built of pine poles, after which the cracks were filled with red mud. Most of these houses consisted of one room. However, a few were built with 2 rooms to accommodate the larger families. The beds, called bunks, by Mr. Pye were nailed to the sides of the room. Roped bottoms covered with a mattress of burlap and hay served to complete this structure called a bed. Benches and a home-made table completed the furnishings. There were very few, if any, real chairs found in the slave homes. The houses and furniture were built by skilled Negro carpenters who were hired by the mistress from other slave owners. A kind slave owner would allow a skilled person to hire his own time, and keep most of the pay which he earned. Plenty of food was raised on the Ely plantation, but the slave families were restricted to the same diet of cornmeal, syrup, and fat bacon. Children were fed pot liquor, milk, and bread from poplar troughs, from which they ate with wooden spoons. Grown-ups ate with wooden forks. Slaves were not allowed to raise gardens of their own, although Mr. Pye's uncle was given the privilege of owning a rice patch, which he worked at night. In every slave home was found a wooden loom which was operated by hands and feet, and from which the cloth for their clothing was made. When the work in the fields was finished, women were required to come home and spin one cut thread at night. Those who were not successful in completing this work were punished the next morning. Men wore cotton shirts and pants which were dyed different colors with red oak bark, alum, and copper. Copper produced an indigo blue color. "I have often watched dye in the process of being made," remarked Mr. Pye. Mr. Pye's father was a shoemaker and made all shoes needed on the plantation. The hair was removed from the hides by a process known as tanning. Red oak bark was often used, for it produced an acid which proved very effective in tanning hides. Slaves were given shoes every 3 months. To see that everyone continued working, an overseer rode over the plantation keeping check on the workers. If any person was caught resting, he was given a sound whipping. Mr. Pye related the following incident which happened on the Ely plantation. "A young colored girl stopped to rest for a few minutes, and my uncle stopped also and spoke to her. During this conversation the overseer came up and began whipping the girl with a sapling tree. My uncle became very angry and picked up an axe and hit the overseer in the head, killing him. The mistress was very fond of my uncle and kept him hid until she could run him. Running a slave was the method they used in sending a slave to another state in order that he could escape punishment and be sold again. You were only given this privilege if it so happened that you were cared for by your mistress and master." Overseers on the Ely plantation were very cruel and whipped slaves unmercifully. Another incident related by Mr. Pye was as follows. "My mother resented being whipped and would run away to the woods, and often remained as long as 12 months at a time. When the strain of staying away from her family became too great, she would return home. No sooner would she arrive than the old overseer would tie her to a peach tree and whip her again. The whipping was done by a nigger driver, who followed the overseer around with a bull whip, especially for this purpose. The largest man on the plantation was chosen to be the nigger driver. Every slave had to attend church, although there were no separate churches provided for them. However, they were allowed to occupy the benches which were placed in the rear of the church. To attend church on another plantation, slaves had to get a pass or suffer punishment from the patrollers. Patrollers? "We didn't marry on our plantation," remarked Mr. Pye. After getting the consent of both masters, the couple jumped the broom, and that ended the so-called ceremony. Following the marriage there was no frolic or celebration. Sometimes quilting parties were held in the various cabins on the plantation. Everyone would assist in making the winter bed covering for one family one night, and the next night for some other family, and so on until everyone had sufficient bed covering. A doctor was only called when a person had almost reached the last stages of illness. Illness was often an excuse to remain away from the field. Blue mass pills, castor oil, etc. were kept for minor aches and pains. When a slave died, he was buried as quickly as a box could be nailed together. "I often heard of people refugeeing during the Civil War period," remarked Mr. Pye. "In fact, our mistress refugeed to Alabama trying to avoid meeting the Yanks, but they came in another direction. On one occasion the Yanks came to our plantation, took all the best mules and horses, after which they came to my mother's cabin and made her cook eggs for them. They kept so much noise singing, I wish I was in Dixie, that I could not sleep. After freedom we were kept in ignorance for quite a while, but when we learned the truth my mother was glad to move away with us. Immediately after the war, ex-slave families worked for 1/3 and 1/4 of the crops raised on different plantations. Years later families were given 1/2 of the crops raised. Mr. Pye ended the interview by telling the writer that he married at the age of 35 years and was the father of 2 children, one of whom is living. He is a Baptist, belonging to Mount Zion Church, and has attended church regularly and believes that by leading a clean, useful life he has lengthened his days on this earth. During his lifetime Mr. Pye followed railroad work. Recently, however, he has had to give this up because of his health. H.W. Dist. 1 ex-slave number 91, subject, Charlotte Rains, Oglethorpe Company District, WPA number 1 research worker, John N. Booth. Date, January 18, 1937, date stamp, January 26, 1937, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Aunt Charlotte Rains, well up in the 70s at the time of her death some years ago, was an excellent example of the type of Negro developed by the economic system of the Old South. When I could first remember, Charlotte was supreme ruler of the kitchen of my home. Thin to emaciation and stooped almost to the point of having a hump on her back, she was yet wiry and active. Her gnarled old hands could turn out prodigious amounts of work when she chose to extend herself. Her voice was low and musical, and she seldom raised it above the ordinary tone of conversation. Yet when she spoke, other colored people hastened to obey her, and even the whites took careful note of what she said. Her head was always bound in a snow-white turban. She wore calico or gingham print dresses and white aprons, and these garments always appeared to be freshly laundered. Charlotte seldom spoke unless spoken to, and she would never tell very much about her early life. She had been trained as personal maid to one of her ex-master's daughters. This family, that of Swepson H. Cox, was one of the most cultured and refined that Lexington, in Oglethorpe County, could boast. Aunt Charlotte never spoke of her life under the old regime, but she had supreme contempt for no count niggers that didn't have no white folks. She was thrifty and frugal. Having a large family, most of her small earnings was spent on them. However, she early taught her children to scratch for themselves. 2 of her daughters died after they had each brought several children into the world. Charlotte thought they were being neglected by their fathers and proceeded to take them to raise myself. These grandchildren were the apple of her eye, and she did much more for them than she had done for her own children. The old woman had many queer ways. Typical of her eccentricities was her iron-clad refusal to touch one bite of food in our house. If she wished a dish she was preparing tasted to see that it contained the proper amount of each ingredient, she would call some member of the family, usually my grandmother, and ask that he or she sample the food. Paradoxically, she had no compunctions about the amount of food she carried home for herself and her family. Strange as it may seem, Charlotte was an incorrigible rogue. My mother and my grandmother both say that they have seen her pull up her skirts and drop things into a flour sack which she always wore tied round her waist just for this purpose. I myself have seen this sack so full that it would bump against her knee. She did not confine her thefts to food only. She would also take personal belongings. Another servant in the household once found one of Aunt Charlotte's granddaughters using a compact that she had stolen from her young mistress. The servant took the trinket away from the girl and returned it to the owner, but nothing was ever said to Aunt Charlotte, although every one knew she had stolen it. One year, when the cherry crop was exceptionally heavy, Grandmother had Charlotte make up a huge batch of cherry preserves in an iron pot. While Charlotte was out of the kitchen for a moment, she went in to have a look at the preserves and found that about half of them had been taken out. A careful but hurried search located the missing portion hidden in another container behind the stove. Grandmother never said a word but simply put the amount that had been taken out back in the pot. Charlotte never permitted anyone to take liberties with her except Uncle Daniel, the man of all work, and another ex-slave. Daniel would josh her about some beau, or about her over-fondness for her grandchildren. She would take just so much of this, and then with a quiet "Gelong with you." She would send him on about his business. Once, when he pressed her a bit too far, she hurled a butcher knife at him. Charlotte was not a superstitious soul. She did not even believe that the nearby screech of an owl was an omen of death. However, she did have some fearful and wonderful folk remedies. When you got a bee sting, Charlotte made Daniel spit tobacco juice on it. She always gave a piece of fat meat to babies because this would make them healthy all their lives. Her favorite remedy was to put a pan of cold water under the bed to stop night sweats. In her last years, failing eyesight and general ill health forced her to give up her active life. Almost a complete shut-in, she had a window cut on the north side of her room so she could set and see what went on up at Miss Molly's, her name for my grandmother. She was the perfect hostess, and whenever any member of our family went to see how she did during those latter days, she always served locust beer and cookies. Once, when I took her a bunch of violets, she gave me an old coin that she had carried on her person for years. Mother didn't want me to take it because Charlotte's husband had given it to her, and she set great store by it. However, the old woman insisted that I be allowed to keep the token, arguing it would not be of use to her much longer anyway. She died about a month later, and in accordance with her instructions, her funeral was conducted like white folks' buryin'. That is, without the night being filled with wailing and minus the usual harangue at the church. Even in death, Charlotte still thought silence golden. H.W. Dist. 1 ex-slave number 90. Subject: Fanny Randolph. Ex-slave Jefferson, Georgia. Research worker: Mrs. Mattie B. Roberts. Editor: John N. Booth. Supervisor: Miss Velma Bell. District: WPA No. 1. Date: March 29, 1937. Date stamp: May 8, 1937. Perhaps the oldest ex-slave living today is found in Jefferson, Georgia. Fanny Randolph is a little old wrinkled-faced woman, but at the time of our visit she was very neat in a calico dress and a white apron with a bandana handkerchief around her head. We saw her at the home of a niece with whom she lives, all of her own family being dead. Her room was tidy, and she had a bright log fire burning in the wide old fireplace. She readily consented to talk about slavery times. "Honey, I don't know how ol' I is, but I see been here a long time, and I see been told by folks what knows, dat I see, maybe, mo dan 100 years ol'. I 'members back a long time befo' de war. My mammy and daddy was both slaves. My daddy's name was Daniel White, and my mammy's name befo' she married was Sarah Moon. She belonged to Moss Bob Moon, who lived in Jackson County over near where Winder is now. He was her big landowner and had lots of slaves. When I was 'bout 9 years old, Moss Bob tuck me up ter de big house to wait on ol' Misty's. I didn't have much ter do, jes' had ter heap her dress and tie her shoes and run around doin' errands fer her. Yer know, in dem times, de white ladies had niggers to wait on 'em, and de big niggers done all de hard work 'bout de house and yard. Atter some years my mammy and daddy both died, so I jes' stayed at de big house and wucked on fair Moss Bob and ol' Misty's. Atter I growed up, us niggers on Moss Bob's plantation had big times at our corn shuckin's and dances. Us UD all get together at one UV de cabins, and us UD have a big log fire in a room ter dance in. Den when us had all shucked corner good, while ever nigger would get his gal, and dey would be some niggers over in de corner ter play fair de dance, one wid her fiddle and one ter beat straws, and one wid her banjo, and one ter beat bones, and when de music UD start up, dey generally played Billy in de low grounds or Turkey in de straw, us UD get on de flow. Den de nigger what called de set would say, all join hands and circle to de left, back to de right, swing corners, swing partners, all run away, and de way dem niggers' feets would fly. By and by de war come on, and all de men folks had ter go and fight de Yankees, so us vim men folks in chillin' had a hard time, den case us all had ter look at de stock and wook in de fiels. Den us UD hear all 'bout how de Yankees was goin' around and skeerin' de vim men folks mos ter death, goin' in dey houses and making de folks cook 'em stuff ter eat, den tearin' up and messin' up dey houses and den marchin' on off. Den when ol' Misty's UD hear de Yankees was comin', she'd call us niggers, and us UD take all de china, silver, and de jewelry what belonged ter ol' Miss and her family and dig deep holes out behind de smokehouse or under de big house, and bury it all till de Yankees UD get by. Dem was dark days, but atter a long time de war was over and dey told us was free. I didn't want to leave my white folks, so I stayed on fair sometime, but atter while de nigger come erlong what I married. His name was Tom Randolph, and befo de war he belonged ter Mas Joshua Randolph, who lived at Jefferson, so den us moved ter Jefferson. Us had 13 chillun, but dey's all daid now and my ol' man is daid too, so I see here all by my SCF and EFH. It warn't fair my 2 nieces here, who lets me live wid em. I don't know what I'd do. I see all oos tried ter do de right thin, and de good law it is takin keer uv me fair his prophets say in de good book. I see been young and now I'm ol', yet I see neber seed de righteous forsaken ne his seed beggin' bread, so I ain't worryin' bout somethin' ter eat, but I don't want ter stay here much longer unless it's de good Law's will. Asked if she was superstitious, she said, "Well, when I was young I reckon I was, but now my poor ol' mine is jest so tired and it don't wook lack it uster, so I never does think much 'bout superstition, but I don't lack ter hear squinch owl holler in de night. Fair it show is a sign some uv your folks is goin' ter die, and don't brin or ax for de house unless you take it back de same way you brung it in. Fair dad'll kill de bad luck." When asked if she believed in ghosts or could see sights, she said, "Well, miss, you know if you're is born wid a veil over your face you can see sights, but I has never seed any ghosts or sights. I warn't born dat way, but my niece here has seed ghosts, and she can tell you 'bout dat." When we were ready to leave we said, "Well, Aunt Fanny, we hope you live for many more years." She replied, "I see willin' ter go on livin' easy long easy de Mars ter wants me ter, still I see ready when de summons comes. De good Lord has allus give me grace to live by, and I know he'll give me dyin' grace when my time comes." H.W. DIST 6X Slave No. 94, Alberta Minor Research Worker Shade Richards, ex-slave East Solomon Street, Griffin, Georgia, September 14, 1936, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Shade Richards was born January 13, 1846 on the Jimson Niels plantation below Zebulon in Pike County. His father, Alfred Richards, had been brought from Africa and was owned by Mr. Williams on an adjoining plantation. His mother, Easter Richards, was born in Houston County but sold to Mr. Neal. Shade, being born on the plantation, was Mr. Neal's property. He was the youngest of 11 children. His real name was Shadrach, and the brother just older than he was named Meshach. Sometimes the mothers named the babies, but most of the time the masters did. Mr. Neal did Shade's. Shade's father came 2 or 3 times a month to see his family on Mr. Neal's plantation, always getting a pass from his master, for niggers didn't dare go off their own plantation without a pass. Before the war, Shade's grandfather came from Africa to buy his son and take him home, but was taken sick and both father and son died. Shade's earliest recollections of his mother are that she worked in the fields until she was through, born in Chillun. Then she was put in charge of the milk and butter. There were 75 or 80 cows to be milked twice a day, and she had to have 5 or 6 other women helpers. Mr. Neal had several plantations in different localities, and his family did not live on this one in Pike County, but he made regular visits to each one. It had no name, was just called Neal's Place. It consisted of 1,300 acres. There were always 200 or 300 slaves on the place, besides the ones he just bought and sold for tradin'. He didn't like little nigger men, and when he happened to find one among his slaves he would turn the dogs on him and let them run him down. The boys were not allowed to work in the fields until they were 12 years old, but they had to wait on the hands, such as carrying water, running back to the shop with tools and for tools, driving wagons of corn, wheat, etc. to the mill to be ground, and any errands they were considered big enough to do. Shade worked in the fields when he became 12 years old. This plantation was large and raised everything: corn, wheat, cotton, taters, tobacco, fruit, vegetables, rice, sugar cane, horses, mules, goats, sheep, and hogs. They kept all that was needed to feed the slaves, then sent the surplus to Savannah by the curs. The stage took passengers, but the curs was 40 or 50 wagons that took the farm surplus to Savannah, and fetched back things for the house. Mr. Neal kept 35 or 40 hounds that had to be cooked for. He was rich with plenty of money. Always good to his slaves and didn't whip them much, but his son, Mr. Jimmy, sure was a bad one. Sometimes he'd use the cowhide until it made blisters, then hit them with the flat of the hand saw until they broke and next dip the victim into a tub of salty water. It often killed the nigger, but Mr. Jimmy didn't care. He whipped Shade's uncle to death. When the hog-killin' time come, it took 150 nigger men a week to do it. The sides, shoulders, head and jowls were kept to feed the slaves on and the rest was shipped to Savannah. Mr. Neal was good to his slaves and gave them every Saturday to play and go to the wrestling school. At Christmas they had such a good time, would go from house to house, the boys would fiddle and they'd have a drink of liquor at each house. The liquor was plentiful for they bought it in barrels. The plantations took turn about having frolics, when they fiddled and danced all night. If it wasn't on your own plantation you sure had to have a pass. When a slave wanted to join the church, the preacher asked his master if he was a good nigger. If the master spoke up for you, you were taken in, but if he didn't you weren't. The churches had a pool for the Baptist preachers to baptize in and the Methodist preacher sprinkled. Mr. Neal traded with Doctor by the year and whenever the slaves were hurt or sick he had to come tend to them. He gave the families their food by the month, but if it gave out all they had to do was to ask for more, and he always gave it to them. They had just as good meals during the week as on Sunday, any kind of meat out of the smokehouse, chickens, squabs, fresh beef, shoats, sheep, biscuits or cornbread, rice, potatoes, beans, syrup and any garden vegetables. Sometimes they went fishing to add to their menu. The single male slaves lived together in the boy house, and had just as much as others. There were a lot of women who did nothing but sew, making work clothes for the hands. Their Sunday clothes were bought with the money they made off the little patches. The master let them work for themselves. Mr. Jimmy took Shade to the war with him. Shade had to wait on him as a body servant, then tend to the 2 horses. Bullets went through Shade's coat and hat many times, but the Lord was taking care of him, and he didn't get hurt. They were in the Battle of Appomattox and at the surrender in April 8, 1865, but the evidence warn't sworn out until May 29th, so that's when the niggers celebrate emancipation. Shade's brother helped lay the RR from Atlanta to Macon so the Confederate soldiers and ammunition could move faster. In those days a Negro wasn't grown until he was 21 regardless of how large he was. Shade was near about grown when the war was over but worked for Mr. Neal 4 years. His father and mother rented a patch, mule and plow from Mr. Neal and the family was together. At first they gave the niggers only a tenth of what they raised but they couldn't get along on it, and after a lot of mouthin' about it, they gave them a third. That wasn't enough to live on either, so more mouthin' about it until they gave them a half. And that's what they still gets today. When the slaves went courtin' and the man and woman decided to get married, they went to the man's master for permission, then to the woman's master. There was no ceremony. If both masters said, all right, they were considered married and it was called jumpin' the broomstick. Signs were more true in the olden days than now. God lead his people by dreams then. One night Shade dreamed of a certain road he used to walk over often, and at the fork he found a lead pencil. Then a little farther on he dreamed of a purse with $2.43 in it. Next day he went farther, and just like the dream he found the pocketbook with $2.43 in it. Shade now works at the Kincaid Mill No. 2, he makes sacks and takes up waste. He thinks he's lived so long because he never eats hot food or takes any medicine. People takes too much medicine nowadays, he says, and when he feels bad he just smokes his corn cob pipe or takes a chew of tobacco. Dora Roberts. Dora Roberts was born in 1849 and was a slave of Joseph Maxwell of Liberty County. The latter owned a large number of slaves and plantations in both Liberty and Early counties. During the war, Salem, the plantation in Liberty County, was sold and the owner moved to Early County where he owned 2 plantations known as Nistel and Rosedale. Today, at 88 years of age, Dora is a fine specimen of the fast disappearing type of antebellum Negro. Her shrewd dark eyes glowing, a brown paper sack perched saucily on her white cottony hair, and puffing contentedly on an old corn-cob pipe, the old woman began her recital what happened during plantation days. Dey is powerful much to tell obi de days obi slavery, chilly, and it come to me in pieces. Dis story ain't in no rotation cause my mind it don't do dat kind of function, but I tell it as it come ta me. De colored folks had dey fun as well as dey trials and tribulations, cause dat Saturday night dance at de plantation was just the finest ting we wanted in dem days. All de slabs fum de udder plantation day come ta our barn and jine in, and if dey had a gal on dis plantation day lob, den dat was the time dey would court. Dey would swing to de band dat made de music. My brother was the captain obi de quill band and dey sure could make you shout and dance till you cuz tr was nigh bout exhausted. At a fin in ya gal ta dat dance den you gets passes to come courtin' on Sundays. Den de most obi dom day wants get married and dey must den get de consent fum de massa ceremonies was read ober dem and de man get passes fo de weekend ta siet, tr, stay? Wid his wife. But de slabs dey got together and have dem jump over de broomstick and have a big celebration and dance and make merry till morning and it's time fo work again. We worked the fields and kept up de plantation till freedom. Every Wednesday de massa come visit us and look over de plantation ta see dat all is well. He talk ta de overseer and find out how good de work is. We lube de massa and work hard fo him. I can 'member dat Wednesday night plain as it was yesterday. It seems lak de air round de quarters and de big house filled wid excitement. Eben de wind seem lak it was waitin' fo something. De dogs and de pickaninnies dey sleep lazy like gainst de big gate waitin' fo de crack obi dat whip which was de signal dat Julius was bringin' de master down de long drive under de oaks. Chilly, us all was happy knowin' date de fun would start. All of a sudden you hear dem chillins whoop, and de dogs bark, den de carriage roll up with a flourish, and de coachman dressed in de fines get out and place de cookie tray on de ground. Den dey all gather in de circle and fo dey get dey supply. Dey got ta do de pigeon wing. Chilly, you ain't never seen sich flingin' obi de arms and legs in yo time. Dem pickaninnies dey had de natural born art obi twistin' dey body any way dey wish. Dat dear ting dey calls truckin' now and used to be chimmy, ain't had no time wid de dancin' dem chillins do. Dey claps dey hands and keep de time, while dat old brother obi mine he blows de quills. Massa he would always bring de big tray obi lasses cookies fo all de chillins. Fast as de tray would empty, Massa send ta de barrel fo more. De niggers do no work dat day, but dey just celebrate. Atta de war broke out we was all seathed up to de plantation in Early County to stay till atta de war. De day d'emancipation was red day was sadness and gladness. De old Massa he call us all together and with tears in his eyes he say, "You is all free now and you can go just where you please. I have no more jurisdiction over you. All who stay will be well cared for. But de most obi us wanted to come back to de place where we lived befo, Liberty County." So he outfitted de wagons with horses and mules and gib us what day was obi provisions on de plantation and sent us on our way ta de old plantation in Liberty County. There was 6 horses ta de wagons. Long de way de wagons broke down cause de mules ain't had nothin' ta eat and most obi dem died. We get in sich a bad fix some obi de people died. When it seemed lak we was all gwine die, a planter come along de road and he stopped ta find out what was de matter. When he heard our story and who our master was he get a message to him 'bout us. It seemed lak de good Lord musta answered de prayers obi his chillin' fo long way down de road we seed our massa comin' and he brung men and horses to get us safely ta de ol' home. When he got us there, I never see him no more cause he went back up in Early County and atta I worked there at de plantation a long time den I come ta de city why my sister be with one obi my master's oldest daughters, a Mrs. Dunwoody's tr? First letter of name not readable, who she was nursin' fo. And dat's 'bout all dey is ta tell. When I sits and rocks here on de porch it all comes back ta me. Seems sometimes lak I was still there on de plantation. And it seem lak it's mo's time fo de massa ta be comin' ta see how tings are goin' dot. Written by Ruth Chitty Research Worker District No. 2 rewritten by Velma Bell ex-slave interview. Aunt Fareeb Rogers, Baldwin County, Milledgeville, Georgia. More than a century lies in the span of memory of Aunt Fareeb Rogers. The interviewers found her huddled by the fireside, all alone while her granddaughter worked on a WPA project to make the living for them both. In spite of her years and her frail physique, her memory was usually clear, only occasionally becoming too misty for scenes to stand out plainly. Her face lighted with a reminiscent smile when she was asked to tell us something about old times. I 'members a whole heap 'bout Slavey times. Law, honey, when freedom come I had 5 chillun. 5 chillun and 10 cents! And her crackled laughter was spirited. Dey says I'm 108 or 9 years old, but I don't think I'm quite as old as dat. I knows I see over 100, dough. I was bred and born on a plantation on Briar Creek in Baldwin County. My old marster was Mr. Sam Hart. He owned my mother. She had 13 chillun. I was the oldest, so I tuck devil's fare. My daddy was a old-time free nigger. He was a good shoemaker, and could make as fine shoes and boots as ever you see. But he never would work till he was plumb out o' money, den he had to work. But he quit jest soon as he made a little money. Mr. Chap Morris, he had a regular shoe shop. He offered him study work makin' boots and shoes for him. Was goin' pay him $300 a year. But he wouldn't take it. Was too lazy. The old-time free niggers had to tell how dey make dey livin', and if dey couldn't give satisfaction 'bout it, dey was put on the block and sold to the highest bidder. Most of 'em sold for 3 years for $50. My daddy brought $100. When he was sold for 3 or 4 years. I was on the block twice myself. When the old head died, dey was so many slaves for de chillun to draw for, we was put on the block. Mr. John Baggett bought me den, said I was a good breed in Oman. Den later, one de young Hart marsters bought me back. All the slaves had different work to do. My auntie was one de weavers. Old Miss had 2 looms goin' all the time. She had a old loom and a new loom. My husband made de new loom for old Miss. He was a carpenter, and he worked on outside jobs after he'd finished tasks for his marster. He used to make all the boxes dey buried de white folks and de slaves in, on de Hart and Golden plantations. Dey was pretty as you see, too. I was a fielhan myself. I come up twixt the plow handles. I warn't a fast one wid a hoe, but I didn't turn my back on nobody plowin'. No, ma'am. My marster had over 1,000 acres o' land. He was good to us. We had plenty to eat, like meat and bread and vegetables. We raised everything on the plantation: wheat, corn, potatoes, peas, hogs, cows, sheep, chickens, just everything. All the clothes was made on the plantation, too. Dey spun the thread from cotton and wool, and dyed it, and wove it. We had cutters and dem dat done the sewin'. I still got the fust dress my husband give me. Lemme show it to you. Gathering her shawl about her shoulders, and reaching for her stick, she hobbled across the room to an old handmade chest. My husband made disguise for me. Raising the top, she began to search eagerly through the treasured bits of clothing for the robe-tail muslin that had been the gift of a long-dead husband. One by one the garments came out: her daughter's dress, 2 little bonnets all faded and worn, my baby's bonnets, her husband's coat. And that's my husband's mother's bonnet. It used to be as pretty a black as you ever see. It's faded brown now. It was dyed wid walnut. The chest yielded up old cotton cards, and horns that had been used to call the slaves. Finally the robe-tail muslin came to light. The soft material, so fragile with age that a touch sufficed to reduce it still further to rags, was made with a full skirt and plain waist, and still showed traces of a yellow color and a sprig design. My husband was Kinchin Rogers. His marster was Mr. Bill Golden, and he lived 'bout a mile from where I stayed on de Hart plantation. Aunt Fareeb, how did you meet your husband? Well, you see, us slaves went to the white folks' church a Sunday. Marster, he was a Primitive Baptist, and he tried to keep his slaves from going to other churches. We had baptisms fust Sundays. Back in dem days dey baptized in de creek, but at de windin' up o' freedom, dey dug a pool. I went to church Sundays, and that's where I met my husband. I been mighty just one time. He did daddy o' all my chillun. I had 15 in all. Who married you, Aunt Fareeb? Did you have a license? Who ever heard a nigger havin' a license? And she rocked with high-pitched laughter. Young Marster was fixin' to my us, but he got cold feet, and a nigger by name o' Enoch Golden mighty us. He was what we call the double-headed nigger. He could read and write, and he knowed so much. On his dyin' bed he said he'd been to death o' many a nigger cause he taught so many to read and write. Me and my husband couldn't live together till after freedom cause we had defunct marsters. When freedom come, Marster wanted all us niggers to sign up to stay till Christmas. Bless yo soul, I didn't sign up. I went to my husband. But he signed up to stay with his marster till Christmas. After dat we worked on shares on the Hart plantation. Den we farmed for 5 years with Mr. Bill Johnson. Aunt Fareeb, are these better times? Or do you think slavery times were happier? Well, now you asked me for the truth, didn't you? And I'm going to tell yo the truth. I don't tell no lies. Yes, ma'am, these has been better times to me. I think it's better to work for yourself, and have what you make dan to work for somebody else, and don't get nuttin' out it. Slavey Y days was mighty hard. My marster was good to us, I mean he didn't beat us much, and he give us plenty plain food, but some slaves suffered awful. My aunt was beat cruel once, and lots to other slaves. When dey got ready to beat yo, dey'd strip you stark mother naked and dey'd say, "Come here to me, God damn you. Come to me clean. Walk up to dat tree, and damn you, hug dat tree." Den dey'd tie yo hands round de tree, den tie yo feets. Den dey'd lay de rawhide on you and cut yo buttocks open. Sometimes they'd rub turpentine and salt in the raw places, and den beat you some mo. Oh, hit was awful. And what could you do? They had all the vantage of you. I never did get no beatin' like dat, but I got weapons, plenty o' 'em. I had plenty o' devilment in me, but I quit all my devilment when I was mighty. I used to fight with anything I could get my hands on. You had to have passes to go from one plantation to 'nother. Some de niggers would slip off sometime and go without a pass, or maybe marster was busy and dey didn't want to bother him for a pass, so dey go without one. In Evie district dey had 'bout 12 men dey call patrollers. Dey ride up and down and around looking for niggers without passes. If dey ever caught you off yo plantation with no pass, dey beat you all over. Yes'm, I 'member a song 'bout "Run, nigger, run, the patroller get you. Slip over de fence slick as eel. White man catch you by de heel. Run, nigger, run." No amount of coaxing availed to make her sing the whole of the song, or to tell any more of the words. When slaves run away, dey always put de bloodhounds on de tracks. Marster always kept one hound named Rock. I can hear him now when dey was on de track, callin', "Hurrah, Rock, hurrah, Rock! Catch him!" Dey always send Rock to fetch him down when dey found him. Dey had de dogs trained to keep dey teeth out you till dey tole 'em to bring you down. Den de dogs you'd go at yo throat, and dey'd tear you to pieces, too. After a slave was caught, he was brung home and put in chains. The marsters let the slaves have little patches o' lawn 4 days vs. The size o' the patch was 'cording to the size o' yo family. We was load 'bout fo acres. We made 'bout 500 pounds o' lint cotton, and sold it at Warrenton. Den we used the money to buy stuff for Christmas. Did you have big times at Christmas, Aunt Fareeb? Christmas, Christmas warn't no different from other times. We used to have quiltin' parties, candy pullins, dances, corn shuckin's, games like thimble and sich like. Aunt Fareeb refused to sing any of the old songs. "No, ma'am, I ain't goin' do dat. I teach ho with all dat now." "Yes, ma'am, I 'members 'em all right, but I ain't goin' sing 'em. No 'em, nor say de words neither. All dat's pa now. Course dey had doctors in dem days, but we used mostly homemade medicines. I don't believe in doctors much now. We use sage tea, ginger tea, rosemary tea, all good for colds and other ailments too. We had men and women midwives. Dr. Cicero Gibson was with me when my fust baby come. I was 25 years old then. My baby Chili's 75 now. Auntie, did you learn to read and write? No, ma'am, I'd had my right arm cut off at the elbow if I'd a done dat. If dey found a nigger what could read and write, dey'd cut yo' arm off at the elbow, or sometimes at the shoulder. In answer to a query about ghosts, she said, No, ma'am, I ain't seed nothin' like dat. Folks come tellin' me dey see sich and sich a thing. I say hit's the devil dey see. I ain't seed nothin' yit. No, I don't believe in no signs either. Do you believe a scree owl has anything to do with death? Yes, ma'am, F01 my chillun died, Squinch owl come to my house every night and holler. After de chili die he ain't come no mo. Cows mooin' or dogs howlin' after dark means death, too. No, man, I don't believe in no conjures. One conjure man come here once. He try his best to overcome me, but he couldn't do nothin' wid me. After dat, he told my husband he couldn't do nothin' to me, 'cause I didn't believe in him, and dem conjure folks can't hurt you less than you believes in 'em. He say he could make the sun stand still, and do wonders, but I know dat warn't so, 'cause can't nobody stop the sun 'cept the man what made hit, and dat's God. I don't believe in no conjures. I don't pay much 'tention to times o' the moon to do things, either. I plants my garden when I gets ready. But bunch beans does better if you plants 'em on new moon in April. Plant butterbeans on full moon in April, potatoes fuss all March. When the war broke out the damn Yankees come to our place they done everything that was bad. They burn everything they couldn't use, and they tuck a heap o' corn. Mars her had 1,000 bushels the puttiest shucked corn, all nice good ears, in the pen at the house. They tuck all that Mars her had some corn pens on the river, dough they didn't find. I just can't tell you all they done. How come I live so long, you say? I don't know, just the goodness o' the Lord, I reckon. I worked hard all my life, and always tried to do right. H.W. Dist. 1X Slave Number 92, Henry Rogers of Washington Wilkes by Minnie Branham Stone Street, Washington Wilkes, Georgia. Date stamp, May 8, 1937. Henry Rogers of Washington Wilkes is known by almost every one in the town and county. To the men around town he is Deacon, to his old friends back in Hancock County, Georgia, where he was born and reared, he is Brit, to everybody else he is Uncle Henry, and he is a friend to all. For 41 years he has lived in Washington Wilkes, where he has worked as waiter, as lot man, and as driver for a livery stable when he drive drummers around the country anywhere they wanted to go, and in all kinds of weather. He is proud that he made his trips safely and was always on time. Then, when automobiles put the old-time livery stables out of business, he went to work in a large furniture and undertaking establishment where he had charge of the colored department. Finally, he decided to accept a job as janitor, and at one time was janitor for 3 banks in town. He is still working as janitor in 2 buildings, despite his 73 years. Uncle Henry's book learning is very limited, but he has a store of knowledge gathered here and there that is surprising. He uses very little dialect except when he is excited or worried. He speaks of his heart as my timekeeper. When he promises anything in the future, he says, "Please the Lord to spare me." And when anyone gets a bit impatient, he bids them, be paciable, be paciable. Dismal is one of his favorite words, but it is always dism. When he says, "Now I'm tellin' yer financially," or "That's financial," he means that he is being very frank, and what he is saying is absolutely true. Regarded highly as the local weather prophet, Uncle Henry gets up every morning before daybreak and scans the heavens to see what kind of weather is on its way. He guards all these signs well, and under no consideration will he tell them. They were given to him by someone who has passed on, and he keeps them as a sacred trust. If asked, upon making a prediction, "How do you know?" Uncle Henry shakes his wise old head and with a wave of the hand says, "That's all right, you just see now, it's going to be that way." And it usually is. 73 years ago, last gone June, Uncle Henry was born in the Mt. Zion community in Hancock County, Georgia, 7 miles from Sparta. His mother was Molly Navery Hunt, his father, Jim Rogers. They belonged to Mr. Jenkins Hunt and his wife, Miss Rebecca. Henry was the third of 8 children. He has to say about his early life. Yassam, I was born right over there in Hancock County, and stayed there till the year 1895 when Mrs. Riley come fare me to hep her in the hotel here in Washington, and I've been here ever since. I recollects well living on the Hunt plantation. It was a big place and we had 15 or 20 slaves. The we was proudly possessive. We was all as happy passel o' niggers as could be found anywhere. Aunt Winnie was the cook, and the kitchen was a big old one out in the yard and had a fireplace that would accommodate a whole fence rail. It was so big, and had pot hooks, pots, big old iron ones, and everything around to cook on. Aunt Winnie had a great big wooden tray dat she would fix all us little niggers' meals in and call us up and han us a wooden spoon apiece and make us all set down round the tray and eat all us wanted 3 times every day. In one corner of the kitchen set a loom my mother used to weave on. She would weave way into the night lots of times. The first thing I members is follerin' my mother around. She was the house girl and seamstress, and everywhere she went I was at her heels. My father was the overseer on the Hunt place. We never had no hard work to do. My fuss work was tendin' the calves and shirning my master's shoes. How I did love to put a Sunday shine on his boots and shoes! He called me his nigger and was going to make a barber out o' me if slavery had her helt on. As it was, I shaved him long as he lived. We lived in the quarters over on a high hill cross the Spring Branch from the white people's house. We had comfortable log cabins and lived over there and was happy. Old Uncle Alex Hunt was the bugler, and every mornin' at 4 o'clock he blowed the bugle for us to get up, 'cept Sunday mornin's. Us all slept later on Sundays. When I was a little boy us played marbles, mumble peg, and all such games. The little white and black boys played together, and every time old Miss whipped her boys she whipped me too, but nobody 'cept my Miss ever touched me to punish me. I recollects one Saturday night ol' Uncle Aaron Hunt comin' and he muster been drinkin' or somethin' fair. He got ter singin' down in the quarters loud as he could go tell Moss Jesus I done all I can do, and nobody could make him hush singin'. He got into sich a row till they had ter go get some o' the white folks ter come down and quiet him down. Dat was the only 'sturbance 'mongst the niggers I ever members. I was so little when the war come on I don't member but one thing 'bout it, and that was when it was over with and our white men's come home, all the neighbors, the Simpsons, the Neils, the Allens, all living on plantations round us, had a big dinner over at my white people's, the Hunts, and it sure was a big affair. Everybody from them families was there, and sich rejoicin' I never saw. I won't forget that time. I allus been to church. As a little boy my folks took me to Ol' Empty Zion. We went to the white people's church till the colored folks had one of their own. The white folks had services in Empty Zion in the mornings and the niggers in the evenings. When a colored person died back in the days when Uncle Henry was coming on, he said they sat up with the dead and had prayers for the living. There was a Mr. Beeman in the community who made coffins, and on the Hunt place old Uncle Aaron Hunt helped him. The dead were buried in homemade coffins, and the hearse was a 1-horse wagon. When I was a growin' up, said Uncle Henry, I wore a long loose shirt in the summer, and in the winter plenty of good heavy warm clothes. I had knits and lice pants and hickory stripe waists when I was a little boy. All these my mother spun and wove the cloth fair and my Miss made. When I was older I had copperas pants and shirts. Uncle Henry has many signs but is reluctant to tell them. Finally he was prevailed upon to give several. What he calls his hant sign is, if you runs into hot heat sudden, it is a show sign hants is somewheres round. When a rooster comes up to the door and crows, if he is standing with his head towards the door, somebody is coming. If he is standing with his tail towards the door, it is a sign of death, according to Uncle Henry. It is good luck for birds to build their nests near a house, and if a male red bird comes around the woodpile chirping, get ready for bad weather, for it is on its way. Uncle Henry is a pretty good doctor too, but he doesn't like to tell his remedies. He did say that life everlasting tea is about as good thing for a cold as can be given, and for hurts of any kind there is nothing better than soft rosin, fat meat, and a little soot mixed up and bound to the wound. He is excellent with animals, and when a mule, dog, pig, or anything gets sick his neighbors call him in and he doctors them, and usually makes them well. As for conjuring, Uncle Henry has never known much about it, But he said when he was a little fellow he heard the old folks talk about a mixture of devil's snuff and cotton stalk roots chipped up together and put into a little bag and that hidden under the front steps. This was to make all who came up the steps friendly and peaceable even if they should happen to be coming on some other mission. After the war the Rogers family moved from the Hunts to the Alfriend plantation adjoining. As the Alfriends were a branch of the Hunt family they considered they were still owned as in slavery by the same white peoples. They lived there until Uncle Henry moved to Washington Wilkes in 1895. Christmas was a great holiday on the plantation. There was no work done and everybody had a good time with plenty of everything good to eat. Easter was another time when work was laid aside. A big church service took place Sunday and on Monday a picnic was attended by all the Negroes in the community. There were 4th of July celebrations, log rollings, corn shuckings, house coverings and quilting parties. In all of these except the 4th of July celebration it was a share the work idea. Uncle Henry grew a bit sad when he recalled how peoples used to be so good 'bout heppin' one 'nother, and now dey don't do nothin' fair nobody lessen dey pays 'em. He told how, when a neighbor cleared a new ground and needed help, he invited all the men for some distance around and had a big supper prepared. They rolled logs into huge piles and set them afire. When all were piled high and burning brightly, supper was served by the firelight. Sometimes the younger ones danced around the burning logs. When there was a big barn full of corn to be shucked the neighbors gladly gathered in, shucked the corn for the owner, who had a fiddler and maybe someone to play the banjo. The corn was shucked to gay old tunes and piled high in another barn. Then after a good hot supper, there was perhaps a dance in the cleared barn. When a neighbor's house needed covering, he got the shingles and called in his neighbors and friends, who came along with their wives. While the men worked atop the house the women were cooking a delicious dinner down in the kitchen. At noon it was served amid much merrymaking. By sundown the house was finished and the friends went home happy in the memory of a day spent in toil freely given to one who needed it. All those affairs were working ones, but Uncle Henry told of one that marked the end of toil for a season, and that was the 4th of July as celebrated on the Hunt and Alfriend plantations. He said, "On the evening of the 3rd of July all plows, gear, hoes and all sich farm tools was brought in from the fields and put in the big grove in front o' the house where a long table had been built. On the 4th a barbecue was cooked. When dinner was ready all the Hans got they plows and tools, the mules was brought up and gear put on them, and den ol' Uncle Aaron started up a song 'bout the crops was laid by and res time had come, and everybody grabbed a hoe or somethin', put it on they shoulder and Jean the march round and round the table behind Uncle Aaron singin' and marchin', Uncle Aaron linnin' off the song and everybody follerin' him. It was a sight to see all the Hans and mules a-goin' round the table like that. Den when everybody was might nigh exhausted, they stopped and eat a big barbecue dinner. Us used to work hard to get laid by de 4th so's we could celebrate. It sure was a happy time on our plantations and the white peoples enjoyed it as much as us niggers did. Us used to have good times over there in Hancock County," continued Uncle Henry. "Everybody was so good and kind to one another. 'Tain't like that now, no ma'am, not like it used ter be. Why I 'members onst, when I fust growed up and was farmin' fair myself, I got sick way long up in the spring, and my crop was eaty up in grass when one evenin' Mr. Harris, he was overseein' fair Mr. Treadwell over on the next plantation to the Alfriends, come by. I was out in the field tryin' ter scratch round as best I could. Mr. Harris say, 'Brit, you in de grass mighty bad.' I say, 'Yasser, I is. But I been sick and couldn't help myself, that's how come I so behind.' He say, 'Look lak you needs help dot.' 'Yasser,' I says, 'but I ain't got nobody to work but me.' Dat's all he said. Well, sir, the next mornin' by times over comes Mr. Harris with 6 plows and 8 hoe-hands and they give me a whole day's work, and when they finished that evenin' they want a sprig of grass in my crop. It was clean as this floor, and I see tellin' you the truth. Dat's the way peoples used ter do, but not no mo. Everybody too selfish now, and they think ain't nobody got responsibilities, but them." Speaking of his early life, Uncle Henry continued, "When I growed up I broke race horses, fair white men's, and raced horses too, had rooster fights and done all them kind o' things, but I sought 'ligion and found it, and from that day to this I ain't never done them things no mo. When I joined the church, I had a game rooster named Ranger that I had won every fight that I had matched him in. People's come miles to see Ranger fight. He was a warhorse game. After I come to be a member of the church, I quit fightin' Ranger, so Mr. Sykes come over and asked me what I would take for him. I told him he could have him. I warn't goin' to fight wid him any mo. He took him and went over 3 states, winning every fight he entered him in, and come home wid $1,500 he made on Ranger. He give me $50, but I never wanted him back. Ranger was a pet and I could do anything wid him. I'd hold out my arm and tell him to come up, and he'd fly up on my arm and crow. He'd get on up on my head and crow too. One rainy day, 'fore I give him away, he got in the lot and killed 3 turkeys and a gobbler fair my misdess. She got mighty mad and I sho was skeered till Moss took mine and Ranger's part and wouldn't let her do nothin' wid us. 47 years ago, Uncle Henry married Annie Tiller of Hancock County. They had 4 children, 3 of whom are living. About his courtship and marriage he has to say, "I was at Sunday school one Sunday and saw Annie fair the fust time. I went round where she was and was made 'quainted with her, and right then and there I said to myself, she's my gal. I started going over to see her and met her folks. I liked her pa and ma, and I would set and talk with them and 'pear not to be payin' much 'tention to Annie. I took candy and nice things and give to the family, not just to her. I stood in with the old folks, and tea warn't long 'fore me and Annie was married." Uncle Henry said he took Annie to Sparta to his pastor's home for the marriage, and the preacher told him he charged $3 for the ceremony. "But I told him I warn't goin' to give him but $1.50 'cause I was one of his best payin' members, and he ought not to charge me no more than dat, and I never paid him no mo neither, and dat was a plenty. Though he is crippled in his feets, he is hale and hearty and manages to work without missing a day. He is senior steward in his church, and things there go about like he says, even though he isn't a preacher. All the members seem to look to him for consolation, encouragement. In all his long life he has never spoke a oath if I knows it, and I hates cussin' dot. He speaks of his morning devotions as havin' prayers wid myself. His blessing at mealtime is the same one he learned in his white people's home when he was a little boy. We humbly thank thee, our Heavenly Father, for what we have before us. Uncle Henry says, I loves white peoples, and I'm a livin' long 'cause in my early days they cared fair me and started me off right. They's my best friends. H.W. Dist 5 Driscoll, December 30th, 36. Julia Rush, ex-slave, 109 years old. Tr. The beginning of each line on the original typewritten pages for this interview is very faint, and some words have been reconstructed from context. Questionable entries are followed by words that could not be deciphered are indicated by dot. Mrs. Julia Rush was born in 1826 on St. Simon's Island, Georgia. Mrs. Rush, her mother, and 3 sisters were the property of a Frenchman named Colonel de Bignon, a very wealthy landowner. Mrs. Rush does not remember her father, as he was sold away from his family when she was a baby. As a child, Mrs. Rush served as playmate to one of the colonel's daughters, and so all that she had to do was to play from morning till night. When she grew older, she started working in the kitchen in the master's house. Later she was sent to the fields, where she worked side by side with her mother and 3 sisters from sunup until sundown. Mrs. Rush says that she has plowed so much that she believes she can outplow any man. Instead of the white overseer usually found on plantations, the colonel used one of the slaves to act as foreman of the field hands. He was known to the other slaves as the nigger driver, and it was he who awakened all every morning. It was so dark until torchlights had to be used to see by. Those women who had babies took them along to the field in a basket which they placed on their heads. All of the hands were given a certain amount of work to perform each day, and if the work was not completed, a whipping might be forthcoming. Breakfast was sent to the field to the hands, and if at dinner time they were not too far away from their cabins, they were permitted to go home. At night they prepared their own meals in their individual cabins. All food on the colonel's plantation was issued daily from the corn house. Each person was given enough corn to make a sufficient amount of bread for the day when ground. Then they went out and dug their potatoes from the colonel's garden. No meat whatsoever was issued. It was up to the slaves to catch fish, oysters, and other seafood for their meat supply. All those who desired to were permitted to raise chickens, watermelons, and vegetables. There was no restriction on any as to what must be done with the produce so raised. It could be sold or kept for personal consumption. Colonel de Binion always saw that his slaves had sufficient clothing. In the summer months the men were given 2 shirts, 2 pairs of pants, and 2 pairs of underwear. All of these clothes were made of cotton, and all were sewed on the plantation. No shoes were worn in the summer. The women were given 2 dresses, 2 underskirts, and 2 pairs of underwear. When the winter season approached, another issue of clothes was given. At this time shoes were given. They were made of heavy red leather and were known as brogans. The slave quarters on the plantation were located behind the colonel's cabin. All were made of logs. The chinks in the walls were filled with mud to keep the weather out. The floors were of wood in order to protect the occupants from the dampness. The only furnishings were a crude bed and several benches. All cooking was done at the large fireplace in the rear of the one room. When Colonel de Binion's Tr. earlier de Binion wife died, he divided his slaves among the children. Mrs. Rush was given to her former playmate, who was at the time married and living in Carrollton, Georgia. She was very mean and often punished her by beating her on her forearm for the slightest offense. At other times she made her husband whip her, Mrs. Rush, on her bare back with a cowhide whip. Mrs. Rush says that her young mistress thought that her husband was being intimate with her, and so she constantly beat and mistreated her. On one occasion all of the hair on her head, which was long and straight, was cut from her head by the young mistress. For a while Mrs. Rush worked in the fields where she plowed and hoed the crops along with the other slaves. Later she worked in the master's house, where she served as maid and where she helped with the cooking. She was often hired out to the other planters in the vicinity. She says that she liked this because she always received better treatment than she did at her own home. These persons who hired her often gave her clothes, as she never received a sufficient amount from her own master. The food was almost the same here as it had been at the other plantation. At the end of each week she and her fellow slaves were given a little bacon, vegetables, and some corn meal. H.W. This had to last for a certain length of time. If it was all eaten before the time for the next issue, that particular slave had to live as best he or she could. In such an emergency the other slaves usually shared with the unfortunate one. There was very little illness on the plantation where Mrs. Rush lived. Practically the only medicine ever used was castor oil and turpentine. Some of the slaves went to the woods and gathered roots and herbs from which they made their own tonics and medicines. According to Mrs. Rush, the first of the month was always sale day for slaves and horses. She was sold on one of those days from her master in Carrollton to one Mr. Morris, who lived in Newman. Mr. Morris paid $1,100 for her. She remained with him for a short while and was later sold to one Mr. Ray, who paid the price of $1,200. Both of these masters were very kind to her, but she was finally sold back to her former master, Mr. Archibald Burke of Carrollton, Georgia. Mrs. Rush remembers that none of the slaves were allowed away from their plantation unless they held a pass from their master. Once, when she was going to town to visit some friends, she was accosted by a group of paddle rollers, who gave her a sound whipping when she was unable to show a pass from her master. Mrs. Rush always slept in her master's houses after leaving Colonel de Binion. When she was in Carrollton, her young mistress often made her sleep under the house when she was angry with her. After the war was over with and freedom was declared, Mr. Burke continued to hold Mrs. Rush. After several unsuccessful attempts, she was finally able to escape. She went to another part of the state where she married and started a family of her own. Because of the cruel treatment that she received at the hands of some of her owners, Mrs. Rush says that the mere thought of slavery makes her blood boil. Then there are those, under whom she served, who treated her with kindness, whom she holds no malice against. As far as Mrs. Rush knows, the war did very little damage to Mr. Burke. He did not enlist as a soldier. H.W. Dist. 1 ex-slave number 96, H.W. Good Ghost Story on page 4. H.W. Revolution drummer, parts very good. Ex-slave interview Nancy Settles, ex-slave, age 92, 2511 Wheeler Road, Richmond County, Augusta, Georgia by Mrs. Margaret Johnson, Augusta, Georgia, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Nancy Settles was born 15 miles from Edgefield in South Carolina on the plantation of Mr. Barry Cochran. Until about 5 months ago, Nancy had been bedridden for 3 years. Her speech is slow, and at times it is difficult to understand her, but her mind is fairly clear. Her eyes frequently filled with tears, her voice becoming so choked she could not talk. "My marster and missus, my husband and 8 of my chaps done left me. The law news be keepin' me here for some reason. Dis here Chilly is all I got left. The Chilly, referred to as a woman about 69. My fust chap was born in slavery. Me and my husband lived on different plantations till after freedom come. My ma and my pa lived on different places too. My pa uster come every Saturday evening to chop wood out UV the wood lot and pile up plenty for ma till he come agin. On Wednesday evening, pa uster come after he'd been huntin' and bring in possum and coon. He sho could get 'em a plenty. Ma, she chopped cotton and plow, and I started choppin' cotton when I was 12 years old. When I was a gal I sure was into plenty devilment." "What kind of devilment?" "Lawdy, miss, every time I haid a fiddle, my feet's jest got to dance, and dancin' is devilment. But I ain't load to dance nothin' but de 6-handed reel. I uster take my young missus to school every day, but de older missus went to Boadin school and come home every Friday and went back on Monday. No, ma'am, I never learned to read and write, but I can spell some." "Nancy, did you go out at night, and were you ever caught by the patrol?" "No, ma'am, I never was caught by de patrol. My pa was the one I was scart UV. Did you always have enough to eat, and clothes to wear?" "Yes, ma'am, Marser put out a side UV meat and a barrel o' meal, and all UVS would go and get our rations for de week. Suppose someone took more than his share, and the supply ran short. Lawd, ma'am, we knowed better 'en to do dat kinder thing. Everybody had her garden patch and had plenty greens and taters and all dat kinder thing. De cloth fur de slave close was all made on the place, and Mrs. see to mekin' all de close we wear. My missus died in durin' of de war, but Marster he live a long time. Yes, ma'am, we went to church and to camp meetin' too. We set up in de galley, and ef dey too many UVS, we set in de back UV de church. Camp meetin' was de best. Before Mrs. died I was nussin' my young miss baby, and I ride in de white folks' courage to camp meetin' ground and carried de baby. Lawdy, I seen de white folks and de slaves too shoutin' and gittin' 'ligion plenty times." "Nancy, were the slaves on your place ever whipped?" "Yes'm, sometimes when de wouldn't mine, but Marster aluz whip 'em hissef, he ain't let nobody else lay er finger on his slaves but him. I haid 'bout slaves been whipped, but I think dey was whipped mostly 'cause de marsters could whip 'em." "Nancy, do you know any ghost stories? Or did you ever see a ghost?" "No, ma'am, I ain't never see a ghost, but I haid de drum." "What drum did you hear? War drums?" "No, ma'am, de drum de little man beats down by Rock Crick. Some say he is a little man what wears a cap and goes down the crick beating a drum befo' a war. He was a Revolution drummer, and come back to beat the drum befo' de war. But some say you can hear de drum most any spring now. Go down to the crick and keep quiet, and you hear brrr, bum hum, louder and louder, and den it goes away. Some say dey have seen de little man, but I never seen him, but I haid de drum, fo' de war, and a tear dat too. There was a white man killed hisself near our place. He uster play a fiddle, and sometime he come back and play. I has haid him play his fiddle, but I ain't seen him. Some folks say dey is seen him in the wood playin' and walkin' 'bout. Nancy, I am glad you are better than you were the last time I came to see you." "Yes, ma'am, I is up now. I prayed to God and tell him my trouble, and he helped me get about again. This Pachili UV mine does what she kin to pay de rent, and de welfare gives us a bit to eat, but I sho do need a little wood, 'cause we is back on de rent, and my chili jest scrap 'bout to pick up trash wood and things to burn." Plantation Life as Viewed by Ex-Slave Will Sheets, age 76, 1290 West Broad Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Sadie B. Hornsby, Athens. Edited by Sarah H. Hall, Athens. Layla Harris and John N. Booth District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Augusta, Georgia. Date stamp, May 13, 1938. Old Will Sheets readily complied with the request that he tell of his experiences during slavery days. "No, I don't mind. It's been many a long day since anybody asked me to talk 'bout things that far back. But I locks to have somebody to talk to, 'cause I can't get 'bout no more since I lost both of my footses, and I gets powerful lonesome sometimes. I was born in Oconee County, not far from where Bishop is now. It warn't nothin' but a cornfield, way back in dem times. Ma was Jane Sutherland 'fore she married my pa, he was Tom Sheets. Lawsy, miss, I don't know where dey come from. As far as I knows, dey was born and raised on der marster's plantations. Dar was 7 of us chillens. I was the olds, James, Joe, Spear, Charlie, and Ham was my brothers, and my only sister was Frances. You ax me 'bout my grandma and grandpa? I can't tell you nothin' to y'all 'bout 'em. I just knows I had 'em, and dat's all. You see, Ma was a house gal, and de mos' I seed of her was when she come to de cabin at night. Den us chillens was too sleepy to talk. Soon as us us strapped down on a pallet and went fast asleep. Niggers is a sleepyhead set. I was a water boy, and was spec to tote water from de spring to de house, and to de hands in de fiel. I helped Mandy, one of de colored gals, to drive de calves to de pasture, and I toted in a little wood and done little easy jobs lak dat, lawsy, miss. I never seed no money till atter de war. If I had any money, what could I have done wid it, when I couldn't leave dat place to spend it? Dere ain't much to tell 'bout what little nigger chillun done in slavery days. Dem what was big enough had to wook, and dem what warn't played, slep, and scrapped. Little niggers as bad as game chickens 'bout fightin'. De quarters whar us lived was log cabins chinked wid mud to keep out de rain and wind. Chimblies was made out of fiel rock and red clay. I never seed a cabin wid more dan 2 rooms in it. Beds warn't fancy dem days lak dey is now, leastwise I didn't see no fancy ones. All de beds was corded, dey had a headboard, but de pieces at de foot and sides was just wide enough for holes to run de cords though, and den de cords was pegged to hold them tight. Nigger chillun slep on pallets on de floe. Mas Jeff Sutherland was a poor man, but he fed us all us could eat, sich as turnips, cabbages, collards, green corn, fat meat, cornbread, taters, and sometimes chicken. Yes, ma'am, chicken dinners was sorter special. Us didn't have 'em too often. De cookin' was all done at de big house in a open fireplace what had a rack crosted dat could be pulled out to take de pots off de fire. 'Fore dey started cookin', a fire was made up ready and waitin'. Den de pots of vittles was hung on de rack and swung in de fireplace to bile. Baking was done in skillets. Us cotched rabbits 3 and 4 at a time in box traps sot out in de plum orchard. Sometimes us stewed wid dumplins, and sometimes dey was just plain biled, but us laked 'em best of all when dey was fried lak chickens. Oh, dem possums! How I wished I had one right now. My pa used to catch 40 or 50 of them a winter. Atter dey married, Ma had to stay on wid Mas Jeff, and Pa was 'bliged to keep on livin' wid Mars ter Marsh Sheets. His Mars to give him a pass so dat he could come and stay wid Ma at night atter his wook was done, and he fetched in de possums. Dey was baked in de white folks's kitchen wid sweet 'tatoes, roon 'am, and was barbecued sometimes. Us had fishes too what was mighty good eatin'. Der warn't but one jardin on de plantation. Slave chillun didn't wear nothin' in summer but shirts what looked lak gowns wid long sleeves. Gals and boys was dressed in de same way day was little chaps. In winter us wore shirts made out of coarse cloth, and de pants and little coats was made out of wool. De gals wore wool dresses. He laughed and said, "On Sunday us just wore de same things." "Did you say shoes?" "Lawsy, miss! I was 8 or 9 'fore I had on a pair of shoes. On frosty mornin's when I went to de spring to fetch a bucket of water, you could see my feet tracks in de frost all the way dar and back." Miss Carrie, my mistess, was good as she knowed how to be. Mas and mistess had 2 gals and 1 boy, Miss Anna, Miss Callie, and Mars to Johnny. Mas Jeff was a good man. He never whupped and slashed his niggers. No, ma'am, der warn't nobody whupped on Mas Jeff's place dat I knows 'bout. he didn't have no overseer. There warn't no need for one cause he didn't have so many slaves but what he could do to overseeing his own self. Mas Jeff just had 'bout 4 men's and 4 Oman's slaves and him and young Mas Johnny wucked in de fiel longside of de niggers. Dey went to de fiel by daybreak and come in late at night. When Mas Jeff got behind with his crop, he would hire slaves from other white folkses, mostly from Pa's master. That's how Pa come to know my ma. There was 'bout 100 acres in our plantation countin' de woods and pastures. Dey had 'bout 3 or 4 acres fenced in with pine poles in a plum orchard. That's where dey kept de calves. There was a jail at Watkinsville, but Mas Jeff never had none of his slaves put in no jail. He didn't have so many but what he could make 'em behave. I never seed no slaves sold, but I seed 'em in a wagon passin' by on their way to de block. Mas Jeff said dey was takin' 'em a long ways off to sell 'em. That's why dey was a ridin'. Miss Anna larned ma her A.B.C's. She could read a little, but she never larned to write. Slaves went to de white folks' church if dey went to tea-all. I never could sing no tune. I see lack my ma, she warn't no singer. That's how come I can't tell you 'bout de songs what dey sung den. I 'members the fust time I seed anybody die. I was 'bout 8 years old, and I was 12 'fore I ever seed a funeral. No ma'am, us chillens didn't go to no baptisms, ma went, but us didn't. Didn't none of Mas Jeff's niggers run off to no north, but I heerd of a nigger what did on de place whar my pa was at. De only thing I knowed what might 'a made him run to de north was dat niggers thought if dey got dar dey would be in heaben. Dem patrollers was somethin' else. I heerd folkses say dey would beat de daylights mos out of you if dey cotched you widout no pass. Us lived on de big road, and I seed 'em passin' mos any time. I mos knowed dere was plenty trouble twixt de niggers and de white folkses. Course I never heerd tell of none, but I'm showed dere was trouble just the same, he slyly remarked. Mas Jeff wucked dem few niggers so hard dat when dey got to dere cabins at night dey was glad to just rest. Dey all knocked off wook Saturday at 12 o'clock. De Omans washed, patched, and cleaned up de cabins, and de men's wucked in dey own cotton patches what Mas Jeff give 'em. Some niggers wouldn't have no cotton patch cause dey was too lazy to wook. But dey was all of 'em right dar Saturday nights when de frolickin' and dancin' was gwine on. On Sundays dey laid round and slep. Some went to church if dey wanted to. Mars to give 'em a pass to keep patrollers beatin' 'em when dey went to church. Us chillens was glad to see Christmas time come cause us had plenty to eat den, sich as hogshead, backbones, a heap of cake, and a little candy. Us had apples what had been growed on de place, and stored away special for Christmas. Mas Jeff bought some lalaho, dat was syrup, and had big old pones of light bread baked for us to sop it up with. What us liked best 'bout Christmas was the good old hunk of cheese dey give us den and de ground peas. Don't you know what ground peas is? Dem's goobers peanuts. Such a good time us did have, a parchin' and a eatin' dem ground peas. If dere was oranges us didn't get none. Mas Jeff give de grown folkses plenty of liquor, and dey got drunk, and cut de buck whilst it lasted. New Year's Day was the time to get back to wook. Mas Jeff was sich a poor man he didn't have no corn shuckins on his place, but he let his niggers go off to 'em, and he went along hisself. Dey had a big time hollerin' and singin' and shuckin' corn. Atter de shuckin' was all done dere was plenty to eat and drink, nothin' short 'bout dem corn shuckins. When slaves got sick, dey didn't have no doctor dat I knowed 'bout. Miss Carrie done de doctorin' herself. Snake root tea was good for colds and stomach misrise. Dey biled rabbit tobacco, pine tops, and mullein together, tucked the tea and mixed it with 'lasses, and give it to us for defunt ailments. If dey done dat now, folkses would live longer. Ma put a asafoetida, sacks round our necks to keep off sickness. Ma said us was gwine to be free. Mas Jeff said us warn't, and he didn't tell us no defunt till 'bout Christmas atter de war was done over wid in April. He told us dat us was free, but he wanted us to stay on wid him, and didn't none of his niggers leave him. Dey all wucked de same as dey had before dey was sot free, only he paid 'em wages atter de war. I 'members dem Yankees comin' down de big road a stealin' as dey went long. Dey swapped dere bags of bones for de white folkses good fat hosses. I never seed so many poor hosses at one time in my life as dey had. Dem Yankees stole all de meat, chickens, and good bedclothes and burnt down de houses. Dey done devilment a plenty as dey went long. I 'members Moss Jeff put one of his colored mens on his hoss wid a coffee pot full of gold and sont him to de woods. Atter dem Yankees went on he sont for him to fetch back de gold and a fine hoss what he done saved de soldier mens. I hear tell of dem Ku Kluxers, but I never seed em. Lawsy miss. What did niggers have to buy land wid till atter day wuck long enough for to make some money? Warn't no schulin done round war us lived. I was 10 years old 'fore I ever sot foots in a schoolhouse. De nearest school was at Shady Grove. It was a long time atter de war 'fore I married. Us didn't have no weddin', just got married. My old oman had on a calico dress, I disremembers what color. She looked good to me though. Us had 16 chillens in all, 4 died. I got 22 grandchillin and 1 great-grandchild. None of them has jobs to brag 'bout, one of them larned to run a store. I think Mr. Lincoln was a great man, 'cause he sot us free. When I thinks back, it warn't no good feelin' to be bound down lak dat Mr. President Davis wanted us to stay bound down. No ma'am, I didn't lak dat Mr. Davis atter I knowed what he stood for. Course there is plenty what needs to be bound down hard and fast so dey won't get in no trouble. But for me I tries to behave myself, and I show had ruther be free. I guess atter all its best dat slavery days is over. 'Bout dat Booker Washington man, de niggers what tuck him and said he done lots of good for his race, and I reckon he did. Somethin' nother just made me jine de church. I wanted to do better and what I was doing. The Lord says it's best for folkses to be 'ligious. No ma'am, I don't 'spect to live as long as my ma lived, 'cause dese legs of mine since I done lost both of my footses with blood pison atter gangrene sot in, sho gives me a passel of trouble. But the Lord is good to me and no tellin' how long I see gwine to stay here. Miss, you sho tuck me way back yonder, and I locks to talk 'bout it. Yes, ma'am, dat's been a long time back. Robert Shepard, age 91 386, Arch Street, Athens, Georgia. Written by Grace McCune, H.W. White, Athens. Edited by Sarah H. Hall, Athens. Layla Harris, Augusta, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7. Robert lives in a small house so old, and in such bad repair that a strong wind would no doubt tumble it down. Large holes in the roof can be plainly seen from the gateway. The neat yard, filled with old-fashioned flowers, is enclosed by a makeshift fence of rusty wire sagging to the ground in places, and the gate rocks on one hinge. There was some evidence that a porch had extended across the front of the cottage, but it is entirely gone now and large rocks serve as steps at the doorway. Knocks and calls at the front of the house were unanswered, and finally Robert was found working in his garden behind the house. He is a tiny old man, and his large sun hat made him seem smaller than he actually was. He wore a clean but faded blue shirt and shabby gray pants much too large for him. His shoes, bound to his feet with strips of cloth, were so much too large that it was all he could do to shuffle along. He removed his hat and revealed white hair that contrasted with his black face, as he smiled in a friendly way. "Good morning, Missy! How is you?" was his greeting. Despite his advanced age, he keeps his garden in excellent condition. Not a blade of grass was to be seen. Asked how he managed to keep it worked so efficiently, he proudly answered, "Well, miss, I just works in it some every day dat comes 'cept Sundays, and, when you keeps right up with it dat way, it ain't so hard. Just look round you. Don't you see I got the bestest beans and squashes round here, and down under dem tater vines I can tell you dem roots is just full of taters. My old marster done larnt me how to jardin. He always made us raise lots of jardin sass such as beans, peas, rose and ears, collards, turnip greens, and ingans onions. For a fact, dere was just 'bout all de kinds of vegetables us knowed anything 'bout dem days right dar in our marster's big old jardin. Dere was big patches of taters, and in dem wheat fields us growed enough to make bread for all the folks on dat dere plantation. Us sure did have plenty of mighty good somepin to eat. I would ask you to come in and set down in my house to talk, he said, but I don't 'spect you could climb up dem dear rocks to my door, and dem's all the steps I got. When Robert called to his daughter, who lived next door, and told her to bring out some chairs, she suggested that the interview take place on her porch. It's shady and cool on my porch, she said, and Pa's done been a diggin' in his garden so long he's plumb tuckered out. He needs to set down and rest. After making her father comfortable, she drew up a bucket of water from the well at the edge of the porch, and, after he had indulged in a long drink of the fresh water, he began his story. I was born on Sir Joe Eccles' plantation in Oglethorpe County, 'bout 10 miles from Lashington, Georgy. Mammy was Cynthia Eccles 'fore she married up with my daddy. He was Peyton Shepherd. Adder Pappy and Mammy got married, old Moss Shepherd sold Pappy to Moss Joe Eccles so as they could stay together. Moss Joe, he had 3 plantations, but he didn't live on none of 'em. He lived in Lashington. He kept a overseer on each one of his plantations, and dey had better be good to his niggers, or else Moss Joe would show get 'em way from dar. He never lowed 'em to work us too hard, and in bad or real cold weather us didn't have to do no outside work 'cept everyday chores what had to be done, come rain or shine, lack milkin', tendin' de stock, fetchin' in wood, and things like dat. He seed dat us had plenty of good somepin to eat and all the clothes us needed. Us was lots better off in dem days dan us is now. Old Marster, he had so many niggers dat he never knowed 'em all. One day he was a-ridin' long towards one of his plantations and he met one of his slaves, named William. Moss Joe stopped him and asked him who he was. William said, "Why, Marster, I see your nigger. Don't you know me?" Den Marster he just laughed and said, "Well, hurry on home when you gets what you is gwine atter." He was in a good humor dat way most all the time. I can see him now a-ridin' dat little hoss of his and what he called Button, and his little feist dog hoppin' long on 3 legs right side of de hoss. No, ma'am, there warn't nothin' de matter wid dat little dog. Walkin' on 3 legs was just his way of gettin' round. Marster never let none of de slave chillun on his plantation do no work till dey got 15. Dat was soon 'nough, he said. On all of his plantations there was one old oman dat didn't have nothin' else to do but look atter and cook for de nigger chillun whilst dey mammies was at work in de fields. Aunt Viney tuck care of us. She had a big old horn what she blowed when it was time for us to eat, and us knowed better dan to get so fur off us couldn't hear dat horn, for Aunt Viney would show tear us up. Marster had done told her she better fix us plenty to eat and give it to us on time. There was a great long trough what went plumb cross the yard, and dat was whar us eat. For dinner us had peas or some other sort of vegetables, and cornbread. Aunt Viney crumbled up dat bread in de trough and poured de vegetables and pot liquor over it. Den she blowed de horn and chillun come a-runnin' from every which away. If us eat it all up, she had to put more vittles in de trough. At nights she crumbled de cornbread in de trough and poured buttermilk over it. Us never had nothin' but cornbread and buttermilk at night. Sometimes dat trough would be a sight, 'cause us never stopped to wash our hands, and for us had been eatin' more dan a minute or 2 what was in de trough would look lak de red mud what had come off of our hands. Sometimes Aunt Viney would fuss at us and make us clean it out. There was a big sandbar down on de crick what made a fine place to play, and waddin' in de branches was lots of fun. Us frolicked up and down dem woods and had all sorts of good times, anything to keep away from Aunt Viney 'cause she was sure to have us fetchin' in wood or sweepin' de yards if us was handy whar she could find us. If us was out of her sight she never bothered 'bout dem yards and things. Us was skeered to answer dat horn when us got in Marster's 'bacco. He raised lots of 'bacco and rationed it out to mens, but he never lowed chillun to have none till dey was big enough to work in de fields. Us found out how to get in his 'bacco house and us kept on gettin' his 'bacco for it was dried out till he missed it. Den he told Aunt Viney to blow dat horn and call up all de chillun. "I see gwine to whup every one of 'em," he would declare. Atter us got dere, and he seed dat green 'bacco had done made us so sick us couldn't eat, he just couldn't beat us. He just laughed and said, "It's good enough for you." Aunt Martha, she done de milk in and helped Aunt Nancy cook for de slaves. Dey had a big long kitchen up at de big house where de overseer lived. De slaves what worked in de field never had to do dere own cookin'. It was all done for 'em in dat big old kitchen. Dey cooked some of de vittles in big old wash pots and dere was show a plenty for all. All the cookin' was done in big fireplaces what had racks made inside to hang pots on, and dey had big old ovens for bakin', and thick iron skillets, and long-handled fryin' pans. You just can't imagine how good things was cooked dat way on de open fire. Nobody never had no better hams and other meat dan our marster kept in dem big old smokehouses, and his slaves had meat just lak white folks did. Dem cooks know dey had to cook a plenty and have it ready when it was time for de slaves to come in from de fields. Miss Ellen, she was the overseer's wife, went out in de kitchen and looked over everything to see that it was all right, and den she blowed de bugle. When de slaves heard dat bugle, dey come in singin' from de fields. Dey was happy 'cause dey knowed Miss Ellen had a good dinner ready for 'em. The slave quarters was long rows of log cabins with chimblies made out of sticks and red mud. Dem chimblies was all the time catchin' fire. Dey didn't have no glass windows. For a window, dey just cut a opening in a log and fixed a piece of plank cross it so it would slide when dey wanted to open or close it. Doors was made out of rough planks, beds was rough homemade frames nailed to the side of the cabins, and mattresses was coarse, home-wove ticks filled with wheat straw. Dey had good homemade kiva. Dem beds slept mighty good. There warn't many folks sick dem days, 'specially 'mongst the slaves. When one did die, folks would go 12 or 15 miles to de buryin'. Marster would say, "Take de mules and wagons and go, but mind you, take good care of dem mules." He never seemed to care if us went, fact was, he said us ought to go. If a slave died on our place, nobody went to de fields till atter de buryin'. Marster never let nobody be buried till dey had been dead 24 hours, and if dey had people from some other place, he waited till dey could get dar. He said it warn't right to hurry 'em off into de ground too quick atter dey died. There warn't no undertakers dem days. De home folks just laid de corpse out on de coolin' board till de coffin was made. Lordy, miss! Ain't you never seed one of dem coolin' boards? A coolin' board was made out of a long straight plank raised a little at de head, and had legs fixed to make it set straight. Dey wropped 'em on corpses in windin' sheets. Uncle Squire, de man what done all de wagon work and buildin' on our place, made coffins. Dey was just plain wood boxes what dey painted to make 'em look nice. White preachers conducted de funerals, and most of de time our own marster done it, 'cause he was a preacher hisself. When de funeral was done preached, dey sung harps from de tomb den dey put de coffin in a wagon and drive slow and careful to de graveyard. De preacher prayed at de grave and de mourners sung, I see born to die and lay dis body down . Dey never had no outside box for de coffin to be sot in, but dey put planks on top of de coffin 'fore dey started shovelin' in de dirt. Fourth Sundays was our meetin' days, and everybody went to church. Us went to our white folks' church and rid in a wagon hind der carriage. There was 2 Baptist preachers. One of 'em was Mr. John Gibson and the other was Mr. Patrick Butler. Mas Joe was a Methodist preacher hisself, but dey all went to the same church together. De niggers sot in de gallery. When dey had done give de white folks de sacrament, dey called de niggers down from de gallery and give dem sacrament too. Church days was show 'nuff big meetin' days 'cause everybody went. Dey preached 3 times a day, at 11 in de mornin', at 3 in de evenin', and den again at night. De biggest meetin' house crowds was when dey had baptism, and dat was right often. Dey dammed up de crick on Saturday so as it would be deep enough on Sunday, and dey done de baptism 'fore dey preached a 3 o'clock sermon. At dem baptisms there was all sorts of shoutin', and dey would sing roll Jordan, roll de livin' waters and Lord I see comin' home . When de craps was laid by and most of de hardest work of de year done up, den was camp meetin' time, long in de last of July and sometimes in August. Dat was when us had de biggest times of all. Dey had great big long tables and just everything good to eat. Marster would kill 5 or 6 hogs and have 'em carried dar to be barbecued, and he carried his own cooks along. Atter de white folks dey fed de niggers, and dere was allus a plenty for all. Mars to show looked atter all his niggers good at dem times. When de camp meetin' was over, den come de big baptizin', white folks fussed, den niggers. One time dere was a old slave woman what got so skeered when dey got her out in de crick dat somebody had to pull her foots out from under her to get her under de water. She got out from dar and testified dat it was de devil a holdin' her back. De white ladies had nice silk dresses to wear to church. Slave womans had new calico dresses what dey wore wid hoopskirts dey made out of grapevines. Dey wore poke bonnets wid ruffles on 'em, and if the weather was sort of cool, dey wore shawls. Mars ter allus wore his linen duster. Dat was his white coat, made cutaway style wid long tails. The cloth for most all of the clothes was made at home. Mas Joe raised lots of sheep and de wool was used to make cloth for de winter clothes. Us had a great long loom house where some of de slaves didn't do nothin' but weave cloth. Some syarded bats, some done de spinnin', and dere was more of 'em to do de sewin'. Miss Ellen, she looked atter all dat, and she cut out most of de clothes. She seed dat us had plenty to wear. Sometimes Marster would go to de sewin' house, and Miss Des would tell him to get on way from dar and look atter his own wook, dat her and Aunt Julia could run dat loom house. Marster, he just laughed den and told us chillun what was hangin' round de door to just listen to dem omans cackle. Oh, but he was a good old boss man. Us had water buckets, called piggins, what was made out of cedar and had handles on de sides. Sometimes us sawed off little vinegar kegs and put handles on 'em. Us loved to drink out of gourds. There was lots of gourds raised every year. Some of 'em was so big dey was used to keep eggs in and for lots of things us uses baskets for now. Dem little gourds made fine dippers. Dem corn shuckins was sho 'nuff big times. When us got all the corn gathered up and put in great long piles, den did gettin' ready started. Why, dem omans cooked for days, and de mens would get de shotes ready to barbecue. Marster would send us out to get de slaves from de farms round about dar. De place was all lit up wid lighted knot torches and bonfires, and dere was sightement a plenty when all de niggers got to singin' and shoutin' as dey made de shucks fly. One of dem songs went somethin' lak dis: "Oh, my haid, my poor haid, oh, my poor haid is 'fected. Dere warn't nothin' wrong wid our haids, dat was just our way of lettin' our overseer know us wanted some liquor." Pretty soon he would come round wid a big horn of whiskey, and dat made de poor haid well. But it warn't long for it got wuss again, and den us got another horn of whiskey. When de corn was all shucked den us eat all us could, and let me tell you, dat was some good eatin's. Den us danced the rest of de night. Next day when us all felt so tired and bad, Marster he would tell us 'bout stayin' up all night, but Miss Des tuck up for us, and dat tickled old Marster. He just laughed and said, "Will you listen to dat, Oman?" Then he would make some of us sing one of dem songs us had done been singin' to dance by. It goes sort of lak dis: turn your pardner round, steal round de corner, 'cause dem Johnson gals is hard to beat. Just glance round and have a good time. Dem gals is hard to find, dat's just 'bout all I can recollect of it now. Us had big possum hunts, and us sho cotched a heap of 'em. De gals cooked 'em with taters and dey just made your mouth water. I sho wish I had one now. Rabbits was good too. Marster didn't loan no huntin' wid guns, so us just took dogs when us went huntin'. Rabbits was kilt wid sticks and rocks 'cept when a big snow come. Dey was easy to track to dey beds den, and us could just reach in and pull 'em out. When us cotched 'nuff of 'em, us had big rabbit suppers. De big war was 'bout over when dem Yankees come by our place and just went through edything. Dey called all the slaves together, and told them dey was free and didn't belong to nobody no more, and said the slaves could take all dey wanted from de smokehouses and barns and de big house, and could go when and where dey wanted to go. Dey tried to hand us out all de meat and hams, but us told them us warn't hungry, 'cause Marster had allus done give us all us wanted. When dey couldn't make none of us take nothin', dey said it was de strangest thing dey had done ever seed, and dat man Eccles must have sho been good to his niggers. When dem Yankees had done gone off, Marster come out to our place. He blowed the bugle to call us all up to the house. He couldn't hardly talk, 'cause somebody had done told him dat dem Yankees couldn't talk his niggers into stealin' nothin'. Marster said he never knowed for how good us loved him. He told us he had done tried to be good to us and had done the best he could for us and dat he was mighty proud of the way every one of us had done have ourselves. He said dat the war was over now, and us was free and could go anywhere us wanted to, but dat us didn't have to go if us wanted to stay dar. He said he would pay us for our wook and take care of us if us stayed, or, if us wanted to wook on shares, he would low us to wook some land dat way. A few of dem niggers drifted off, but most of them stayed right dar till they died. A sad note had come into Robert's voice, and he seemed to be almost overcome by the sorrow aroused by his reminiscences. His daughter was quick to perceive this and interrupted the conversation. "Please, lady," she said. "Pa's too feeble to talk any more today. Can't you let him rest now and come back again in a day or two? Maybe he will be done 'member things he couldn't call back today." The front door was open when Robert's house was next visited, and a young girl answered the knock. "Come in," she said. The little house was as dilapidated in the interior as it was on the outside. Bright June sunshine filtered through the many gaps in the roof, arousing wonder as to how the old man managed to remain inside this house during heavy rains. The room was scrupulously clean and neat. In it was a very old iron bed, a dresser that was minus its mirror, 2 chairs, and a table, all very old and dilapidated. The girl laughed when she called attention to a closet that was padlocked. "That's where Grandpa keeps his rations," she said, and then volunteered the information. "He's gone next door to stay with Ma, whilst I clean up his house. He can't stand no dust, and when I sweeps, I raises a dust." The girl explained a 12-inch square aperture in the door, with a sliding board fastened on the inside, by saying, "That's Grandpa's peephole. He always has to see who's dar 'fore he unfastens his door." Robert was sitting on the back porch and his daughter was ironing just inside the door. Both seemed surprised and happy to see the interviewer, and the daughter placed a comfortable chair for her as far as the dimensions of the small porch would permit from the heat of the charcoal bucket and irons. Remembering that his earlier recollections had ended with the close of the Civil War, Robert started telling about the days Ada freedom had done come. "Me, I stayed right on dar till Ada Marster died. He was sick a long, long time, and one morning old Miss S. she called to me. 'Robert,' she said, 'you ain't gwine to have no Mars her long, 'cause he's 'bout gone.' I called all the niggers up to the big house, and when they was all in the yard, Miss S. she said, 'Robert, you been with us so long, you kin come in and see him 'fore he's gone for good.' When I got in dat room I knowed the Lord had done laid his hand on my good old Marster. And he was a-goin' to dat home he used to preach to us. Niggers 'bout, and it 'peared to me lak my heart would just bust. When the last breath was done gone, I went back out in the yard and told the other niggers, and dere was show cryin' and prayin' 'mongst them, 'cause all of them loved Marster. Dat was show one big funeral. Miss S. said she wanted all of Marster's old slaves to go, 'cause he loved 'em so, and all of us went. Some what had done been gone for years come back for Marster's funeral. Next day, after the funeral was over, Miss S. she said, 'Robert, I want you to stay on with me 'cause you know how he wanted his wook done.' Den Miss S. daughter and her husband, Mr. Dickinson, come dar to stay. None of the niggers laked dat Mr. Dickinson, and so most of them left, and den, 'bout 2 years after Marster died, Miss S. went to Atlanta, to stay with another of her daughters, and she died dar. When Miss S. left, I left too and come on here to Athens, and I've been here ever since. There warn't much town here den, and most all round dis here place was woods. I wooked 'bout a year for Mr. John McCune's family on the old Pittner place, den I went to wook for Mr. Manassas B. McGinty. He was a cyarpenter and built most of the fine houses what was put up here dem days. I got the lumber from him to build my house. There warn't but 2 other houses round here den. My wife, Julie, washed for the white folks and helped them do their housework. Our chillun used to come bring my dinner. Us had dem good old red peas cooked with side meat in a pot in the fireplace, and ash cake to go with em. Dat was eatin's. Julie would rake out dem coals and kiver em with ashes, And den she would wrop a pone of cornbread dough in collard or cabbage leaves and put it on dem ashes and rake more ashes over it. You had to dust off de bread 'fore you eat it, but ash cake was mighty good. Folks what lived off of it didn't get sick lak dey does now. I eat in dis white flour bread all the time. If us had any peas left from dinner and supper, Julie would mash 'em up right soft, make little cakes what she rolled in cornmeal, and fry 'em for breakfast. Dem sausage cakes made out of leftover peas was mighty fine for breakfast. When de chillun started out wid my dinner, Julie always made two of 'em go together and hold hands all the way so dey wouldn't get lost. Now little chillun just a few years old goes anywhere dey wants to. Folks don't look atter dey chillun lak dey ought to, and 't ain't right. Den, when night come, chillun went right off to bed. Now dey just runs round most all night, and it show as a ruin in dis young generation. Dey don't take no care of deirselves. My own grandchillun is the same way. I left Mr. McGinty and went to work for Mr. Bloomfield in de mill. Mr. Bill Dootson was our boss, and he was sho a good man. Dem was good times. I worked inside de mill and round de yard too, and sometimes dey sent me to ride de boat wid de cotton or sometimes wid cloth, whatever dey was sendin'. There was two mills den. One was down below de bridge on Oconee Street, and de old check factory was t'other side of de bridge on Broad Street. Dey used boats to carry de cotton and de cloth from one mill to de other. Missy, can you believe it? I worked for 68 cents a day and us paid for our home here. Dey paid us off with tickets what us tuck to de commissary to get what us needed. Dey kept just everything dat anybody could want down dar at de New York store. So us raised our 9 chillun, give 'em plenty to eat and wear too and a good roof over der heads, all on 68 cents a day and what Julie could make wookin' for de white folks. Course things weren't high price lak dey is now, but de main diff'unce is dat folks didn't have to have so many kinds of things to eat and wear den lak dey does now. Der weren't nigh so many ways to throw money way den. Der weren't so many places to go, just church and church spreads, and Sundays, folks went buggy ridin'. De young niggers, specially dem what was a sparkin', used to rent buggies and hosses from Mr. Selig Bernstein. He kept a big livery stable den, and he had a hoss named Buckskin. Dat was de hoss what everybody wanted cause he was so gentle and didn't skeer de omans and chillins. Mr. Bernstein is a livin' yit, and he is sho a good man to do business wid Missy. There was lots of good white folks den. Most of dem old ones is done passed on. One of de best of 'em was Mr. Robert Chappell. He done passed on, but whilst he lived he was mighty good to everybody and de colored folks sho does miss him. He believed in helpin' 'em and he give 'em several churches and tried his best to get 'em to live right. If Mr. Robert Chappell ain't in heaven, there ain't no use for nobody else to try to get dar. His granddaughter married Judge Matthews, and folks says she is most as good as her granddaddy was. Robert chuckled when he was asked to tell about his wedding. Miss, he said, I didn't have no show nuff weddin'. Me and Julie just jumped over de broom in front of Marster and us was married. Dat was all there was to it. Dat was the way most of de slave folks got married dem days. Us knowed better dan to ax de gal when us wanted to get married. Us just told our Marster and he done de ashin'. Den, if it was all right wid de gal, Marster called all the other niggers up to de big house to see us jump over de broom. If a slave wanted to get married to somebody on another place, den he told Marster and his Marster would talk to de gal's Marster. Whatever dey agreed on was all right. If either one of 'em would sell one of de slaves what wanted to get married, den dey let 'em go ahead and jump over de broom, and de man just visited his wife on her Marster's place, mostly on Wednesday and Saturday nights. If it was a long piece off, he didn't get dar so often. Dey had to have passes den, cause de patrollers would get 'em show if dey didn't. Dat meant a thrashin', and dey didn't miss layin' on de stick when dey cotch a nigger. Dese days, de boys and gals just walks off and don't say nothin' to nobody, not even to dey mammies and daddies. Tr. Written in margin, elopement. Now take dis daughter of mine, Callie is her name. She runned away when she was 'bout 17. Dat day her mammy had done sont her wid de white folks' clothes. She had on brass-toed brogan shoes, a old faded cotton dress that was plumb up to her knees. Dem days, long dresses was stylish, and she wore a old bonnet. She was taught into clothes to Mrs. Reese and met up with dat Davenport boy. Dey traipsed up to de courthouse, got a license, and was married for me, and Julie knowed nothin' about it. Julie showed did light out from higher to go get Callie. She brung her back and kept her locked up in de house a long time 'fore she would let her live with dat nigger. Us had our troubles den, but dey warn't lak de troubles us has now. Now, it seems lak dem was mighty good days back when Arch Street was just a path through de woods. Julie, she's done been gone a long time, and all of our chilluns dey'd 'cept 3, and 2 of 'em is done gone up north. Just me and my Callie and de grandchillun is all that's left here. Soon I see gwine to be load to go war Julie is, and I see ready any time, 'cause I done been here long 'nough. When the visitor arose to take her departure, Robert said, "Goodbye, Missy, come back to see me and Callie again, 'cause us laked your appearance, de fust time you was here. Just trust in de Lord, miss, and he will take care of you wherever you is." Plantation life, as viewed by an ex-slave, Tom Singleton, ex-slave, age 94, Athens, Georgia, written by Sadie B. Hornsby, research worker, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, edited by Layla Harris, editor, Federal Writers Project, Augusta, Georgia, date stamp, April 27, 1938. Uncle Tom lives alone in a one-room cabin, about 2½ miles from town, on Loop-de-Loop Road, not far from the Brooklyn section of Athens. He states that he lives alone because "I was raised right and de niggers dis day and time ain't had no raisin'. I just can't be bothered wid havin' 'em round me all the time. Dey ain't my sort of folkses." Uncle Tom says he will be 94 years old on May 15th of this year, but many believe that he is much older. When asked if he felt like talking about his experiences and observances while he was a slave, he said, "I don't know, Missy, I got a pow'ful huttin' in my chest, and I'm too old to 'member much, but you ask me what you want to know and I'll try to tell you. I was born in Lumpkin County on Mars to Joe Singleton's place. My ma was named Nancy Early, and she belonged to Mars to Joe Early what lived in Jackson County. My pa's name was Joe Singleton. I don't 'member much 'bout my brothers and sisters. Ma and pa had 14 chillun. Some of their boys was me and Isaac, Jeff, Moses, and Jack, and their gals was Celia, Laura, Diley, Patsy, Frankie, and Eleanor. Dese was the youngest chillun. I don't 'member de fust ones. I don't recollect nothin' t'all 'bout my grandma and grandpa, 'cause us was too busy to talk in de daytime, and at night us was so wupped out from hard work us just went off to sleep early and never talked much at no time. All I knows 'bout 'em is dat I heerd folkses say my grandpa was 107 years old when he died. Folkses don't live dat long nowadays." The slave quarters was in rows and had 2 rooms and a shed. Dey had beds made out of poles fastened together with pegs, and cross 'em was laid de slats what dey spread de wheat straw on. Us had good kiver 'cause our marser was a rich man and he believed in taking care of his niggers. Some put sheets dat was white as snow over de straw. Dem sheets was biled wid homemade soap what kept 'em white lak dat other folkses put quilts over de straw. At the end of de slave quarters was de barns and cow sheds, and a little beyond dem was the finest pasture you ever seed with clear water a-bubblin' out of a pretty spring, and runnin' through it. Dar's war dey turned de stock to graze when dey warn't wuckin' 'em. When Tom was asked if he ever made any money, a mischievous smile illumined his face. "Yes, ma'am, you see I plowed durin' de day on old Marster's farm. Some of de white folks what didn't have many niggers would ax old Marster to let us help on dey places. Us had to do dat work at night. On bright moonshiny nights, I would cut wood, fix fences, and sich lak for 'em. Wid de money dey paid me I bought Sunday shoes and a Sunday coat and sich lak, 'cause I was a nigger what always did lak to look good on Sunday. Yes, ma'am, us had good cielo yes the year round. Our summer clothes was white as snow. Old Marster said dey looked lak linen. In winter us wore heavy yarn what de women made on de looms. One strand was wool and one was cotton. Us wore our brogan shoes every day and Sunday too. Marster was a merchant and bought shoes from de tanyard. Howsomever, He had a colored man on his place what could make any kind of shoes. Lawdy! Missy, us had everything to eat, all kinds of greens, turnips, peas, 'tatoes, meat and chickens. Us was plumb fools 'bout fried chicken and chicken stew, so Mars load us to raise plenty of chickens, and sometimes at night us niggers would get together and have a he old time. No ma'am, us didn't have no jardins. Us didn't need none. Old Mars give us all the vittles us wanted. Missy, you oughta see dem big old iron spiders what they cooked in, course the white folkses call them ovens. The biscuits and blackberry pies they cooked in spiders, they was something else. Oh, don't talk 'bout dem possums. Makes me hungry just to think 'bout 'em. One night when Pa and me went possum huntin', I put a possum what us cotched in a sack and flung it 'cross my back. Atter us started home, dat possum chewed a hole in de sack and bit me square in de back. I 'member my pa had a little dog. Here he stopped talking and called a little black and white dog to him, and said he was 'bout de size of dis here dog, and Pa said he could naturally just make a possum de way he always found one so quick when us went huntin'. The old man sighed, and looking out across the field, continued, "Atter slavery days, niggers turned dey chillens loose, and den de possums and rabbits most all left, and der ain't so many fishes left in de rivers either." Tom could not recall much about his first master. I was 4-year-old when Master Dr. Joe Singleton died. All I 'members 'bout him, he was a big man, and I sure was skeered of him. When he cotch us in de branch, he would holler at us and say, "Come out of dar 'fore you get sick." He didn't low us to play in no water, and when he hollered us lit a rag. There was 'bout 1,000 acres in Mas Joe's plantation. He owned a gold mine and a copper mine too. Old Marster owned 'bout 65 niggers in all. He bought and sold niggers too. When old Marster wanted to send news, he put a nigger on a mule and sent a message. Atter Mas Joe died, old Miss S run de farm 'bout 6 years. Miss S' daughter, Miss Mattie, married Marster Fred Lucas, and old Miss S sold her share in de plantation den. My pa, my sister, and me was sold on de block at de sheriff's sale. Durin' de sale my sister cried all the time, and Pa rubbed his han over her head and face, and he said, "Don't cry, you is gwine live wid young Miss Mattie." I didn't cry none, 'cause I didn't care. Mas Fred bought us, and took us to Athens to live, and old Miss S went to live wid her chillens. Mas Fred didn't have a very big plantation, just 'bout 70 or 80 acres I guess, and he had 'bout 25 niggers. He didn't have no overseer. My pa was the one in charge, and he tuck his orders from Mas Fred, den he went out to de farm, whar he seed dat de niggers carried him out. Pa was the carriage driver too. It was his delight to drive for Marster and Miss S. Marster and Miss S had 8 chillen, Miss Mattie, Miss Mary, Miss Fanny, Miss Seanie, Mr. Dave, Mr. Joe, Mr. Frank and Mr. Freddie. They lived in a big house, weather boarded over logs, and de inside was sealed. Marster and Miss S show was good to us niggers. Us warn't beat much. The onliest nigger I 'member dey whupped was Cicero. He was a bad boy. My Marster never did whup me but onct. Miss S sent me uptown to fetch her a spool of thread. I got to playin' marbles and 'fore I knowed it, it was dinner time. When I got home, Miss S was mad snow nuff. Marster cotched me and wore me out, but Miss S never touched me. I seed niggers in de big jail at Watkinsville and in de calaboose in Athens. Yes, ma'am. I seed plenty of niggers sold on de block in Watkinsville. I recollects the price of one nigger run up to $15,000. All the sellin' was done by de sheriffs and de slave marsters. Marster Fred Lucas sold his place whar he was livin' in town to Major Cook, and moved to his farm near Princeton Factory. Atter Major Cook got kilt in de war, Mas Fred come back to town and lived in his house again. No ma'am, dey warn't no schools for niggers in slavery time. Miss S daughters went to Lucy Cobb. Celia, my sister, was their nurse, and when all our little missies got grown, Celia was the house gal. So when our little missies went to school they come home and larned Celia how to read and write. 'Bout 2 years atter freedom, she begun to teach school herself. Us had our own churches in town, and the white folkses furnished our preachers. Once they baptized 75 in the river below Delaware Check Factory. white folkses fust, and niggers last. Oh! Dem paterolers! Dey was rough mens. I hear dem say dey would beat the stuffin' out of you, if dey caught you without no pass. Yes, ma'am. Dar always was a little trouble twixt the white folkses and niggers, always a little. Heaps of de niggers went north. I was told some white men's livin' in town higher helped them get away. My wife had 6 of her kinfoxes what got clean back to Africa, and dey rode back here from dar. Us had parties and dances at night. Sometimes Miss S let Celia wear some of de little Missy's CLOS, 'cause she wanted her to outshine de other nigger gals. Dey give us a week at Christmas time, and Christmas Day was a big day. Dey give us most everythin', a knot of candy as big as my fist, and heaps of other good things. At corn shuckins old Mars fotched a gallon keg of whiskey to de quarters and passed it round. Some just got tipsy and some got low down drunk. De onliest cotton pickin' us knowed 'bout was when us picked in de daytime, and day warn't no good time to dat a nigger can't even sing much wid his head all bent down pickin' cotton. Folkses had fine times at weddin's dem days. Dar was more vittles dan us could eat. Now dey just hon out a little somethin'. The white folkses had a fine time too. Dey let de niggers get married in der houses. If it was bad weather, den de weddin' was most generally in de hall, but if it was a pretty day, dey married in de yard. I can't 'member much 'bout de games us played or de songs us sung. A few of de games was marbles, football, and town ball. 'Bout dem witches, I don't know nothin'. Some of de folkses wore a mole foot round dey neck to keep bad luck away, some wore a rabbit's foot fair sharpness, and it sho'ly did fetch sharpness. I don't know nothin' tall 'bout Rawhead and Bloody Bones, but I hear tell he got at 'em Miss S chillin' and made 'em be good. Dey was pow'ful skeered of him. Old Marster and Miss S looked at her dere niggers mighty well. When dey got sick, de doctor was sent for straight away. Yes, ma'am, dey looked at her mighty well. Holly leaves and holly root biled together was good for indigestion, and black gum and black hoe roots biled together and strained out and mixed with whiskey was good for defund misrise. Some of de niggers wore little tar sacks round dey necks to keep de fever way. Yes, ma'am, I was in de war 'bout 2 years, wid young Marster Joe Lucas. I waited on him, cooked for him, and went on de scout march wid him, for to tote his gun, and see atter his needs. I was a bugger in dem days. I 'members I was standin' on de corner of Jackson Street when dey said freedom had come. Dat show was a rally day for de niggers. 'Bout 1,000 in all was standin' roun' here in Athens dat day. Yes, ma'am, de fust time de Yankees come though dey robbed and stole all dey could find and went on to Monroe. Next to come was de Jards to take charge of de town, and dey was esposed to set things to goin' right. Atter de war I stayed on wid Moss Fred, and wucked for wages for 6 years, and den farmed on halves wid him. Some of de niggers went on a buyin' spree, and dey bought land, hand over fist. Some bought 800 and 900 acres at a time. When asked to tell about his wedding, a merry twinkle shone in his eyes. Lawdy, missy, dis ol' nigger neber married till long atter de war. Us sho did cut up Jack. Us was too old to have any chillun, but us was so gay, us went to ev'y dance till 'bout 6 years ago. She died den, and left me all by myself. Dat Mr. Abraham Lincoln was a reg'lar nigger god. Us believed dat Mr. Jeff Davis was all right too. Booker Washington give a speech here onct, and I was dar, but de niggers made such a fuss over him I couldn't take in what he said. Asked what he thinks about slavery, now that it is over, he replied, I think it is all right. God intended it. De white folks run de Injuns out, but dey is comin' back for show. God said every nation shall go to dere own land for de end. I just jined de church right lately. I had cut de buck when I was a young chap, and God has promised us 2 places, heaven and hell. I thinks it would be scandalous for anybody to go to hell, so I sighed to jine up wid de crowd going to heaven. After the interview, he called to a little Negro boy that had wandered into the house. Moses! Gimme a drink of water! Fotch me a chaw of 'bacco, Missy done tuck me up de crick, down de branch, now she's a gwine roon. Hurry! Boy, do as I say, gimme dat water. Nigger chillun, dis day and time, is too lazy to earn dere bread. I was sorry to see you come, missy, cause my chest was a hurtin' so bad, but now I see sorry to see you go. Out of breath, he was silent for a moment, then grinned and said, I was just lookin' at de Injun on dis here nickel you done gimme. He looks so happy. Goodbye, missy, hurry and come back. You helped dis old nigger lots, but my chest sure do hurt. H.W. Dist 6X Slave 100 Mary A. Crawford Research Worker Charlie Ty Smith, ex-slave East Solomon Avenue, Griffin, Georgia, September 16, 1936, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Charlie Ty Smith was born in Henry County, near Locust Grove, Georgia, on June 10, 1850, as nearly as he can tell. His mother kept his age for him, and had him tell it to her over and over when he was a little boy. The old fellow is well and rather alert, despite his 86 years. Mr. Jim Smith, of Henry County, was Charlie's owner, and according to Charlie's version, Sho was a mighty good master. Mr. Smith owned a large plantation, and also around 150 to 200 darkies. Charlie recalls that the slaves were well treated, seldom whupped, and never, unmercifully. Ol' Miss, too, H.W., was powerful good to the darkies, most especially to the chillun. The old man related the following incident in proof of Miss Nancy's goodness. About every 2 weeks, Ol' Miss would have Ol' Uncle Jim bake a whole passel of ginger cakes and tote 'em down to the cabins and jest pitch 'em out by de handfuls to de chillun. The old man smiled broadly as he concluded the ginger cake story and said, Charlie always got his share. Miss Nancy seed to that, 'case I was one of Ol' Miss's best little darkies. The interviewer inquired as to how so many ginger cakes could have been baked so easily, and he replied that Ol' Moss had a big rock oven down at the spring about like what they boil syrup cane juice in today. The slaves on Moss Jim's place were allowed about 4 holidays a year, and a week at Christmas, to frolic. The amusements were dancing, the breakdown, banjo playing, and quill blowing. Sometimes when the pateral was in a good humor, he would take about 25 or 30 niggers and go fishing at night. This kind of fishing was mostly seining, and usually they got plenty o' fish. Charlie, true to his race, is quite superstitious and on many occasions went into the cow lot on Christmas night and found the cows down on their knees a-lowin'. He also witnessed the sun shoutin' on Christmas morning and made show to get up just in time to see the sun as it first showed itself. Here Charlie did some very special gesticulating to illustrate. The Negroes were required to go to church on Sunday. They called it gwine to meetin', often leaving at sun-up and walking 10 or 12 miles to the meeting house, staying all day and late into the night. If Ol' Moss happened to be in a good humor on Sunday, he would let the darkies use the wagons and mules. The little niggers never went to meetin' as they were left at home to take care of the house and nuss the babies. There were no Sunday schools in those days. When the grown folks got back late in the night, they often had to do some tall knocking and banging to get in the house, 'cause the chillun were so dead asleep and layin' all over the floor. When asked if the slaves wouldn't be awfully tired and sleepy the next morning after they stayed up so late, he replied that they were sho tired, but they had better turn out at 4 o'clock when Ol' Moss blowed the horn. They tr then, he added with a chuckle. The field was usually strowed with niggers asleep in the cotton rows when they knocked off for dinner. No, miss, the marster never give us no money, here he laughed, for we didn't need none. There wasn't nothing to buy, and we had plenty to eat and wear. Yes, Mr. Jim and Miss Nancy believed in whuppin' and kept the raw hide hanging by the back door, but none o' Mr. Jim's niggers ever got beat till they bled. Charlie Ty recalls vividly when the Yankees passed through and graphically related the following incident. The Yankees passed through and caught Ol' Moss Jim and made him pull off his boots and run barefooted through a cane brake with half a bushel of potatoes tied around his neck. Then they made him put his boots back on and carried him down to the mill and tied him to the water post. They were getting ready to break his neck when one of master's slaves, old Peter Smith, asked them if they intended to kill Moss Jim. And when they said, yes, Peter choked up and said, Well, please, Sue, let me die wid ol' Moss. Well, dem Yankees let ol' Moss loose and left. Yes, missy, dat's the truff case I've heerd my daddy tell it many's the time. Charlie is not working at all now as he is too old and is supported by the Griffin Relief Association. For 45 years he served as janitor in the various public schools of Griffin. Plantation life, as viewed by an ex-slave Georgia Smith, age 87–86, Augusta Avenue, Athens, Georgia, written by Miss Grace McCune, research worker, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, editor, Federal Writers Project, Athens, Georgia, WPA Residency No. 6, April 6, 1938. The cold, rainy, and altogether disagreeable weather on the outside was soon forgotten when the interviewer was admitted to the neat little home of Aunt Georgia Smith and found the old woman enjoying the cheerful warmth of her blazing fire. Aunt Georgia appeared to be quite feeble. She was not only willing, but eager to talk of her experiences, and explained that her slow and rather indistinct articulation is one of the several bad after effects of her recent stroke of paralysis. My pappy was Blackstone Smith, and he belonged to Mas Jeb Smith. My mammy was Nancy Chappell, owned by Mrs. Peggy Chappell. I stayed with my mammy on Mrs. Chappell's plantation in Oglethorpe County, near Old Antioch Church. When I was 'bout 5 or 6 years old my mammy died. Den my pappy done come and got me, and I was to stay wid him on Marster Smith's place. Dey was good to me dar, but I warn't satisfied, and I cried for old mistis. I jest go roon snifflin', and not eatin' nuffin', and one day WNS was pickin' peaches. Marster Smith told my pappy he better take dat chili back to her old mistis, fo she done get sick fair show. Hit was the next day WN dey ax me did I want to see old mistis, and I jest cry and say yassum. Den Marster say, Blackstone, hitch a mule to dat wagon, and take dat chili right back to her old mistis. I tell 'em I can walk, but dey made me ride in de wagon, and I sure was glad I was goin' back home. I seed old mistis fo I got dar, and jumped out of de wagon and run to her. When she seed me, she jest grabbed me, and I thought she was a Logan, but when I seed dat she was cryin', I told her not to cry, dat I warn't goin' to leave her no mo. Mistis sure was good to me, but she was good to all niggers, and dey all loved her. Us alloos had plenty of everything. She made us wear plenty of good warm CLOS, and us weave flannel petticoats when hit was cold weather. Chillun don't wear nuff CLOS these days to keep 'em warm, and nuffin on dere legs. Hit's a wonder dey don't freeze. I died and stay at de quarters with de other niggers. Mistis kept me in de big ooze wid her, and I slept on a cotton mattress on de floor by de side of her bed. She had a stick dat she used to punch me wid when she wanted somethin' in de night, and effin' I was hard to wake, she sho could punch wid dat stick. Mistis died and ever have us niggers whipped lessen it jest had to be done. And if us chilluns was bad, fussin' and fightin', Mistis would git her a stick, but us would jest run and hide, and Mistis would forget all 'bout it in jest a little while. Marster was dead, and us had a overseer, but he was good to us jest lak Mistis was. Hit was a big old plantation, with lots of niggers. De overseer would try to larn de chilluns to plow and dey died and want to larn. Dey would jest play roon. Sometimes dey snuck off to de other side of de fiel and hunted for lizards. Dey would hold a lizard's head wid a stick, and spit bacco juice in his mouth and turn him loose. De bacco juice would make de lizard drunk, and he would run roon and roon. Dey would catch snakes, kill dem and hang de skins on trees so hit would rain and dey wouldn't have to wook in de fiel. De quarters was built away from de big ooze. Dey was cabins made of logs and dey all had dey own gardens where dey raised all kinds of vegetables and alloos had plenty of hog meat. De cookin' was done on a big fireplace and in brick ovens. Taters was baked into ashes, and dey show was good. Dey had big times huntin' and fishin' when de wook was over. Dey cotch lots of possums, and had big possum suppers. De possums was roasted with plenty of taters, butter and red pepper. Us would eat and dance most of de night when us had a possum supper. De rabbits was so bad in de gardens dat dey tuck white rags and tied 'em on sticks stuck up in de ground. Rabbits wouldn't come roon den, size dey was 'fraid of dem white rags flyin' on de sticks. Mistis believed in looking at her niggers when they was sick. She would give 'em medicine at home. Candy and tea, made with hoehound and butterfly root tea was good for worms. Dewberry wine, likewise dewberry root tea was good for de stomach ache. Samson's snake root and poplar bark tea was good medicine for colds and so eth oats. And when you was in pain, de red pepper bag would show help lots sometimes. If the homemade medicine didn't or den Mistis sont for de doctor. Slaves went to de white folkses chuch and sot up in de gallery. Dey stayed all day at chuch, and had big dinners on de ground. Dem was show 'nuff good dinners. Us had big times on meetin' days. Our slaves had prayer meetin' twict a week in der quarters, till dey got ruined to all de cabins, den dey would start over again. Dey prayed and sung all de old songs, and some of 'em as I 'member are, Roll Jordan roll, better mind how you step on de cross, 'cause you ain't goner be here long, tell de story by and by, all God's chillens are a gatherin' home, and will understand better by and by. Dey really could sing dem old songs. Mistis would let me go to dem cabin prayer meetins and I sure did enjoy 'em. When slaves died dey jest tuck 'em off and buried 'em. I don't 'member 'em ever havin' a funeral, till way atta freedom done come and niggers got dey own chuchies. I 'member one night dey had a quiltin' in de quarters. De quilt was up in de frame, and dey was all jest quiltin' and singin', all God's chillens are a gatherin' home. When a drunk man wanted to preach, and he jumped up on de quilt. Hit all fell down on de floor, and dey all got fightin' mad at him. Dey locked him in de smokehouse till mornin', but dey died and nobody tell Mistis nuffin' 'bout it. Us chillens had to pick peas, 2 baskets full fo dinner and 2 fo night, and dey was big baskets too. I 'member dere was a white widow woman what lived near our place, and she had 2 boys. Mistis let dem boys pick 'em some peas when us would be pickin', and us would run 'em off, 'cause us died and lack po white trash. But Mistis made us let 'em pick all they wanted. I was 'bout 12 years old when freedom come, and was big 'nuff to wait on Mistis good den. I 'member how I used to run to de spring with a little tin bucket when she wanted a fresh drink of water. Most of de slaves stayed with Mistis atta freedom come, 'cause dey all loved her, and dey died and have no place to go. Mistis fed 'em jest like she had allus done, and paid 'em a little money too. Us died and never have no fussin' and fightin' on our place, and de Ku Klux Klan never come roon dar, but de niggers had to have a ticket if dey left de place on Sunday. Dat was so de patty rollers wouldn't whip 'em if dey cotch 'em. All de niggers on de other places called us free niggers long fo freedom come, 'cause we died and have no whippin' posts, and if any of us jest had to be whipped, Mistis would see dat dey warn't beat bad 'nuff to leave no stripes. My pappy left de old Smith plantation, soon atter he got his freedom, and went to Augusta, Georgia, where he died in jest 'bout 2 years. I waked up one mornin' and heerd Mistis makin' a funny fuss. She was tryin' to get up and pullin' at her gown. I was plumb skeert and I run atter some of de other folkses. Dey come a runnin' but she never did speak no mo, and died and lived but jest a few hours longer. De white folkses made me go to her funeral. Der sure was a big crowd of folkses dar, 'cause everybody loved Mistis, she was so good to everybody. Dey died and preached long, mostly jest prayed and sung Mistis' favorite songs, all God's chillun are a gatherin' home, and will understand by and by. I left the old place not long atter Mistis died, 'cause hit was too lonesome dar and I missed her so much. I come to town and jest wucked for white folkses. I don't 'member all of 'em, but I can't wook no mo now, and hit won't be so long till I see my old Mistis again, and den I can still wait on her, and we won't have to part no mo. HW, DIST 2X Slave 101, X Slave Interview, Mary Smith 910 Spruce Street, Augusta, Georgia, Richmond County, by Mrs. Margaret Johnson, Editor Fed. Writers Project, Augusta, Georgia, date stamp, May 8, 1937. Such a hovel, such squalor it would be hard to imagine. Only first-hand observation could be a reliable witness to such conditions. Into a tiny room was squeezed a double and a single bed with a passageway barely wide enough to walk between the 2 beds. The door from the small porch could be opened only enough to allow one to enter, as the head on the single bed was against it. A small fire burned in the open fireplace. An old man, ragged but respectful, and two old women were sitting in the room, one on a broken chair, the other on an empty nail keg. As we entered the room, one of the old women got up, took a badly clipped and handleless teacup from the hearth and offered it to a girl lying in the single bed, in a smother of dirty quilts. Mary was a squat figure, her head tied up in a dirty towel, her dress ragged and dirty, and much too small for her abundant figure. She welcomed us, telling us the Pachili was bad sick, but she would talk to us. As the door of the lean-to kitchen was open, it offered a breath of outside air, even though polluted with the garbage scattered on the ground, and the odors from chickens, cats, and dogs meandering about. Mary's round face was unwrinkled, but the wisps of wool showing beneath her head rag were gray, and her eyes were rheumy with age. She was entirely toothless, and her large tongue rolled ceaselessly in her mouth, chewing nothing. Her articulation necessarily was very poor. I was 7 years old when freedom come. My ma and pa belonged to Mr. McNorrell of Burke County. Miss Sally was a good lady and kind to ye body. My master was a good man 'cause he was a preacher. I never 'member him whuppin' anybody. I 'members slavery, yes ma'am, I 'members all the slaves' meals was cooked in the yard, in big pots hung up on hooks on a iron bar. The fust work I ever done was to push firewood under dem pots. Mostly I stayed home and minded de baby. My ma uster pin a piece of fat back on my drays before she went to de fiel, and when de baby cry I take him up and let em suck him. My brother you see sittin' in deer, he de baby I uster mine. My pa was the blacksmith on the plantation, and he mek all the plows and things like dat. My ma tek me to de fiel when I was 'bout 7 years old and teach me to chop cotton. I don't 'member what happened when freedom come, things was 'bout de same, fur as we chillun knowed. Elizabeth Watson, M.G. July 15, 37. Melvin Smith, ex-slave, 96 years, date stamp, July 28, 1937. Yes'm, I sho does 'member all about my white folks in th war 'cause I was 24 year old when th war was over. I was born in 1841 and that makes me 'bout 87 now, don't it? Old Melvin Smith sat back in his chair with a smile of satisfaction on his face. He was seated on the narrow porch of his little cabin with the bright sunshine beaming down upon him. But his blind eyes could not notice the glare from the sun. His wife and daughter appeared from around the corner of the house and took their places near him to hear again the story that they had heard many times before. My white folks lived in Beaufort, South Carolina, and that's where I was born, Melvin continued. My old miss, I called her Miss Mary, took care of me till I was 8 year old. Then she give me back to my ma. You see, it was this-a-way. My ma and pa was sold in Beaufort. I don't know where they come from before that. When I was born, Miss Mary took me in th big house with her and there I stayed, just like I told you, till I was 8. Old Miss just wanted me to be in th room with her and I slept on a pallet right near her bed. In the daytime I played in th yard and I'd pick up chips for old Miss. Then when I got most big enough to work she give me back to my ma. Then I live in a cabin like the rest of th niggers. Th quarters was stretched out in a line behind Mas Jim's house. Every nigger family had a house to theyselves. Me and my pa and ma, they names was Nancy and Henry Smith, live in a cabin with my sisters. They names was Sophronia and Annie. We had beds in them cabins made out of cypress. They looked just like they do now. Everybody cooked on th fireplace. They had pots and boilers that hung over th fire and we put th vils in there and they cooked and we eat 'em. Course we never eat so much in th cabin 'cause ever mornin' th folks all went to th field. Ma and pa was field hands and I worked there too when I got big enough. Sophronia and Annie, they worked to th big house. All th nigger chillun stayed all day with a woman that was hired to take care of them. When asked about the kind of food they ate, Melvin replied, we had enough for anybody. Th victuals was cooked in great big pots over th fire just like they was cookin' for stock. Peas in this pot, greens in that one. Cornbread was made up and put back in th husks and cooked in th ashes. They called that a ash cake. Well, when everything was done th victuals was poured in a trough and we all eat tea. We had spoons cut out of wood that we eat tea with. There was a big lake on th plantation where we could fish and they show was good when we had 'em for supper. Sometimes we go huntin' and then we had possum and squirrel to eat. Th possums was best of all. Melvin was asked to tell something about his master's family. Old Marster was named Jim Farrell and his wife was Miss Mary. They had 3 children named Mary, Jim and Martha. They live in a big white house sawed off from th road 'bout 2.5 miles from Beaufort. Marster was rich, I reckon, 'cause he had 'bout a 16-horse farm and a whole huddle of niggers. If you measured 'em it would a been several cowpens full. Heap of them niggers worked in Marster's house to wait on th white folks. They had a heap of comp New York, so they had to have a heap of niggers. Marster was good to his niggers, but he had a overseer that was a mean man. He beat th niggers so bad that Marster showed him th road and told him to git. Then th boss and his son looked after th hands theyselves till they could get another one. That overseer's name was Jimmy. Ever mornin' at 4 o'clock th overseer blowed a conch shell and all us niggers knowed it was time to get up and go to work. Sometimes he blowed a bugle that'd wake up the nation. Everybody worked from sunup till sundown. If we didn't get up when we was esposed to we got a beatin'. Marster'd make 'em beat the part that couldn't be bought. Melvin chuckled at his own sly way of saying that the slaves were whipped through their clothes. In the summertime, he continued, we wore shirts that come down to here. Melvin measured to his ankle. In the wintertime we wore heavy jeans over them shirts and brogan shoes. They made shoes on the plantation, but mine was store-bought. Mars to give us all the vills and clothes we needed. He was good to everybody. I 'member all the white trash that lived near us. Mars to all time send 'em meat and bread and help 'em with they crop. Some of 'em come from Goldsboro, North Carolina, to get a crop where we lived. They was so sorry they couldn't get no crop where they come from, so they moved near us. Sometimes they even come to see the niggers and eat tea with us. We went to see them, too, but we had more to eat than them. They was sorry folks. After a pause, Melvin asked, did you ever hear how the niggers was sold? They was put on a stage on the courthouse square and sold kinder like they was stock. The prettiest one got the biggest bid. They said that they was a market in North Carolina, but I never seed it. The ones I saw was just sold like I told you. Then they went home with they marsters. If they tried to run away, they sent the hounds after them. Them dogs would sniff around and first news you knowed they caught them niggers. Marster's niggers run away some, but they always come back. They'd hear that they could have a better time up north, so they think they try it. But they found out that they wasn't no easy way to live away from Marster. He always took 'em back, didn't beat 'em nor nothin'. I run away once myself, but I never went nowhere. Melvin's long body shook with laughter as he thought of his prank. He shifted in his chair and then began. I was 'bout 16 and I took a notion I was grown. So I got under the house right under Marster's dinin' room and there I stayed for 3 months. Nobody but the cook knowed where I was. They was a hole cut in the floor, so every day she lifted the lid and give me something to eat. Every day I sneaked out and got some water and walked about a bit, but I never let nobody see me. I just got biggity like chillun does now. When I got ready to come out for good, I went way round by the barn and come up so nobody know where I'd been. Ol' Miss was standin' in the yard and she spy me and say, Jim. She always call all us niggers Jim, 'cause that was Marster's name. She say, Jim, where you been so long? I say, I been to Mr. Jones's workin', but I don't like the way they treat me. You all treats me better over here, so I come back home. I say, you ain't gonna whip me, is you, miss? Ol' Miss say, no, I ain't gonna whip you this time, but if you do such a thing again, I'm gonna use all the leather on this place on you. So I went on about my business and they never bothered me. Melvin was asked about the church he attended. To this he replied, the niggers had a church in the bush arbor right thar on the place. Preacher Sam Bell come every Sunday mornin' at 10 o'clock and we sot thar and listened to him till 11:30. Then we tear home and eat our dinner and lie round till 4:30. We'd go back to church and stay 'bout hour and come home for supper. The preacher was the onliest one that could read the Bible. When a nigger joined the church, he was baptized in the creek near the bush arbor, and in a low tone he began to speak the words of the old song, though he became somewhat confused. Lord, remember all thy dying groans, and then remember me. while others fought to win the prize, and sailed through bloody sea, through many dangers, toils, and snares. I have already come. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I've knowed that song for a long time. I've been a member of the church for 60 years. When asked about the war, Melvin became somewhat excited. He rose feebly to his feet and clasped his walking stick as if it were a gun. I seed the Yankee soldiers drill right thar in front of our house, he said. They be marchin' 'long this way. Melvin stumblingly took a few steps across the porch, and the captain say, right, and they turned back this here way. Melvin retraced his steps to illustrate his words. Captain say, aim, and they aim. He lifted his stick and aimed. Captain say, fire, and they fire. I see them most every day. Old Marstor was a captain in our army. I hear big guns a boomin' all a time, and the sights I did see. Streets jest runnin' with blood jest like it was water. Here lay a man on this side with his legs shot off, on that thar side they was a man with his arms shot off. Some of them never had no head. It was a terrible sight. I wasn't scared 'cause I knowed they wouldn't hurt me. Them Yankees never bothered nothin' we had. I hear some folks say that they stole they vittles, but they never bothered ours 'cause they had plenty of they own. After the war, Marstor called us together and say, you is free and can go if you want to, and I left, so that's all I know. A few days later a second visit was made to Melvin. This time he was on the inside of his little cabin and was all alone. He came forward, a broad smile on his face, when he heard familiar voices. I've been thinking about what I told you, and I believe that's about all I remember, he said. Then he was asked if he remembered any days when the slaves did not have to work. Yes'm, was the reply. We never worked on Christmas or the 4th of July. Marstor always give us big sacks of fruit and candy on Christmas and a barbecue the 4th of July. We never worked none New Year's Day either. We just sat around and eat chicken, fish, and biscuit. During the week on Wednesday and Thursday night we had dances, and then they was a lot of fiddlin' and banjo playin'. We was glad to see days when we never had to work 'cause then we could sleep. It seemed like the niggers had to get up soon's they lay down. Marstor was good to us, but the overseer was mean. He want no polite trash. He was up to date, but he liked to beat on niggers. When asked if he has been happier since he was freed, he replied, in a sense the niggers is better off since freedom come. Old Marstor was good and kind, but I like to be free to go where I please. Back then we couldn't go nowhere less we had a pass. We don't have no overseer to bother us now. It ain't that I didn't love my Marstor, but I just likes to be free. Just as soon as Marstor said I didn't belong to nobody no more, I left and went to Tallahassee. Mr. Charlie Pierce come and wanted some hands to work in orange groves and fish for him, so that's what I done. He took a whole crew. While we was down there, Miss Carrie Standard, a white lady, had a school for the colored folks. Course, my old miss had done taught me to read and write out of the old blue back Webster, but I had done forgot how. Miss Carrie had about 15 in her class. I stayed in Tallahassee 3 years, and that's where I married the first time. I was just romancin' about and happened to see Celine Harris, so I married her. That was a year after the war. We never had no preacher, but after we been going together for such a long time, folks say we married. We married just like the colored folks does now. When I left Tallahassee, I moved to another place in Florida, 13 miles from Thomasville, Georgia. I stayed there about 37 years. My first wife died and I married another. The second one lived 21 years and I married again. The one what's livin' now is my third one. In 1905 she had a baby that was born with 2 lower teeth. It never lived but a year. In all, I've had 23 chillin'. They most all lives in Florida, and I don't know what they doin' or how many chillin' they got. I got 4 grandchillin' livin' here. Melvin was asked to tell what he knew of the Ku Klux Klan. He answered, I don't know nothin' about that. I hear somethin' about it, but I never believed in it. I believe in a chance, though. I ain't never seed one, but I see heard 'em. When you walkin' long and a twig snaps and you feel like you want to run and your legs won't move and your hair feels like it's going to rise off your head, that's a ha'nty after you. That show is the evil spirit. And if you ain't good, something bad'll happen to you. When asked why he joined the church, he replied, So many people is trying to live on flowery beds of ease that the world is in a gambling position, and if it wasn't for the Christian part, the world would be destroyed. They ask God for mercy and He grants it. When they get in trouble, they can send a telegram wire and get relief from on high. Plantation life as viewed by ex-slave Nancy Smith, age about 8129, Plum Street, Athens, Georgia, written by Grace McCune, Athens, edited by Sarah H. Hall, Athens, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7. Nancy Smith was in bed when the interviewer called. The aged negress appeared to be quite feeble, but, even though she was alone in the house, her head was tied up in a snowy white cloth and the sickroom was neat and clean. The bowl of fresh flowers on her bedside table was no gayer than Nancy's cheerful chuckle as she repeated the doctor's instructions that she must stay in bed because of a weak heart. "Lawsy chilly," she said. "I ain't dead yet." Nancy stated that the grandson who lives with her has been preparing breakfast and cleaning the room since she has been bedridden, and that a niece who lives nearby comes in occasionally during the day to look after her. Asked if she felt strong enough to talk about the old plantation days, she answered, "I just loves to talk about old times, and I spends a lot of dis lonesome time here by myself just studying 'bout dem days. But now listen, Chilly, and understand dis. I warn't no plantation Negro. Our white folks was town folks, dey was. My mammy and daddy was Julia and Jack Carlton. Dey belonged to old Marster, Dr. Joe Carlton, and us lived right here in town in a big white house that had a upstairs and a downstairs in it. Our house stood right where de courthouse is now. Marster had all dat square, and his mother, Miss Bessie Carlton, lived on de square de other side of Mas Joe's. His office was on de corner where de Georgian Hotel is now, and his hoss stable was right where de Kane's boardin' house is. Honey, you just ought to have seed Mas Joe's hoss stable, for it show was a big one." "No, ma'am, I don't know 'zactly how old I is. I was born 'fore de war, and Mas Joe kept the records of all of us and everything, but somehow dem books got lost. Folks said I was 'bout the age of Mas Joe's son, Dr. Willie. Marster had 3 boys, Dr. Joe, Jr., Dr. Willie, and Dr. Jimmy, and there was one little Miss Des. She was Miss Julia. Us all played round in de yard together. Daddy, he was de carriage driver. He drive Mas Joe round, 'cept when Miss Des wanted to go somewhere. Den Daddy drive de coach for her, and Mas Joe let another boy go wid him. De biggest, bestest fireplace up at de big house was in de kitchen where Mammy done de cookin'. It had a great wide hearth wid 4 big swingin' racks and 4 big old pots. 2 of de ovens was big and 2 was little. Dat was better cookin' arrangements and fixin's dan most of de other white folks in dis town had den. When dat fire got good and hot and there was plenty of ashes, den Mammy started cookin' ash cakes and taters. One of Mammy's good ash roasted taters would be awful good right now with some of dat good old homemade butter to go wid it. Marster always kept just barrels and barrels of good old homemade 'lasses syrup, 'cause he said dat was what made slave chillens grow fast and be strong. Folks don't know how to have plenty of good things to eat like us had den. Just think of Mas Joe's big old plantation down nigh de Georgia Railroad where he raised our sumpin to eat, vegetables such as green corn, taters, cabbages, onions, collards, turnip greens, beans, peas, more than I could think up all day, and there was plenty of wheat, rye, and corn for our bread. Out dar de pastures was full of cows, hogs, and sheep, and dey raised lots of chickens and turkeys on dat farm. Dey clipped wool from dem sheep to weave wid de cotton when dey made cloth for our winter clothes. Marster had a overseer to look atter his plantation, but us chillun in town sholy did love to be load to go wid him or whoever went out dar when dey needed some pin at de big house from de farm. Dey needed us to open and shut gates and run errands, and whilst dey was gettin' up what was to be took back to town, us would run round seein' everything us could. Honey, de clothes us wore den warranty lack what folks has now. Little gals just wore slips cut all in one piece, and boys didn't wear nothin' but long shirts till dey was big enough to walk in de fields. Dat was summertime clothes. In winter dey give us plenty of warm clothes wid flannel petticoats and brass-toed shoes. Grown-up Negroes had dresses what was made with waisties and skirts sewed together. Dey had a few gathers into skirts, but not many. The men wore homespun breeches with galluses to hold them up. White folks had lots better clothes. Miss Dess' dresses had full, ruffled skirts and no foolin'. Her clothes was showly pretty. The white men folks wore plain breeches, but dey had bright-colored coats and silk vests that warn't like the vests the men wears now. Dem vests was more like fancy coats that didn't have no sleeves. Some folks called them waistcoats. White chillun never had no special clothes for Sunday. Miss Julia used to make me sweep de yard with a little brush broom, and I had to wear a bonnet den to keep dust out of my hair. Dat bonnet was ruffled round de front and had staves to hold de brim stiff, but in de back it didn't have no ruffle, just de bottom of de crown what us called de bonnet tail. Dem bonnets looked good enough in front but mighty bobtailed in de back. Dey used to have big tract meetin's in Pierce's Chapel nigh Foundry Street and Hancock Avenue, and us was allus glad for dem meetin' times to come. Through de week dey preached at night, but when Sunday come it was all day long and dinner on de ground. Pierce's Chapel was a old-fashioned place, but you forgot all 'bout dat when Brother Thomas got in de pulpit and preached dem old-time sermons 'bout how de devil gwine to git you if you don't repent and be washed in de blood of de Lamb. De call to come up to de mourner's bench brought dem Negroes just rollin' over one another in excitement. Soon dey got happy and dere was shoutin' all over de place. Some of them just fell out. When de tract meetin' closed and de baptizin' day come, dat was de happiest time of all. Most of de time dere was a big crowd for Brother Thomas to lead down into de river, and dem Negroes riz up out of de water a singin', _Lord, I'm comin' home, _ward de healin' waters flow, _roll, Jordan roll, all God's chillun got wings, and sich lack. You just knowed dey was happy. No, ma'am, I don't 'member much 'bout folks dyin' in dem days 'cause I never did love to go round dead folks. The first corpse I ever seed was Mas Joe's boy, young Mas Jimmy. I was skeered to go in dat room till I had done seed him so peaceful lack and still in dat pretty white casket. It was a show 'nuff casket, a mighty nice one, not like dem old homemade coffins most folks was buried in. Hamp Thomas, a colored man dat lived right below us, made coffins for white folks and slaves too. Some of dem coffins was right nice. Dey was made out of pine mostly, and sometimes he painted 'em and put a nice linen over cotton pad in. Dat made 'em look better dan de rough boxes de poorest folks was buried in. Mammy said dat when slaves died out on de plantation dey wropped de omans in windin' sheets and laid 'em on coolin' boards till de coffins was made. Dey put a suit of homespun clothes on de men's when dey laid 'em out. Dey just had a prayer when dey buried plantation slaves, but when de crops was laid by, maybe a long time atter de burial, dey would have a white man come preach a fun'ral sermon and de folks would all sing, _harps, hark, from de tomb _ and _callin' God's chillun home _. There warn't no patrollers in town, but slaves had to have passes if dey was out atter 9 o'clock at night, or de town marshal would put a fine on 'em if dey couldn't show no pass. De fust I knowed 'bout de war was when Mas Joe's brother, Mas Benny Carlton, left wid de other soldiers and pretty soon he got kilt. I was little den, and it was de fust time I had ever seed our Miss Dess cry. She just walked up and down in de yard a wringin' her hands and cryin'. "Poor Benny's been killed," she would say over and over. When dem Yankee soldiers come, us warn't much skeered 'cause Mas Joe had done told us all 'bout 'em and said to 'spect 'em 'fore long. Sho' 'nuff, one day dey come a lopin' up in Mas Joe's yard. Dey had dem old blue uniforms on and every one of 'em had a tin can and a sack tied to his saddle. Marsda told us dey kept drinkin' water in dem cans and dey called them canteens. De sacks was to carry der vittles in. Dem fellows went all throughout big house and stole whatever dey wanted. Dey got all of Miss Dess' best silver 'cause us didn't have no time to hide it atter us knowed dey was nigh round de place. Dey tuck all de sumpin' tea dere was in de big house. When dey had done eat all dey wanted and tuck everything else dey could carry off, dey called us Negroes up for der captain, and he said all of us was free and could go any time and anywhere us wanted to go. Dey left, and us never see them in dat yard no more. Mas Joe said all of us dat wanted to could stay on wid him. None of us had nowhere else to go, and sides nobody wanted to go nowhere else, so every one of Mas Joe's Negroes stayed right on wid him dat next year. Us warn't skeered of dem Kluxers, Ku Klux Klan, here in town, but dey was right bad out on de plantations. 'Bout the time I was old enough to go to school, Daddy moved away from Mas Joe's. Us went over to de other side of de river nigh whar de old Sheck mill is. Dey had made guns dar durin' de war, and us chillun used to go and look all through dat old mill house. Us played long de river banks and went swimmin' in de river. Dem was de good old days, but us never realized it den. I never went to school much, 'cause I just couldn't seem to larn nothin'. Our teachers said I didn't have no talent for book larning. School was taught in Pierce's chapel by a Negro man named Randolph, and he surely did make kids toad de mark. You had better know dem lessons or you was gwine to get fanned out and have to stay in atter school. Us got out of school every day at 2 o'clock. Dat was 'cause us was town chillun. I was glad I didn't live in de country 'cause country schools kept de chillun all day long. It was sort of funny to be able to walk out and go in town whenever us wanted to without gettin' marster's consent, but there warn't nothin' much to go to town for 'less you wanted to buy some in. A few stores, mostly on Broad Street, de town hall, and de fire hall was the places us headed for. Us did love to hang round whar dat fire engine was, 'cause when a fire broke out everybody went, just everybody. Folks would form lines from de nearest cisterns and wells and pass dem buckets of water on from one to another till they got to de man nighest de fire. Soon as I was big enough, I went to work for white folks. They never paid me much in cash money, but things was so much cheaper dan now dat you could take a little cash and buy lots of things. I worked a long time for a Yankee family named Palmer dat lived on Oconee Street right below de old Michael house, just 'fore you go down de hill. Dey had 2 or 3 chillun and I ain't never gwine to forget de day dat little Miss Eunice was runnin' and playin' in de kitchen and fell 'gainst de hot stove. All of us was skeered most to death 'cause it did seem den lak her face was plumb ruint, and for days folks was most sho she was gwine to die. Atter a long time Miss Eunice got well and growed up to be a fine school teacher. Some of dem scars still shows on her face. Me and Sam Smith got married when I was 17. No chilly, us didn't waste no money on a big weddin', but I did have a right pretty weddin' dress. It was nice and new and was made out of white silk. My sister was a cookin' for Mrs. White at dat time, and dey had a fine 2-room kitchen in de backyard set off from de big house. My sister lived in one of dem rooms and cooked for de Whites in de other one. Mrs. White let us get married in her nice big kitchen, and all the white folks come out from de big house to see Brother Thomas tie de knot for us. Den me and Sam built dis very same house whar you is a settin', and I done been livin' here ever since. Us was livin' right here when dey put on dem fust new streetcars. Little bitty mules pull them long, and sometimes they had a right hard time draggin' dem big old cars through mud and bad weather. Now and den dey got too frisky and run away. Dat was when dem cars would rock and roll and you wished you could get off and walk. Most of de time dem little mules done good and us was just crazy 'bout ridin' on de streetcars. When Nancy tired of talking she tactfully remarked, "I specs I'd better get quiet and rest now lak de doctor ordered, but I'm mighty glad you come, and I hopes you'll be back again 'fore long. Most folks don't take up no time wid old wore-out Negroes. Goodbye, Missy." Plantation Life as Viewed by Ex-Slave Nellie Smith, age 78, 660, West Hancock Avenue, Athens, Georgia. Written by Miss Grace McCune. Athens. Edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall. Athens and John N. Booth. District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project. Residencies 6 and 7 Augusta, Georgia, September 2, 1938. Large pecan trees shaded the small, well-kept yard that led to Nellie Smith's 5-room frame house. The front porch of her white cottage was almost obscured by a white cloud of fragrant clematis in full blossom, and the yard was filled with roses and other flowers. A small mulatto woman sat in the porch swing, a walking stick across her lap. Her straight, white hair was done in a prim coil low on the neck, and her print dress and white apron were clean and neat. In answer to the visitor's inquiry, she smiled and said, "This is Nellie Smith. Won't you come in out of the hot sun? I just knows you is plumb tuckered out. Walking around in this hot weather is going to make you sick if you don't be mighty careful. 'Scuse me for not getting up. I can't hardly make it by myself since I fell and got hurt so bad. My arm was broke, and it looks like my old back never will stop hurtin' no more. Our doctor says I'll have to stay bandaged up this way 2 or 3 weeks longer, but I specs that's on account of my age. You know old folks' bones don't knit and heal quick like young folks, and just let me tell you, I've done been around here a mighty long time. Are you comfortable, child? Wouldn't you like to have a glass of water? I'll call my daughter, she's back in the kitchen." Nellie rapped heavily on the floor with her walking stick, and a tall, stout mulatto in a freshly laundered house frock made her appearance. "This is my daughter, Amanda," said Nellie, and addressing her offspring, she continued, "Bring this lady a drink of water. She needs it after walking way out here in this hot Sunday." Eyes tinkled in the glass that the smiling Amanda offered as she inquired solicitously if there was anything else she could do. Amanda soon went back to her work, and Nellie began her narrative. "Lordy, honey, them days when I was a child is so far back that I don't expect I can 'member much 'bout 'em. I does love to talk about them times, but there ain't many folks what cares anything 'bout listening to us old folks these days. If you don't mind, we'll go to my room where it'll be more comfortable." Amanda appeared again, helped Nellie to her room, and placed her in a large chair with pillows to support the broken arm. Amanda laughed happily when she noticed her mother's enthusiasm for the opportunity to relate her life story. "Mother likes that," she said, "and I'm so glad you asked her to talk about those old times she thinks so much about. I'll be right back in the kitchen ironing. If you want anything, just call me." Nellie now began again. "I was born right near where the Coordinate College is now. It was the old Weir place then. I don't know nothin' 'bout my daddy, but my mother's name was Harriet Weir, and she was owned by Marster Jack Weir. He had a great big old plantation then, and the home place is still standin', but it has been improved and changed so much that it don't look like the same house. As Mas Jack's sons married off, he give each one of 'em a home and 2 slaves, but he never did sell none of his slaves, and he told them boys they better not never sell none either. Slaves slept in log cabins what had rock chimblies at the end. The rocks was put together with red clay. All the slaves was fed at the big house kitchen. The fireplace, where they done the cookin', was so big it went most across one end of that big old kitchen. It had long swinging cranes to hang the pots on, and there was so many folks to cook for at one time that often there was 5 or 6 pots over the fire at the same time. Them pots was large too, not like the little cooking vessels we use these days. For the bikini, they had all sizes of ovens. Now, child, let me tell you, that was good eatin'. Folks don't take time enough to cook right now. They are always in too big a hurry to be doin' something else, and don't cook things long enough. Back in dem days they put the vegetables on to cook early in the mornin' and biled them till they was good and done. The biggest difference I see is that folks didn't get sick and stay sick with stomach troubles then half as much as they does now. When my grandma took a roast out of one of them old ovens, it would be brown and juicy, with lots of rich, brown gravy. Sweet potatoes baked and browned in the pan with it would taste mighty fine too. With some of her good biscuits, that roast meat, brown gravy, and potatoes, you had food good enough for anybody. I just wish I could taste some more of it one more time before I die. Why, child, 2 of the best cake makers I ever knew used them old ovens for baking the finest kinds of pound cakes and fruit cakes, and everybody knows them cakes was the hardest kinds to bake we had in them days. Aunt Betsy Cole was a great cake baker then. She belonged to the Hulls, what lived off down below here somewhere, but when there was to be a big weddin' or some specially important dinner in Athens, folks most always sent for Aunt Betsy to bake the cakes. Aunt Laura McCrary was a great cake maker too. She baked the cake for President Taft when he was entertained at Mrs. Maggie Welch's home here. In them days you didn't have to be runnin' to the store every time you wanted to cook an extra good meal. Folks raised everything they needed right there at home. They had all the kinds of vegetables they knowed about then in their own gardens, and there was big fields of corn, rye, and wheat. Every big plantation raised its own cows for plenty of milk and butter, as well as lots of beef cattle, hogs, goats, and sheep. Most all of them had droves of chickens, geese, and turkeys, and on our place there were lots of peafowls. When it was going to rain, them old peafowls set up a big holler. I never knew rain to fail after them peafowls started their racket. All our clothes and shoes was homemade, and I mean by that they growed the cotton, wool, and cattle and made the cloth and leather on the plantation. Summer clothes was made of cotton homespun, and cotton and wool was wove together for winter clothing. Mas Jack owned a man what he kept there to do nothing but make shoes. He had another slave to do all the carpenterin' and to make all the coffins for the folks that died on the plantation. That same carpenter made most all the beds the white folks and us slaves slept on. Them old beds, they called them teasters, had cords for springs. Nobody never heard of no metal springs them days. They just wove them cords crisscross, from one side to the other and from head to foot. When they stretched and sagged they was tightened up with keys what was made for that purpose. Just look at my room. Nellie laughed. I saw you looking at my bed. It was made at Wood's furniture shop, right here in Athens, and I've had it ever since I got married the first time. Take a good look at it, for there ain't many like it left. Nellie's pride in her attractively furnished room was evident as she told of many offers she has had for this furniture, but she added, I want to keep it all here to use myself just as long as I live. Shucks, I done got plumb off from what I was tellin' you just ravin' 'bout my old furniture and things. My mother died when I was just a little girl and she's buried in the old family graveyard on the Weir place. But there are several other slaves buried there and I don't know which grave is hers. Grandma raised me, and I was just gettin' big enough to handle that old peafowl-tail fly brush they used to keep the flies off the table when we were set free. It wasn't long after the war when the Yankees come to Athens. Folks had to bury or hide everything they could, for them Yankees just took anything they could get their hands on, specially good food. They would catch up other folks' chickens and take hams from the smokehouses, and they just laughed in folks' faces if they said anything about it. They camped in the woods here on Hancock Avenue, but of course it wasn't settled then like it is now. I was mighty scared of them Yankees and they didn't like me either. One of them called me a little white-headed devil. One of my aunts worked for a northern lady that they called Mrs. Meeker, who lived where the old Barrow home is now. Every summer when she went back up north she would leave my aunt and uncle to take care of her place. It was right close to the Yankees' camp, and the soldiers made my aunt cook for them sometimes. I was livin' with her then, and I was so scared of them that I stayed right by her. She never had to worry 'bout where I was them days, for I was right by her side as long as the Yankees was hangin' round Athens. My uncle used to say that he had seen them Yankees ride to places and shoot down turkeys, then make the folks that owned them turkeys cook and serve 'em. Folks used to talk lots 'bout the Yankees stoppin' a white oman on the street and talkin' her earrings right out of her ears to put 'em on a Negro oman. I never saw that, I just heard it. After the war was over, Grandpa bought one of the old slave cabins from Mas Jack and we lived there for a long time. Then we moved out to Rock Spring. I was about 8 or 9 years old then, and they found out I was a regular tomboy. The woods was all round Rock Spring then, and I did have a big time climbin' them trees. I just fairly lived in 'em during the daytime, but when dark come I wanted to be as close to Grandpa as I could get. One time, during those days at Rock Spring, I wanted to go to a 4th of July celebration. Those celebrations was mighty rough them days and Grandpa didn't think that would be a good place for a decent little girl, so he didn't want me to go. I cried and hollered and cut up something awful. Grandma told him to give me a good thrashing, but Grandpa didn't like to do that, so he promised me I could go to ride if I wouldn't go to that celebration. That just tickled me to death, for I did like to ride. Grandpa had 2 young mules what was still wild, and when he said I could ride one of 'em, Grandma tried hard to keep me off of it, for she said that critter would be sure to kill me, but I was so crazy to go that nobody couldn't tell me nothin'. Auntie lent me her domino coat to wear for a ridin' habit, and I sneaked and slipped a pair of spurs. Then Grandpa put a saddle on the critter and helped me to get up on him. I used them spurs, and then I really went to ride. That mule showed his heels straight through them woods and way on out in the country. I couldn't stop him, So I just kept on kicking him with them spurs and didn't have sense to know that was what was making him run. I thought them spurs was to make him mind me, and all the time I lambing him with the spurs I was hollerin', "Stop! Oh, stop!" When I got to where I was too scared to kick him with the spurs or do nothin' 'cept hang on to that saddle, that young mule quit his runnin' and trotted home as nice and peaceable as you please. I never did have no more use for spurs. Grandpa used to send me to Fitizzy's mill to have corn and wheat ground. It would take all day long, so they let me take a lunch with me, and I always had the best sort of time when I went to mill. Uncle Isham run the mill then, and he would let me think I was helpin' him. Then, while he helped me eat my lunch, he would call me his little Tom by gal and would tell me about the things he used to do when he was 'bout my age. My first schooling was in old Pierce's chapel that set right spang in the middle of Hancock Avenue at Foundry Street. Our teacher was a Yankee man, and we were mighty surprised to find out that he wasn't very hard on us. We had to do something real bad to get a whippin', but when we talked or was late gettin' to school we had to stand up in the back of the schoolroom and hold up one hand. Pierce's chapel was where the colored folks had preachin' then, preachin' on Sunday and teachin' on weekdays, all in the same buildin'. A long time before then it had been the white folks' church, and Preacher Pierce was the first one to preach there after it was built, so they named it for him. When the white folks built them a new church they gave the old chapel to the colored folks, and honey, there was some real preachin' done in that old place. Me, I was a Methodist, but I was baptized just like the Baptists was down there in the Oconee River. Me and my first husband was too young to know what we was doin' when we got married, but our folks give us a grand big weddin'. I think my weddin' cake was about the biggest one I ever saw baked in one of them old ovens in the open fireplace. They iced it in white and decorated it with grapes. A shote was cooked whole and brought to the table with a big red apple in his mouth. You know a shote ain't nothin' but a young hog that's done got bigger than a little pig. We had chicken and pies and just everything good that went to make up a fine weddin' supper. Our weddin' took place at night, and I wore a white dress made with a tight-fittin' waist and a long, full skirt that was just covered with ruffles. My sleeves was tight at the wrists but puffed at the shoulders, and my long veil of white net was fastened to my head with pretty flowers. I was a mighty dressed-up bride. The bridegroom wore a real dark-colored cutaway coat with a white vest. We did have a swell weddin' and supper, but there wasn't no dancin' 'cause we was all good church folks. We was so young we just started out havin' a good time and didn't miss nothin' that meant fun and frolic. We was mighty much in love with each other too. It didn't seem long before we had 3 children, and then one night he was taken sick all of a sudden and didn't live but a little while. Soon as he was taken sick I sent for the doctor, but my husband told me then he was dyin' fast and that he wasn't ready to die. He said, "Nellie, here we is with these 3 little children and neither one of us had been fit to raise 'em. Now I've got to leave you and you will have to raise one of 'em, but the other 2 will come right on after me." For several moments Nellie was still and quiet, then she raised her head and said, "Honey, it was just like he said it would be. He was gone in just a little while and it wasn't 2 weeks 'fore the 2 youngest children was gone like their daddy. I worried lots after my husband and babies was taken. I wanted to be saved to raise my little girl right, and I was too proud to let anybody know how troubled I was or what it was all about, so I kept it to myself. I lost weight, I couldn't sleep, and was just dyin' away with sin. I would go to church but that didn't get me no relief. One day a dear, good white lady sent for me to come to the hotel where she was stayin'. She had been a mighty good friend to me for a long, long time, and I had all the faith in the world in her. She told me that she had a good job for me and wanted me to take it because it would let me keep my little girl with me. She said her best friend's maid had died and this friend of hers needed someone to work for her. "I want you to go there and work for her," said the white lady, "for she will be good to you and your child. I've already talked with her about it." I took her advice and went to work for Mrs. R.L. Bloomfield, whose husband operated the old Czech mill. Honey, Mrs. Bloomfield was one of God's children and one of the best folks I have ever known. Right away she told her cook, "Amanda, look after Nellie good 'cause she's too thin." It wasn't long before Mrs. Bloomfield handed me a note and told me to take it to Dr. Carlton. When he read it, he laughed and said, "Come on, Nellie, I've got to see what's wrong with you." I tried to tell him I wasn't sick, but he examined me all over, then called to see Mrs. Bloomfield and told her that I didn't need nothing but plenty of rest and to eat enough good food. Bless her dear old heart, she'd done everything she could for me, but there wasn't no medicine, rest, or food that could help the trouble that was wearing me down then. Soon they started a revival at our church. One night I wanted to go, but Aunt Amanda begged me not to, for she said I needed to go to bed and rest. Later she said she would go along with me to hear that preachin'. Honey, I never will forget that night. The text of the sermon was, "Come unto me all you weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest." When they began callin' the mourners to come up to the mourners' bench, something seemed to be just pullin' me in that direction, but I was too proud to go. I didn't think then I ever could go to no mourner's bench or shout. After a while they started singing almost persuaded and I couldn't wait. I just got up and run to that blessed mourner's bench and I prayed there. Honey, I shouted too, for I found the blessed Lord that very night, and I've kept him right with me ever since. I don't aim to lose him no more. Aunt Amanda was most nigh happy as I was, and, from that night when the burden was lifted from my heart, I begun gettin' better. I worked on for Mrs. Bloomfield till I got married again, and then I quit work 'cept for nursin' sick folks now and then. I made good money nursin' and kept that up till I got too old to work outside my own family. My second husband was Scott Smith. We didn't have no big, fancy weddin', for I had done been married and had all the trimmin's one time. We just had a nice quiet weddin' with a few close friends and kinfolks invited. I had on a very pretty plain white dress. Again I was blessed with a good husband. Scott fixed up that nice mantelpiece you see in this room for me, and he was mighty handy about the house. He loved to keep things repaired and in order. Best of all, he was just as good to my little girl as he was to the girl and boy that were born to us later. All three of my children are grown and married now, and they are mighty good to their old mother. One of my daughters lives in New York. Soon after we married, we moved in a big old house called the Old White Place that was just around the corner from here on Pope Street. People said it was haunted, and we could hear something walking up and down the stairs that sounded like folks. To keep em from being so scared, I used to try to make the others believe it was just our big Newfoundland dog, but one night my sister heard it. She got up and found the dog lying sound asleep on the front porch, so it was up to me to find out what it was. I walked up the stairs without seeing a thing, but honey, when I put my foot on that top step such a feelin' come over me as I had never had before in all my life. My body trembled till I had to hold tight to the stair rail to keep from fallin', and I felt the hair risin' up all over my head. While it seemed like hours before I was able to move, it was really only a very few seconds. I went down those stairs in a hurry and, from that night to this day, I have never hunted ghosts no more, and I don't aim to do it again, never. I've been here a long time, honey. When them first street lights was put up and lit, Athens was still mostly woods. Them old street lights would be funny to you now, but they was great things to us then, even if they wasn't nothin' but little lanterns what burned plain old lamp oil hung out on posts. The old town hall was standin' then right in the middle of Market, Washington, Street, between Lumpkin and Pulaski Streets. The lowest floor was the jail, and part of the ground floor was the old marketplace. Upstairs was the big hall where they held court, and that was where they had so many fine shows. Whenever any white folks had a big speech to make, they went to that big old room upstairs in town hall and spoke it to the crowd. You is too young to remember them first streetcars what was pulled by little bitsy Texas mules with bells around their necks. Hearing them bells was sweet music to us when they meant we was going to get a ride on them streetcars. Some folks was too precise to say streetcars. They said horse cars, but them horse cars was pulled through the streets by mules, so what's the difference? Sometimes them little mules would mire up so deep in the mud they would have to be pulled out, and sometimes, when they was feelin' sassy and good, they would just up and run away with them streetcars. Them little critters could get the worst tangled up in them lines. Here Nellie laughed heartily. Sometimes they would even try to climb inside the cars. It was lots of fun riding them cars, for you never did know what was going to happen before you got back home. But I never heard of no real bad streetcar accidents here. Nellie now began jumping erratically from one subject to another. Did you notice my pretty flowers and ferns on the front porch? She asked. I just know you didn't guess what I made them 2 hangin' baskets out of. Them's the helmets that my son and my son-in-law wore when they was fightin' in the World War. I puts my nicest flowers in 'em every year as a sort of memorial to the ones that didn't get to fetch their helmets back home. Yes, ma'am, I had 2 stars on my service flag, and while I hated mighty bad that there had to be war, I wanted my family to do their part. Honey, old Nellie is gettin' a little tired, but just you listen to this. I went to meetin' one night to hear the first Oman preacher that ever had held a meetin' in this town. She was mainin' to preach at a place out on Rock Spring Street, and there was more folks there than could get inside that little old weatherboarded house. The place was packed and jammed, but me and Scott managed to get in. When I saw an old hardshell Baptist friend of mine in there, I asked her how come she was at this kind of meetin'. Curiosity, my child, she said, just plain old curiosity. The Oman got up to preach, and out of pure devilment, somebody on the outside hollered, "The house is fallin' down." Now, child, I know it ain't right to laugh at preachin's of any sort, but that was one funny scene. Everybody was tryin' to get out at one time, such cryin', prayin', and testifyin' to the Lord I ain't never heard before. The crowd just went plumb crazy with fright. I was pushed down and trampled over in the rush before Scott could get me out. They mighty near killed me. The old woman stopped and laughed until the tears streamed down her face. You know, honey, she said, when she could control her voice sufficiently to resume her story, niggers ain't got no sense at all when they get scared. When they throwed one gal out of a window, she called out, "Thank you, Lord," for the poor thing thought the Lord was savon her from a fallin' buildin'. Poor old Martha Holbrook. The sentence was not finished until Nellie's almost hysterical giggles had attracted her daughter, who came to see if something was wrong. Martha Holbrook, Nellie repeated, was climbin' backwards out of a window, and her clothes got fastened on a nail. She slipped on down, and there she was with her legs kickin' around on the outside and the rest of her muffled up in her clothes. It looked like her clothes was just goin' to peel off over her head. It took the menfolks a long time to get her uncaught and out of that predicament in the window. Pretty soon the folks began to come to their senses, and they found there wasn't nothin' wrong with the house 'cept that some doors and windows had been torn out by the crowd. They sure did get mad, but nobody seemed to know who started that ruction. My old hardshell Baptist friend came up then and said, "Curiosity brought us here, and curiosity like to have killed the cat." Seeing that Nellie was tired, the visitor prepared to leave. "Goodbye and God bless you," were the old woman's farewell words. At the front door Amanda said, "I haven't heard my mother laugh that way in a long, long time, and I just know she is going to feel more cheerful after this. Thank you for giving her this pleasure, and I hope you can come back again." Ex-slave interview with Paul Smith, age 74, 429 China Street, Athens, Georgia, written by Miss Grace McCune, Athens, edited by Mrs. Sarah H. Hall, Athens, Mrs. Layla Harris, Augusta, and John N. Booth, District Supervisor, Federal Writers Project, Residencies 6 and 7, Augusta, Georgia. Paul Smith's house stands on China Street, a narrow, rutted alley deriving its name from the large chinaberry tree that stands at one end of the alley. Large water oaks furnish ample shade for the tidy yard where an old well, whose bucket hanging from a rickety windlass frame, was supplying water for 2 Negro women, who were leaning over washtubs. As they rubbed the clothes against the washboards, their arms kept time to the chant of _Lord I see comin' home _. Paul and 2 Negro men, barefooted and dressed in overalls rolled to their knees, were taking their ease under the largest tree, and 2 small mulatto children were frolicking about with a kitten. As the visitor approached, the young men leaped to their feet and hastened to offer a chair, and Paul said, "Howdy do, missy, how is you? Won't you have a cheer and rest? I knows you is tired plumb out. Dis old sun is too hot for folkses to be walkin' round outdoors." Turning to one of the boys, he continued, "Son, run and fetch missy some fresh water, dat'll make her feel better." "Just how far is you done walked?" asked Paul. Then he stopped one of the women from the washing and bade her run into the house and fetch a fan for missy. Paul is a large man, and a fringe of kinky white hair frames his face. His manner is very friendly for, noticing that the visitor was looking with some curiosity at the leather bands that encircled his wrists, the old man grinned. "Dem's just to make sure that I won't have no rheumatiz," he declared. "Mind if I cuts me a chaw of bocce? I see just plumb lost without no bocce." Paul readily agreed to give the story of his life. "I can't get over it, dat you done walked way out here from the courthouse just to listen to dis old nigger talk 'bout dem good old days." Mammy belonged to Mas Jack Ellis, and he owned the big old Ellis plantation in Oglethorpe County where I was born. Mas Jack give Mammy to his daughter, young Miss Matt, and when her and Mas Nunnally got married up, she tuck my Mammy long wid her. Mrs. Harriet Smith owned my daddy. Him and Mammy never did get married. My granddaddy and grandmammy was owned by Mas Jim Stroud of Oconee County, and I dug de graves where both of 'em's buried in Mars Hill graveyard. All I knows 'bout slavery time is what I heerd folkses say, for de war was most over when I was borned, but things hadn't changed much, as I was raised up. I warn't but 'bout 2 years old when young Miss Matt tuck my mammy off, and she put me out 'cause she didn't want me. Missy, dey was sho good to me. Mas Jack's wife was Mrs. Lizzie. She done her best to raise me right, and de ways she larnt me is done stayed wid me all dese years. Many's the time days kept old Paul out of trouble. No, ma'am, I ain't never been in no jailhouse in all my days, and I sho ain't I mean to do nothin' to make 'em put me dar now. In dem days, when chillun got big enough to eat, dey was kept at de big house, 'cause dere mammies had to wook off in de fields and old Miss wanted all de chillun war she could see atter 'em. Most times dere was a old slave woman what didn't have nothin' else to do 'cept take keer of slave chillun and feed 'em. Pickaninnies sho had to mind too, 'cause dem old omans would evermore lay on de switch. Us eat out of wooden trays, and for supper us warn't load nothin' but bread and milk. Long as us was little, us didn't have to wook at nothin' 'cept little jobs lak pickin' up chips, bringin' in a little wood, and sometimes de biggest boys had to slop de hogs. Long 'bout de 1st of March, dey tuck de pants way from all de boys and give 'em little shirts to wear from den till frost. Yes, ma'am, dem shirts was all us boys had to wear in summer till us was big enough to wook in de fields. Gals just wore one piece of clothes in summertime too, dey wore a plain cotton dress. All our clothes, for summer and winter too, was made right dere on dat plantation. Dey wove de cloth on de looms, plain cotton for summer, and cotton mixed wid a little wool for winter. Dere was a man on de plantation what made all our brogans for winter. Marster made sure us had plenty of good warm clothes and shoes to keep us warm when winter come. Folkses raised their livin', all of it, at home den. Dey growed all sorts of jardin truck secas corn, peas, beans, salad, taters, collards, ingans, and squashes. Dey had big fields of grain. Don't forget dem good old watermillions. Niggers couldn't do without 'em. Marster's old smokehouse was plumb full of meat all the time, and he had more cows, hogs, sheep, goats, chickens, turkeys, geese, and alack, dan I ever larned how to count. There warn't no runnin' off to de estio every time dey started cookin' a company meal. Dem homemade cotton gins was mighty slow. Us never seed no fast estio bought gins dem days. Our old gins was turned by a long pole what was pulled around by mules and oxen, and it tuck a long time to get de seeds out of de cotton dat way. I see dem tie bundles of fodder in front of de critters so dey would go faster tryin' to get to de fodder. Dey grez dem gins wid homemade tar. De big sight was dem old homemade cotton presses. When dem old mules went round a time or two pullin' dat heavy weight down, dat cotton was sho pressed. Us chillun sho did lack to see 'em run dat old gin, 'cause 'fore dey ever had a gin marster used to make us pick a shoeful of cotton seeds out every night 'fore us went to bed. Now dat don't sound so bad, missy, but did you ever try to pick any seeds out of cotton? Course everybody cooked on open fireplaces dem days, and dat was whar us picked out dem cotton seeds, round dat big old fireplace in de kitchen. All de slaves eat together up dar at de big house, and us had some mighty good times in dat old kitchen. Slave quarters was just little one-room log cabins what had chimblies made of sticks and red mud. Dem old chimblies was all the time a-ketchin' on fire. The mud was daubed twixt the logs to chink up the cracks, and sometimes they chinked up cracks in the roof with red mud. There weren't no glass windows in dem cabins, and they didn't have but one window of no sort. It was just a plain wooden shutter. The cabins was a long ways off from the big house, close by the big old spring where the wash place was. They had long benches for the wash tubs to set on, a big old oversized wash pot, and you mustn't leave out 'bout that big old battling block where they beat the dirt out of the clothes. Dem niggers would sing, and their battlin' sticks kept time to the music. You could hear the singin' and the sound of the battlin' sticks from a mighty long ways off. I ain't never been to school a day in all my life. My time as chillun was all tuck up nussin' Mistis lil' chillun, and I sho didn't never get nary a lick 'bout dem chillun. Miss Tess said dat a white oman got atter her one time 'bout lettin' a little nigger look atter her chillun, and dat oman got herself told. I ain't never uneasy 'bout my chillun when Paul is wid 'em, Miss Tess said. When dey started to school, it was my job to see dat dey got dere, and when school was out in the evenin', I had to be dere to fetch dem chillun back home safe and sound. School didn't turn out till 4 o'clock den, and it was a right for piece from dat schoolhouse out to our big house. Us had to cross a crick, and when it rained the water would back up and make it mighty bad to get from one side to t'other. Marster kept a buggy just for us to use gwine back and forth to school. One time atter it had done been rainin' 4 days, dat crick was so high I was 'fraid to try to take Mistis chillun crossed it by myself, so I got a man named Blue to do de drivin' so I could look atter de chillun. Us pulled up safe on the other side, and den there warn't no way to get him back to his own side. I told him to ride back in the buggy, den tie the lines, and the old mule would come straight back to us by hisself. Blue laughed and said there warn't no mule with dat much sense, but he soon seed dat I was right, 'cause dat old mule come right on back just lak I said he would. Us chillun had good times back den, yes ma'am, us sho did. Some of our best times was at the old swimmin' hole. The place where us dammed up the crick for our swimmin' hole was a right smart piece off from the big house. Us picked dat place 'cause it had so many big trees to keep the water shady and cool. One Sunday, when there was a big crowd of white and colored chillun havin' a big time splashin' round in the water, a white man what lived close by tuck all our clothes and hid 'em way up at his house. Den he got up in a tree and hollered lak everything was atter him. Lawsy, miss, us chillun all come out of dat crick skeered plumb stiff and run for our clothes. Dey was all gone, but dat never stopped us for long. Us lit out straight for dat man's house. He had done beat us getting dar, and when us come runnin' up without no clothes on, he laughed fit to kill at us. Atter while he told us he skeered us to keep us from stayin' too long in de crick and gettin' drowned dead, but dat didn't slow us up none 'bout playin' in de swimmin' hole. Talkin' 'bout being skeered, there was one time I was skeered I was plumb rint. Missy, dat was the time I stole some pin and didn't even know I was stealin'. A boy had come by our place dat day and asked me to go to de shop on a neighbor's place wid him. Miss Des lowed me to go, and atter he had done got what he said he was son atter, he said dat now us would get us some apples. He was lots bigger dan me, and I just s'posed his old marster had done told him he could get some apples out of dat big old orchard. Missy, I just plumb filled my shirt and pockets with dem fine apples, and us was havin' de finest sort of time when de overseer cotch us. He let me go, but dat big boy had to work 7 long months to pay for dat piece of foolishment. I sho didn't never go nowhere else with dat fellow, 'cause my good old Mizdes said he would get me in a peck of trouble if I did, and I had done larnt dat our Mizdes was allus right. Times has sho done changed lots since dem days. Chillun warn't load to run round den. When I went off to church on a Sunday, I knowed I had to be back home not no later dan 4 o'clock. Now chillun just goes all the time, wharsomever day wants to go. Dey stays out most all night sometimes, and dere mammies don't never know whar dey is half de time. 'Tain't right, missy, folkses don't raise dere chillun right no more. Dey don't larn 'em to be 'bedient, and don't go wid 'em to church to hear de word of de Lawd preached lak dey should ought to. For de war, colored folkses went to de same church wid dere white folkses and listened to de white preacher. Slaves sot way back in de meetin' house or up in a gallery, but us could hear dem good old sermons, and dem days they preach some mighty powerful ones. All my folkses joined the Baptist church, and Dr. John Mell's father, Dr. Pat Mell, baptized every one of 'em. Course I growed up to be a Baptist too, like our own white folkses. Slaves had to work hard dem days, but they had good times too. Our white folkses looked atter us and seed dat us had whatsomever us needed. When talk come round 'bout havin' separate churches for slaves, our white folkses give us their old meetin' house and built theselves a new one, but for a long time atter dat it warn't nothin' to see white folkses visitin' our meetin's, 'cause they wanted to help us get started off right. One old white lady, us called her Auntie Peggy, never did stop comin' to pray and sing and shout wid us till she just went off to sleep and woke up in de better world. Dat show was one good oman. Some of dem slaves never wanted no 'ligion, and dey just laughed at us 'cause us testified and shouted. One day at church a good old oman got right hind a nigger dat she had done made up her mind she was gwine to see saved 'fore dat meetin' ended. She drug him up to de mourner's bench. He lowed he never made no preparation to come in dis world and dat he didn't mean to make none to leave it. She prayed and prayed, but dat fool nigger just laughed right out at her. Finally de oman got mad. Laugh if you will, she told dat man, de good Lord is gwine to purge out your sins for show, and when you gets full of biles and sores you'll be powerful glad to get somebody to pray for you. Dat ain't all. Dis same good Lord is gwine to lick you 1,000 lashes for every time you is done made fun of dis very meetin'. Missy, would you believe it, it warn't no time 'fore dat man sickened and died right out wid a cancer in his mouth. Does you 'member dat old sayin' de ways of de Lord is slow but show? Corpses was washed good soon atter de folkses died and der clothes put on 'em, den dey was laid on coolin' boards till der coffins was made up. Why, Missy, didn't you know dey didn't have no steel-bought coffins dem days? Dey made 'em up right dere on de plantation. De corpse was measured and de coffin made to fit it. Sometimes dey was lined with black calico, and sometimes dey painted 'em black on de outside. Dere warn't no undertakers den, and dere warn't none of dem vaults to set coffins in either. Dey just laid planks cross the top of a coffin 'fore de dirt was piled in de grave. When dere was a death round our neighborhood, everybody went and paid dere respects to de fambly of de dead. Folkses set up all night wid de corpse and sung and prayed. Dat settin' up was mostly to keep cats offen de corpse. Cats show is bad at it dead folks. I see here tell dat dey most eat up some corpses what nobody warn't watchin'. When de time come to bury de dead, dey loaded de coffin onto a wagon, and most times de fambly rode to de graveyard in a wagon too, but if it warn't no fur piece off, most of de other folkses walked. Dey started singin' when dey left de house and sung right until dat corpse was put in de grave. When de preacher had done said a prayer, dey all sung, _I see born to die and lay dis body down _. Dat was 'bout all there was to de buryin', but later on dey had de funeral sermon preached in church, maybe 6 months atter de buryin'. De white folkses had all their funeral sermons preached at the time of de buryin'. Yes, ma'am, I 'members the fust money I ever wooked for. Marster paid me 50 cents a day when I got big enough to wook, and dat was plumb good wages den. When I got to war I could pick more'n 100 pounds of cotton in one day. He paid me more. I thought I was rich den. Dem was good old days when us lived back on de plantation. I 'members dem old folkses what used to live round Lishington, down in Oglethorpe County. When us warn't out in de fields, us done little jobs round de big house, de cabins, barns, and yards. Us used to hope de older slaves get out white oak splits, and dey larn us to make cheer bottoms and baskets out of dem splits. De best cheer bottoms what lasted de longest was dem what us made wid red ellum wives. Dem old shuck bottoms was fine too. Dey plaited dem shucks and wound dem round for cheer bottoms and foot smats. De omans made nice hats out of shucks and wheat straw. Dey plaited de shucks and put em together with plates of wheat straw. Dey warn't counted much for Sunday wear, but dey made fine sun hats. Whilst us was all a-wookin' away at house and yard jobs, de old folkses would tell us 'bout times 'fore us was borned. Dey said slave dealers used to come round wid a big long line of slaves marchin' to war. Dere was gwine to be a big slave sale. Sometimes dey marched em here from as fur as Virginie. Old folkses said dey had done been fetched to dis country on boats. Dem boats was painted red, real bright red, and dey went plumb to Africa to git de niggers. When dey got dere, dey got off and left de bright red boats empty for a while. Niggers locks red, and dey would get on dem boats to see what dem red things was. When de boats was full of dem foolish niggers, de slave dealers would sail off wid em and fetch em to dis country to sell em to folkses what had plantations. Dem slave sales was awful bad in some ways, 'cause sometimes dey sold mammies away from dere babies and families got scattered. Some of em never knowed what comed of dere brothers and sisters and daddies and mammies. I see dem Yankees when dey come, but I was too little to know much about what dey done. Old folkses said dey give the Athens people smallpox and dat dey died outright and left, just lots of em. 'Fore dey got rid of it, dey had to burn up beds and clothes and a few houses. Dey said dey put Lake Brown and Clarence Bush out in de swamp to die, but dey got well, come out of dat swamp, and lived here for years and years. Granddaddy told us about how some slaves used to run off from dere marsters and live in caves and dugouts. He said a man and a oman run away and lived for years in one of dem places not no great ways from de slave quarters on his master's place. After a long, long time, some little white chillun was playin' in de woods one day and clumb up in some trees. Lookin' out from high up in a tree, one of 'em seed two little pickaninnies, but he couldn't find whar dey went. When he went back home and told 'bout it, everybody went to huntin' em, paus'n dey was lost chillun. Dey traced them to a dugout, and dere dey found dem two grown slaves what had done run away years ago, and dey had done had two little chillun born in dat dugout. Dere marster come and got em and tuck em home, but de chillun went plumb blind when dey tried to live out in de sunlight. Dey had done lived underground too long, and it warn't long 'fore both of dem chillun was daid. Dem old slavery time weddin's warn't like de way folkses does when dey gets married up now. Dey never had to buy no license den. When a slave man wanted to get married up wid a gal, he asked his marster, and if it was all right wid de marster, den him and de gal come up to de big house to jump de broomstick for dere white folkses. De gal jumped one way and de man de other. Most times dere was a big dance de night dey got married. If a slave wanted to get married up wid a gal what didn't live on dat same plantation, he told his marster. Den his marster went and talked to de gal's marster. If both dere marsters greed, den dey jumped de broomstick. If either one of de marsters wouldn't sell to de other one, de wife just stayed on her marster's place, and de husband was load a pass what let him visit her twict a week on Wednesday and Saturday nights. If he didn't keep dat pass to show when de patrollers cotch him, dey was more'n apt to beat de skin right off his back. Dem patrollers was allus watchin' and dey was awful rough. No ma'am, dey never did get to beat me up. I outrun em one time, but I evermore did have to make tracks to keep ahead of em. Us didn't know much 'bout folkses bein' kilt round whar us stayed. Sometimes dere was talk 'bout devilment a long ways off. The mostest troubles us knowed 'bout was on de Jim Smith plantation. Dat show was a big old place wid a heap of slaves on it. Dey says dat fightin' didn't mount to nothin'. Mas Jim Smith got to be mighty rich, and he lived to be an old man. He died out without never gettin' married. Folkses said a nigger boy dat was his son was willed heaps of dat pro pity, but folkses beat him out of it, and all of a sudden, he drapped out of sight. Some says he was kilt, but I don't know nothin' 'bout dat. Now, missy, how come you wants to know 'bout dem frolics us had dem days? Most of em ended up scandalous, plumb scandalous. At harvest season dere was corn shuckins, wheat thrashin's, syrup cookin's, and legrolins. All dem frolics come in dere own good time. Corn shuckins was the most fun of em all. Everybody come from miles around to dem frolics. Soon atter de whoop got started, Marser got out his little brown jug, and when it started gwine de rounds de whoop would speed up with sich singin' as you never heard, and dem niggers was whooking in time wid de music. Every red ear of corn meant an extra swig of liquor for de nigger what found it. When de whoop was done and dey was ready to go to de tables out in de yard to eat dem big barbecue suppers, dey grabbed up dere marster and tuck him to de big house on dere shoulders. When de supper was eaty, The liquor was passed some more and dancin' started, and sometimes it lasted all night. Folkses sometimes had frolics what they called fairs. They lasted 2 or 3 days. With so much dancin', eatin', and liquor drinkin' gwine on for dat long, lots of fightin' took place. It was awful. Dey cut on one another wid razors and knives just lak dey was cuttin' on wood. I spects I was bad as the rest of 'em 'bout dem razor fights, but not war my good old mistess could larn 'bout it. I never did no fightin' round de meetin' house. It was plumb sinful de way some of dem niggers would git in ruckuses right in meetin' and break up de services. Brudder Bradbury used to come to our house to hold prayer meetin's, but lawsy, missy, dat man could eat more dan any nigger I ever seed from dat day to dis. When us knowed he was a comin', Miz Tess let us cook up heaps of stuff, enough to fill dat long old table plumb full, but dat table was alloos empty when he left. Yes, ma'am, he prayed whilst he was dere, but he eat too. Dem prayers must a made him mighty weak. Mars to Joe Campbell, what lived in our settlement, was sho a queer man. He had a good farm and plenty of most everything. He would plant his crops every year and den, missy, he would go plumb crazy every blessed year. Folkses would jine in and wook his crops out for him, and come harvest time, dey had to gather 'em in his barns, 'cause he never paid 'em no mind atter dey was planted. When de wook was all done for him, Mars to Joe's mind alloos come back and he was all right till next crap time. I told my good old Mars ter dat white man warn't no ways crazy, he had plumb good sense, gettin' all dat wook done whilst he just rested. Mars ter was a mighty good man, so he just grinned and said, "Paul, us mustn't jedge nobody." When Mars ter moved here to Athens I come right long wid him. Us started us a wook shop down on dis same old Oconee River, close by whar Oconee Street is now. Dis was mostly just woods. There warn't none of dese newfangled stock laws den, and folkses just fenced in der jardins and let de stock run everywhere. Dey marked hogs so everybody would know his own. Some cut notches in de ears, some cut off de tails or marked noses, and some put marks on de hoof part of de foots. Mr. Barrow owned 'bout 20 acres in woods spread over Oconee Hill, and de hogs made for dem woods war dey just run wild. Cows run out too and got so wild dey would fight when dey didn't want to come home. It warn't no extra sight den to see folkses gwine atter der cows on mules. Chickens run out, and folkses had a time find in de eggs and knowin' who dem eggs belonged to. Most and gen ally finders was keepers far as eggs was consarned, but, in spite of all dat, us alloos had plenty, and Miz Tess would find some pin to give folkses dat needed to be hoped. When us come to Athens, the old Georgie Railroad hadn't never crossed the river to come into town. The depot was on the east side of the river on what they called Depot Street. Daddy said he hoped to build dat fust railroad. It was way back in slavery times. Miss S. Hyatt Smith's husband had done died out, and the administrator of the state hired out most all of Miss S. slaves to wook on the railroad. It was a long time 'fore she could get 'em back home. Missy, did you know dat Indians camped at Skull Shoals, down in Greene County, a long time ago? Old folkses said dey used to be round here too, 'specially at Cherokee Corners. At dem places, it was a long time 'fore dey stopped plowin' up bones war Indians had done been buried. Right down on dis old river, nigh Mr. Aycock's place, dey says you can still see caves war folkses lived when de Indians owned dese parts. If high waters ain't washed 'em all away, the skeletons of some of dem folkses what lived dar is still in dem caves. Slaves used to hide in dem same caves when dey was runnin' off from der marsters or tryin' to keep out of de way of de law. Dat's how dem caves was found, by white folkses huntin' runaway slaves. Now, Missy, you don't care nothin' 'bout my weddin'. To tell the truth, I never had no weddin'. I had to steal dat gal of mine. I had done axed her mammy for her, but she just wouldn't gree for me to have Mary, so I just up and told her I was gwine to steal dat gal. Dat old oman lowed she would see 'bout dat, and she kept Mary in her sight day and night, inside de house Mosley. It looked lak I never was gwine to get a chance to steal my gal, but one day a white boy bought my license for me and I got brother Bill Mitchell to go dar wid me whilst Mary's ma was asleep. Us went inside de house and got married right dar in de room next to whar she was sleepin'. When she waked up dear was hot times round dat place for a while, but good old Brudder Mitchell stayed right dar and holped us through de trouble. Mary's done been gone a long time now and I misses her mighty bad, but it won't be long now 'fore de Lord calls me to go whar she is. I done tried to live right, to keep all de laws, and to pay up my just and honest debts, 'cause Miss S. larnt me dat I was up in Virginie wookin' on de railroad a few years ago. De boss man called me aside one day and said, "Paul, you ain't lak dese other niggers. I can tell dat white folks raised you." It sho made me proud to hear him say dat, for I knows dat old miss up yonder can see dat de little nigger she tuck in and raised is still tryin' to live lak she larned him to do. When the visitor arose to leave, old Paul smiled and said, "Goodbye, missy. I see had a good time bringin' back dem old days. Goodbye, and God bless you." H.W. Dist 1X Slave 102, Subject, Emmeline Stepney, a daughter of Slavery District, WPA No. 1 Research Worker, Joseph E. Jaffe Editor, John N. Booth Supervisor, Joseph E. Jaffe Assistant, Date Stamp, May 8, 1937. Emmeline Stepney, as she came into the office that July day, was a perfect vignette from a past era. Over 90 years old, and unable to walk without support, she was still quick-witted and her speech, although halting, was full of dry humor. Emmeline was clad in a homespun dress with high collar and long sleeves with wristbands. On her feet she wore old lady's comforts. She was toothless and her hands were gnarled and twisted from rheumatism and hard work. Emmeline's father, John Smith, had come from Virginia and belonged to Captain Tom Wilson. Her mother, Sally, was a Georgia-born nigger, who belonged to Mars Shelton Terry. The two plantations near Greensboro, in Greene County, were 5 miles apart and the father came to see his family only on Wednesday and Saturday nights. The arrangement evidently had no effect in the direction of birth control, for Emmeline was the second of 13 children. Life on the Terry place was a fairly pleasant existence. The master was an old bachelor, and he had 2 old maid sisters, Miss Sarah and Miss Rebecca. The plantation was in charge of 2 overseers who were reasonably kind to the Negroes. No crops of any kind were sold, and consequently the plantation had to be self-sustaining. Cotton was spun into clothing in the master's own spinning room, and the garments were worn by the master and slaves alike. A small amount of flax was raised each year, and from this the master's 2 sisters made household linens. Food crops consisted of corn, wheat. There was a mill on the plantation to grind these into flour and meal, sweet potatoes, and peas. In the smokehouse there was always plenty of pork, beef, mutton, and kid. The wool from the sheep was made into blankets and woolen garments. The Terry household was not like other menages of the time. There were only 1 or 2 house servants, the vast majority being employed in the fields. Work began each morning at 8 o'clock and was over at sundown. No work was done on Saturday, the day being spent in preparation for Sunday or in fishing, visiting, or just frolicking. The master frequently let them have dances in the yards on Saturday afternoon. To supply the music they beat on tin buckets with sticks. On Sunday the Negroes were allowed to attend the white folks' church, where a balcony was reserved for them. Some masters required their people to go to church, but Emmeline's master thought it a matter for the individual to decide for himself. Emmeline was about 15 when her first suitor and future husband began to come to see her. He came from a neighboring farm and had to have a pass to show the paddy rollers, or else he would be whipped. He never stayed at night even after they were married because he was afraid he might be punished. The slaves were never given any spending money. The men were allowed to use tobacco, and on rare occasions there was toddy for them. Emmeline declares she never used liquor, and ascribes her long life partly to this fact, and partly to her belief in God. She believes in signs but interprets them differently H.W. from most of her people. She believes that if a rooster crows he is simply crowing to his crowd, or if a cow bellows it is most likely bellow in fair water. If a person sneezes while eating she regards this as a sign that the person is eating too fast or has a bad cold. She vigorously denies that any of these omens foretells death. Some fool nigger believe that an itching foot predicts a journey to a strange land, but Emmeline thinks it means that the foot needs washing. Aunt Emmeline has some remedies which she has found very effective in the treatment of minor ailments. Horehound tea and catnip tea are good for colds and fever. Yellow root will cure sore throat, and a tea made from sheep droppings will make babies' teeth easily. I can still see dat sassafras juice Mammy used to give all de chillens, she cackled as she was led out the door. H.W., Atlanta Dist 5X Slave No. 103, February 4, 37 Whitley Section Ross, H.W., Amanda Stiles. On November 18, 1936, Amanda Stiles, ex-slave, was interviewed at her residence 268 Baker Street Northeast. Stiles is about 80 years of age and could give but a few facts concerning her life as a slave. Her family belonged to an ordinary class of people, neither rich nor poor. Her master Jack Lambert owned a small plantation, and one other slave besides her family, which included her mother, father, and one sister. The only event during slavery that impressed itself on Mrs. Stiles was the fact that when the Yanks came to their farm they carried off her mother, and she was never heard of again. Concerning superstitions, signs, and other stories pertaining to this Mrs. Stiles related the following signs and events. As far as possible, the stories are given in her exact words. During my day it was going to by looking in the clouds. Some folks could read the signs there. A oman that whistled was marked to be a bad oman. If a black cat crossed your path you sure would turn round and go another way. It was bad luck to sit on a bed, and when I was small I was never allowed to sit on the bed. Following are stories, related by Mrs. Stiles, which had their origin during slavery and immediately following slavery. During slavery time there was a family that had a daughter, and she married, and everybody said she was a witch, cause at night they said she would turn her skin inside out and go round riding folks' horses. Der next morning der horses' manes would be tied up. Now her husband didn't know she was a witch, so somebody told him he could tell by cutting off one of her limbs, so one night the wife changed to a cat and the husband cut off her forefinger what had a ring on it. After that der wife would keep her hand hid cause her finger was cut off, and she knowed her husband would find out that she was the witch. My mother said her young mistress was a witch, and she too married, but her husband didn't know that she was a witch, and she would go round at night riding horses and turning the cow's milk into blood. Der folks didn't know what to do, instead of milk they had blood. So one day a old lady came there and told them that a witch had been riding the cow, and to cast off the spell, they had to take a horseshoe and put it in the bottom of the churn, and then the blood would turn back to milk and butter. Sure enough, they did it and got milk. Another man had a wife that was accused of being a witch, so he cut her leg off, and it was a cat's leg, and when his wife came back her leg was missing. They say there was a lot of conjuring too, and I have heard about a lot of it. My husband told me he went to see a oman once that had scorpions in her body. The conjurer did it by putting the blood of a scorpion in her body, and this would breed more scorpions in her. They had to get another conjurer to undo the spell. There was another family that lived near and that had a daughter, and when she died they say she had a snake in her body. My husband said he was conjured when he was a boy and had to walk with his arms outstretched. He couldn't put them down at all and couldn't even move them. One day he met an old man and he said, "Son, what's the matter with you?" "I don't know," he said. "Then why don't you put your arms down?" "I can't." So the old man took a bottle out of his pocket and rubbed his arms straight down till they got all right. He told me too about a oman fixing her husband. This oman saw another man she wanted, so she had her husband fixed so he would throw his arms up, get on his knees, and bark just like a dog. So they got some old man that was a conjurer to come and cure him. He would have died if they hadn't got that spell off him. My father told me that a oman fixed another one cause she married her sweetheart. She told her he never would do her any good, and sure enough she fixed her so dat she would have a spell every time she went to church. One day they sent for her husband and asked him what was the matter with her, and he told them that this other oman fixed her with conjure. They sent for a conjurer, and he came and rubbed some medicine on her body, and she got all right. During slavery time the master promised to whip a nigger, and when he came out to whip him instead he just told him, "Go on nigger, 'bout your business." Der nigger had fixed him by spitting as far as he could spit, so the master couldn't come any nearer than that spit. I know a nigger that they said was kin to the devil. He told me that he could go out behind the house and make some noise and the devil would come and dance with him. He said the devil learned him to play a banjo, and if you wanted to do anything the devil could do, go to a crossroad, walk backwards and curse God. But don't never let the devil touch any of your works or anything that belonged to you, or you would lose your power. The nearest I ever came to believing in conjure was when my stepmother got sick. She fell out with an oman that lived with her daughter, cause this oman had did something to her daughter, and so she called her a black kinky head hussy, and this oman got fightin' mad and said to her, "Never mind, you'll be nappy and kinky headed too when I get through with you." My ma's head turned real white and funny right round the edge, and her mind got bad, and she used to chew tobacco and spit in her hands and rub it in her head, and very soon all her hair fell out. She even quit my father after living with him 20 years, saying he had poisoned her. She stayed sick a long time, and her doctors never could understand her sickness. She died, and I will always believe she was fixed. After relating the last story, my interview with Mrs. Styles came to an end. I thanked her and left, wondering over the strange stories she had told me.